Hey, yo, what is going on, everyone? Welcome to another new Marvel Snap tournament over here. We got the Snowball Showdown starting for you guys today, and it is going to be a certified banger. We have a brand new rule set, but before we jump right into that, I am co-hosting the first part of this tournament with the Marvel Snap / Marvel Shorts YouTube Shorts guy, Prashan over here.
How is it going, Tucker? I'm glad to be here in the Winterverse, the kickoff, the Snowball Showdown. But this one is a little bit different from your normal tournament. We have a little bit more of rules. One good thing though, no Arishem. So we could start off there. No Arishem.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I don't know about the rest of you guys watching here too, but Arishem is a very interesting card, especially when it comes to a tournament setting, because that unknown factor can kind of give you a more of a competitive edge over your opponents and really set up some of these situations where you may just play out of just too much cautiousness and it really may offset what you're trying to do. So having that kind of surprise factor not established in this tournament here, I think can really open up the door for some very interesting kind of plays. But when we're talking about the rules here for Sean, what do we have differently with this tournament besides just Arishem?
So with this tournament, you have to play one of the new cards from the upcoming seasons, or not upcoming, but the current season, the past season of Marvel Snap. And we have the Weapon X season. So you had Antimantium Fusion, Aurora, Chamber, Phantom X, Fastball Special, Morrow, Maverick, Wade Wilson, Weapon H, Weapon X, and Wild Child. And you have the current Dragon season that's going on right now. Dragon of the Moon, Lockheed, Majestic Wingbeat, Shu Lao, the Undying, which you could get in the Marvel Snap shop right now. And out of all these cards, which card is your favorite out of this bunch, Tucker?
My favorite out of this bunch, personally, probably is going to be Maverick or Weapon H. Do I think I'm going to be seeing a lot of Weapon H today? Probably not. But if you were to guess, Prashan, just off the top of your head, what do you think is going to be the most used card when it pertains to some of these newer cards we're seeing today?
I think you mentioned it. Maverick is a pretty good card, and Shu Lao, the Undying, is pretty sneaky, right? Those finals plays where you can just boost another card can go crazy and put you over the top for all those cubes.
Yeah, I think a show.
Yeah, Shu Lao can go crazy when it goes to something like this. I know there's no Arishem, but the unknown of just being afraid of all that power on the board can go nuts. And I'm definitely looking forward to all the cards that we're going to see today. I'm looking forward to all the decks that you might see today, especially the Dragon season and Weapon X season. There's so many good cards. Weapon H2 is a crazy card too, where it basically gets discounted over and over as long as you get discarded. And you can play it for cheap, final turn, so that could be an explosive play. And I'm excited to see some of these decks that we'll see later. And I'm definitely looking forward to all the players too. Like we do have some past Gauntlet winners as well in this tournament. So yeah, like let's see. Yeah, the rules to this tournament can go crazy. So, for instance, if you beat out your opponent and you take every single cube from them, you could be up 20 cubes, which definitely matters when it comes to something like this, when everyone's vying for a position. So you want to be careful when it comes to cube management. You want to try to take as many cubes as you can. And speaking of cubes, I think Tucker's back from the ice.
yes. The new rules just threw me completely off into the loop. So now we're back, as Prashan just explained everything really well. It's a very new system, and I'm very interested to see how this impacts the way people do snap and the way they do retreat. Are people going to play more aggressively? Are people going to play more passively? It's going to be very interesting to see how that goes, because it's not just based off of win-loss anymore. It is how much more health did you have from your opponents in those wins, or how close were those games that you did lose. So I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that shapes up the scope of this tournament.
Right. I wonder if there'll be anybody that's really aggressive, just snap on one to scare their opponent out of some cubes. To definitely see some of that cube management. Like I was saying before, so with some of the cards and decks, which decks do you think will be on top today?
So I think if I'm basing off just what I've been seeing on the ladder, I'm seeing a lot, of course, the Shulao werewolf version or the Shulao Scarlet Spider version. But I honestly would not be surprised if we actually see more Zombie Galactic, because I wonder if Zombie Galactic performing the way it does with now Majestic Wingbeat as one of those key buff factors, as well as Maverick, really kind of helps that deck a lot more. Not to mention the OTA change it had a few weeks ago. It's a kind of hard deck, I feel like, for some people to be able to play into or against if you don't have the tech. So I actually would not be surprised to see if that actually performs well in this tournament setting here.
Yeah, and I think I might want to see Aurora too. That's another card that could be a finisher when it comes to tournaments, especially since you're putting all that power across the board, definitely to take over. And yeah, Lockheed too, I think could be sneaky too, just taking some of that power along the course of the game. I think that could be perfect too.
And as we look at the snowball points as well, if it is a little bit confusing, it confused me at first too when I first was reading it, when we were finding out that we were going to be casting this tournament, the way the points work. So you guys know how health bars work in Conquest in general. You have more health than your opponent. More often than not, you can be more aggressive with your snaps and everything too. But the way it pertains here, when you get a win, of course, you're going to get 10 points because you've knocked 10 points of health away from your opponent. But looking at how many health points you have left as well determines how many extra points you have. So like you, let's say, win a game like you see on screen here. Mott's has actually 4 points of health left. So Mott's is going to get 14 points here. But even though Gunny did lose this match, Gunny still took 6 points of health away from Mott's itself. So Gunny also gets 6 points there still with a loss. So the way it works is even if you lose, you're going to get points. And if you win, you're going to, of course, get more points because you get that 10 full health bar, but your health goes right into the situation.
And speaking of points, we're right in it. We're Cougar, like I just mentioned before about snapping on turn one and then snapping and being aggressive, is very aggressive here. And what is it? Is it Avil? Axville?
Yes, I think it's like or Apskull.
Apskull is down to 2. So yeah, Cougar is in a commanding lead here.
Yep, and Cougar is a returning Golden Gauntlet champion as well, entering into the Snowball Showdown here as well with like Prashant said, a commanding lead, as I believe Shulao is probably going to come down here. It's going to be a Kitty Pride into Shulao, as we do see 2 cards coming down. Of course, Theana is going to get +3 as well into the situation. Shadow King. Oh?
Okay, there's Kitty Pride.
And that's not enough.
No,
that is not going to be enough. All right, Cougar.
So speaking of 20, Cougar off the bat, taking a 20 piece. That's crazy. That's the max you could get. And it only took 3 rounds. So like I was talking about earlier, let's see if someone can be completely aggressive, just snap every turn, take those cubes, be on the top of the leaderboard, and Cougar is showing why he is a past champion again.
Yeah, and that's 0 points for Apskull there, actually, in that situation, too, because they did not take a single bit of health away from Cougar. 20 points is going to be very solid, I think, here, too, especially when it comes to standings, as people do get into closer games, as we are about to transition to our next game, the Electric Flame over here, which also is a returning Golden Gauntlet champion as well.
And speaking of Shulao, there is a Shulao right there, boosting up that Cosmo. And then we have the mosh pit. So we're right in it, right in final turn. It seems like we're in rapid fire gameplay here on this Snowball Showdown. And yeah.
It's a Surfer against Darkhawk matchup here, as I do believe we're going to have a huge Brood coming down in the middle. Maverick, of course, getting the buff from Carter in order to give that concurrent power to the Broodling. I think that probably is going to be enough for Electric Flame to take this, unless we do see like a Shadow King or something coming down in the middle, as we see this board set up the way it does here. 10 powered Broodlings in the middle. with a Mystique Darkhawk, and is that going to be a Shadow King, a Cosmo, Luke Cage?
Luke Cage, not enough.
Not
Not enough.
No.
And bam, another one bites the dust. But at least they took some cubes. Odie took 4 cubes there. So yeah, they're a little bit above Axfold, which was at 0 in our previous match. And we're seeing some of those cards, the Sholau, the Maverick, putting up that power. And we did see Shadow King in the game beforehand, but yeah, I think we should expect some Shadow King here today. And let's go right into another match here. We have another match here. Rapid fire, snowballs everywhere. And yeah, this one should last a little bit longer. Hopefully we get 2 turns here. What do we have going on here, Tom?
This is going to be another Shulau but Jocasta version of this deck, and from the looks of it here, we're about to get a big Scarlet Spider that's going to be on rock at least twice.
Cosmo again.
Which Cosmo on the Madam Web actually is going to be fairly crucial here. Is this Cosmo going to be moved, or is this Cosmo going to be staying on that right lane? I believe the Cosmo probably will be moved here, but that is something that we're going to have to play into here with Red Knight, as they do also get the extra Xiao proc with the Agony landing on the board here. So we do have some mind games as it comes into this final turn 6 play.
Yeah, it looks like that Agony is not going to boost the Xiao, which is unfortunate because order of operations here. But I believe the Scarlet Spider should get that boost. Something we expected, but that Cosmo is there. So is that Cosmo going to move or not for that Xiao to go off?
Yeah, and this is all in for Dan. And, ooh, okay.
Yeah, that was a tough position. Like, you don't know if the Cosmo is going to move or not for that to pop off. So good choice, good choice. Cube management.
Yes, cube management, because that was all or nothing there. Of course, we are now looking at another demanding lead for Rad Knight. If they do take this would be 20 points for Rad Knight, since Dan has not taken any points of Rad Knight's health bar off here, as we do get Wakanda Embassy to start, as we are saving our 1 cost for turn 2.
He's praying for mercy. He's praying. He's praying. To Valhalla, right there.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of situations, I feel like, this today where you're only playing cards on turn 2 if you're doing Xiao situations in order to get extra procs for Xiao. We actually played 3 cards out here instead of saving for a potential additional proc here, but I guess we wanted to get that Spider Ham value as well, so you can get some of that disruption here. Yeah,
that Wasp being 0 definitely helps a lot.
And then we do get a draw here, it looks like, on the Abbey, also for Rad Knight, to give them another additional advantage after they already had the Nico draw too. So Rad Knight is more than likely going to be drawing their entire deck this game. This is a very, very good start for Rad Knight.
Hits the Spider Punk. Wow, wow, wow. And then we get Hydra Stomper, Cosmo.
Yeah, I think this is just a really good spot for Rad Knight. Of course, we already have Scarlet Spider and Shu Lao in hand. This is looking really, really solid. Of course, anything can happen. Anything can go here. Merlin spells, of course, Omniversal Presence can change a bunch of things in this game for the better or for the worse. But this is kind of looking like Rad Knight's game to lose here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting. We're going to possibly have 2 games that are 20-0 in the beginning of this, which is pretty interesting. Pretty awesome to see this whole cube thing be a factor in this tournament. And I figured everyone will be more close to conserving cubes, but no, they're throwing it all in.
Yeah, no, this is looking really solid. I think that's the other thing too, is like people, when they have their win conditions, they're going to use their win conditions. And I think that's something that, as Snap has continually progressed, as the seasons have progressed too, people are more prominent or understand the just Snap system more and more on when to snap, when to retreat, and people are either more aggressive with their cubes or they are also more cinchy with the cubes. So I think that, like we were talking about earlier, is going to be a big factor just to see what happens today.
Ooh, there we go with Omniversal Presence, with the Shadowland blocking the middle a little bit.
That's actually
you can move the shield. The shield can move, so there could be some deception here. But okay, the Scarlet Spider's going to activate.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Does Dan have Cosmo? Cosmo would be the only potential saving grace here for Dan, because I think that's the only way that they actually can win this game. But they have to decide, do they Cosmo middle? They Cosmo left? Where is Cosmo going if we are playing Cosmo? And it would be left. It would look like if we are going to be playing Cosmo.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
The Shulao, but I don't know if that's actually going to be enough.
Nope, not enough.
No.
Not enough.
It's a casserole, and it is a 20.
Oh,
not a casserole, actually, but it is a 20-0 Rad Knight. 20-0 because we took 10 points of health away from Dan, and they maintained 10 points. That is a really strong start for Rad Knight here, making a great use of the brand new system we have here for the tournament.
It's crazy. Like we talked about earlier, are people going to be aggressive? Are they going to be conservative? It's all out aggression when it comes to this. And we see that we have two players 20-0 already with the commanding cube equity, which is awesome. And we see tons of Shu Lao. Like Shu Lao is going crazy to like the season pass card. Of course, if you don't have it now, it's going to be in the MarvelSnap shop.
Yeah, and I think we're running into our next game over here, which the great thing about this game is we are seeing some Werewolf by Night Dormammu, I do believe, on the screen here, which is actually one of my favorite decks to mess around with. Not a lot of people are playing Dormammu normally, but in a tournament setting, I think this actually could be a nice surprise factor, as we are in a very close game with Fatal Omen and TK Omar.
Look at that. So we have Monster Island there on the right, and then Valhalla. So we're going to hopefully get some more demons after turn 4, but Merlin's out.
Yep, we get Merlin out here, but this is also going to clog Fatal Omen's hand. He's not going to get another draw, as he does get another spell generated and the hood as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when it comes to hand management. And it looks like, is this actually going to be Phantom X versus Dormammu here? Off meta battle? Oh, this could be absolutely very, very fun here. I love what we're starting with.
So in this situation, would you try to get another demon, or are you going to try to polymorph this thing?
I think looking at my hand right now as Fatal Omen, I kind of want to get additional draws. I don't have necessarily my win now cards. Of course, I do have Shu Lao, which of course could be a win now card anyways. But that's, I think, what we're doing here, which we're going to clog our hand again, because we are going to get another skill and then the additional skills from Prowler. So it's going to be just very interesting to see what we're setting up here. Maybe it is we're setting up a double Shu Lao situation with the Absorbing Man, if I were to guess that, but no moving cards. So also those skills are going to be 1-cost skills.
There we go with Killmonger.
Okay, so Wild Child proc into that there. We, of course, then get the demon on board. Is Phantom X going to be coming down for a potential... Oh my gosh, they forgot about Valhalla again.
Oh. Yeah, Phantom X has to come down now. If TK has it, it has to come down now.
That, or I know some versions are also running the Airwalker version, where you destroy Airwalker and get Phantom X that way, and you're also getting additional points with Carnage. But I do believe that's probably going to be a Phantom X right there, or Lady
Deathstrike. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss with Lady Deathstrike there. And I'm assuming we're going to see Absorbing Man from Fatal Omen.
Yeah, I believe we'll see an Absorbing Man into probably Demon here. And then is that probably going to go demon left, I would assume, and or Absman left also, and we have Remote Mines. This is going to be interesting to see what Omar is also throwing down here. There's a lot of cards destroyed, so we could see a death coming somewhere. So I think that's what we're playing around here with Fatal Omen. But this would be a very interesting situation, because I think Shu Lao also is going to get +9, because it's probably got +6.
There we go.
Oh, we're snapping into it.
We're snapping. Okay. And I think with the Lady Deathstrike miss too, I think he was trying to hit more with Lady Deathstrike to possibly cheapen the death, but it didn't happen. So we'll see what cards TK can play this final turn.
Yeah, I think with the Lady Deathstrike as well, I'm wondering if we were trying to proc for something else, as we do have Phantom X, Proxima Midnight as cards in this list. No death in this list for TK Omar, by the way.
Okay, no death. Okay. All right, there we go.
All right.
Let's see what happens here.
So we have
And Luna Snow in the middle. And Gambit.
So we're Gambit has to Shu Lao to win. Oh my gosh! Oh my! And it hits the barrel. Oh.
No, not enough.
Very interesting play there, actually doing the Luna Snow after the Gambit, adding additional cards to Fatal's side of the board. And then also points-wise, Fatal Omen is now winning 16 points into this matchup, and TK does win 4 points because it took 4 points of health away. But I probably would have changed up my play there and done Gambit before Luna into that situation, so it would have been less targets for Gambit to hit and maybe hit a better target for me on the board.
Yeah, I guess maybe he wasn't thinking all the way through, which in these moments when the game is on the line, that can possibly happen, right? But this one was more of a mid-rangey where the cubes were there compared to a complete blowout, but able to take 4, which is perfect.
And we got our next game over here, which is another close game. We have Melee versus Red Dragonfly. It looks like we have probably a Wiccan Victoria Hand tech list against Move, which I believe this is kind of probably similar to the Cougar list. It may actually be the Cougar list that he was playing as well, as we do have Brooklyn Bridge and Castle Zemo with also a Move location with Bifrost. This is a very interesting board state we have over here.
Yeah, I really do not like Castle Zemo. If you know anything about me, you know what happened. Bad memories from Castle Zemo. But the basic arrows going across, which is interesting.
And good Iron Patriot there. With Wiccan Curve, it looks like in hand too. They can just play Wiccan into this. But of course, anything Melee plays onto Castle Zemo will actually get transitioned over to Red Dragon side. All right.
And there we go. The
Wiccan comes down. And of course, Iron Patriot does go off before location because card goes off before location happens in the way this order is here. But Red Dragon is stuck now in that lane. So a shoot loud onto that Castle Zemo would be solid enough for Melee here. And we do also have the Juggernaut in play to be able to mess around with as well.
So even playing that Spider-Man and Castle Zemo will lock down that location for Melee. Ooh, jugging.
Yeah, we are jugging here, which is going to be very interesting. I bet we're going to be setting up for a Shu Lao Miles Morales final turn here, but it's going to be interesting to see, does Melee want to have Prio with this Wiccan list running Shadow King as well, to just kind of see what happens here. Of course, we've also not seen any First Steps Galactus procs go off here too, so I'm wondering what huge power card Red Dragonfly might have or Iron Patriot card.
Oh wow, 3 cards into the Bifrost.
Yeah, this is going to be a great play here for Melee, and all cards do move and buff the Craven as well here. Let's see, I think we still have another arrow for Kate that's in play. Lady Deathstrike.
Again. Lady Deathstrike today.
Patriot card into a Victoria Hand Frigga, and Melee has Prio.
So Shadow King can come down.
So Shadow King can come down. We are doubling up into a Shu Lao onto Jug in this situation. Of course, we have already won the right lane if we are Melee here, and there's no other way for Red Dragonfly to get power into that lane. Unless some random thing happens. But no, there's no way really for Red Dragonfly to get power into that lane since none of those cards are created by Victoria Hand. And we're not doing the Shu Lao play. We're spreading our power around. Cosmic Ghost Rider could be an issue here. So let's see what happens here. Are we trying to get more procs for Hydra Stomper, it looks like, to get some better power there?
It might be. I think the Hydra Stomper, just in case they had a Shadow King, Hydra Stomper obviously doesn't get affected. So maybe that was a thought for a second.
Yeah, I think the thought process now is you can't Shadow King every lane. And I think that's about to be Shadow King and Victoria Hand probably left here, which is not going to be enough power to negate what's going to happen in the middle either.
Toward hand.
Aurora.
Aurora.
Never mind. There were ways to get power, but it's
not enough. Not enough. Oh, wow.
Okay.
But Red Dragon was able to take 7 cubes, though.
Yep.
Or Dragonfly was able to
So in that situation, Red Dragonfly gets 7 points, and Melee is going to end up with 13 points.
13.
So actually a very close game in general. And with that there, we are going to take a quick pause as we wrap up round 1. Sweet. I knew my Wi-Fi was going to freaking cut out. I had a hunch, which is why I'm glad you were already. All right, we are back as we are wrapping up the end of round 1 still. We are going to look at what right now is kind of the top performers, as well as players, as we look at these pairings over here. Prashant, what has already stood out to you from the few matches that we've seen so far?
I think some of the top players, right? Cougar going in, like all in, stealing 10, like basically 20 cubes off the back, just shows why he's a past champion. And is there anybody that you're looking forward to seeing later, or any decks that you're looking forward to later, Tucker?
Yeah, I think I do want to definitely see some Sizer games as well. Sizer is always a very prominent player in the tournament here, and also Iris. I think Iris is a player that I see all the time on ladder that creates their own type of decks that really perform to not only their play style, but allows other people to kind of try out cards differently, as well as they are very predominantly using Think First Steps in a lot of their decks I've seen these past couple of seasons. I'll be interested to see kind of how that card kind of performs in the meta right now currently.
Yeah, like I'm surprised to see Lady Deathstrike. We saw Lady Deathstrike 2 games in a row. It's a card that seems to be forgotten at times, but definitely could be a good tech card, just destroying the smaller things that can't be buffed later on in the game, which is pretty cool. And then Cosmo, tons of Cosmos. And is there any names that pop out to you as we scroll through the screen right now, Tuck?
Well, I think one of the biggest things that I am actually seeing here is we are seeing a lot of actually large cube lead games here, meaning like I have seen a lot of 10-0s. I'm seeing a lot more of that 7 or plus more cubes kind of being remaining for the winners in these games, which of course is going to benefit them in the long run for these standings based off of the cubes remaining. So that 20-point deficit potentially for some of these players is going to be impactful opposed to some of those closer games. So it's very interesting to kind of see how that is going to transition here, of course, at the end of the standings to see how many people in general are starting off with 20 cubes after round 1.
Yeah, it definitely felt like rapid fire compared to your smaller games where people are like cube equity, but now people are going all out and trying to take as much as they can to get on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like, and I think what's really interesting, like when it comes to these like snowball points, this being kind of the newer system, this is just the first round. So people might adjust the way they play to either maintain or gain more snowball points as some of these rounds continue here in the future to see if they need to have more, of course, to place higher to get into that top 16, which of course, top 16 in this tournament, you guys, will be elimination. It will not be based off of snowball points when we do get to the top 16.
Yeah, it's all about snowball equity in this tournament, and we've seen a lot of balls taken, a lot of balls kept throughout this, and we'll see who comes out on top after this first few rounds.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see kind of just how like this does happen. Like if you were to be playing in this tournament yourself, Prashant, do you know what deck you would have taken in order to get some more of those maybe, snowball points or min-max your snowball points better?
I don't. The season pass card seems pretty great at the moment. Like playing all the dragons seems to be the play. That's what we're seeing tons of right now. That's what I see on ladder currently in Snap. Seems like something I would try to bring, or even the Aurora, just the element of surprise. We saw that in the last game, but it didn't put him over the top. But we did see that going. Like, what would you play in this type of setting, Tucker?
I definitely think I would have played some Sholau as well. I do think the card is just incredible, which I do think if you guys do not have Sholau yourself, if you guys go on the MarvelSnap web shop and were to get the season pass, I think it is a great opportunity to be able to get a very solid card into the meta right now that is fairly flexible into a large variety of decks, which when it comes to a season pass card is something I definitely look for myself. When it comes
Yeah, definitely. Like Sholau is an awesome card, and that's what I would be bringing in this tournament in this setting. And so far, that's all we've seen for the most part with these decks. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what Cougar, how aggressive Cougar goes when this tournament progresses, or these other players too, as this tournament progresses, how conservative or how aggressive they're going to be with snowball points, since that is the main thing with this tournament compared to others in the past. And is there any way we could go back and see the tournament list again? That way we could go through names and see if there's any that pop out in general. That way we could see who we could look out for. And then these are some of the cards too that should be featured in this tournament. There's some that we haven't seen that much yet. Me personally, I like the chamber decks that typically try to play like the the Electro, and then you go into Blink. That's typically my type of deck too. That's something I would try to play. And we also have Majestic Wingbeat. That is a pretty good card too when it comes to these tournaments. And we could go over some of these names that pop out to us. We see Butt here. He looks like he cleared out 2. He went 4-0 in his match. We also have Legion here too, 9 with 9, which is pretty cool too. Welcome back, Tuck.
Prashant, you need to stop asking me such great questions. It is just completely overriding my main.
I'm sorry. I'm freezing you every time. I freeze Tucker every time.
It's where you're at. It's just transitioning just through everything right now. But no, I think we're in a very, very solid spot right now. And I think one of my favorite things actually I like about what we've seen so far, Prashant, is that we haven't just seen mirror matches. I like that we're seeing a variety of different decks and matchups into a tournament setting, which is something I really look forward to when it comes to something like this.
Yeah. The variety that comes with these decks is something you want to see in a tournament, and it also shapes out the meta in MarvelSnap. It shows that it is in a good place when you see tons of different decks. You don't see the same thing over and over, or you even see like different variations, or sometimes these players want to be totally creative and play something new.
Yeah, and I think MarvelSnap does a great job with balancing in the large scope of things. I think they do have a very good understanding of what is happening and what the meta has, and how to kind of add more kind of cards to the meta. I think I do enjoy that in the large scope of things when it comes to the way they do balance this game, which I think is great. And I'm very interested to see kind of how these rounds progress, though, if we actually will see mirror matches. Like, I feel like it's just inevitable to do that. And also, like, the way pairings work and some of the older styles of like with the Golden Gauntlet, when it came to pairings, a lot of people, matched up based on what their win-loss was. I'm interested to see if now it is going to be more based on the cubes you've taken instead of just win-losses into these pairings.
Yeah, let's see how many snowballs you can stack throughout this whole tournament, and see how many you could end up with at the end, which is pretty cool. And the fact that we're seeing some variety, we're seeing some aggressive play is pretty interesting when it comes to this type of tournament. And how would you play, Tucker? If you were in this tournament, would you try to play aggressively, or would you try to like balance out cubes with your opponent and don't freeze?
I'm not freezing this time. Great question. I do think something that I would do is something I remember Lambie saying a couple years back when Lambie was more predominant in the snap scene itself. If you have like a 51% chance to win a game, you snap that. Or if you have your combo in hand, you snap those conditions and play aggressively. There's a lot of situations in here too. If you are in a 50-50 situation, you should stay in those games. If you are in a less than 50-50 situation, that's more the likelihood for you to retreat and do some of that min-maxing. But if it really is a coin flip, even with a lot of cubes on the line, it is actually the better decision to stay in that game for that 50-50. So I think I would play aggressively, I would snap aggressively, but at the same time, be a bit weary there too.
Yeah, I feel like confidence. There's some peak confidence in this tournament overall, as far as like the snowball equity that is going on. So I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see something like this that's a little bit of different compared to your normal like snap. Try to keep the game going long as you can. So yeah, I'm good to see the aggressive play. And overall, who do you think, I guess, in this tournament plays the most aggressive? Besides like Cougar, is there anybody else you feel that is in that vein?
I do think that Iris does play aggressively. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Iris having some great snowball point equity as well as we do progress later in these rounds. And even like Electric Flame, remember, won a Golden Gauntlet with discard. And that is knowing the deck into those matchups and being able to snap certain points, snap aggressively. And I think open deck list helps that a lot too, knowing what your opponent's combo cards are. And when they don't hit the curve to be able to get their combo down, being able to snap aggressively into that to maximize your situation, even if you may not have the best hand, you may be still like, I am still having a better situation than what they are starting with here.
Yeah, that definitely. What is it called when you have the nuts, you snap, and definitely going to see tons of that today. And as far as like these cards too, is there some cards that surprise you that haven't been played so far in this tournament? In the short few games that we have seen?
Well, I think honestly, the card that surprised me was that I actually saw Phantom X, a Phantom X deck. TK Elmore actually playing Phantom X is something that I was kind of surprised to see in the tournament setting itself. But I haven't seen Shang-Chi yet. And I think that's very interesting to see at the scope of the game right now. Maybe it's just the matches we haven't seen aren't running Shang-Chi, but even with bigger cards like Shou Lao adding that sort of power to these other cards, I haven't seen that. And then we also haven't seen Ramp. We haven't seen Ramp in any of the matchups either. So we haven't seen the Chamber, Galactus First Steps, Electro kind of thing. We have seen Luna Snow, but we haven't seen like the main Ramp deck yet.
Yeah, the Chamber deck is something I probably would have brought to this tournament because I've been playing it a lot, just ramping with Electro and then using Blink to take out that Electro and then bring in something bigger, just having a bigger presence on board overall. I think that is pretty good, but we haven't seen that at all. In Shang-Chi, you are right. No Shang-Chi at all, but we've seen plenty of Cosmos. I think they're afraid or try to go one step ahead. That way you lock down that one lane with Cosmo, and then you could take care of the other two lanes if you can. I think that's what we're seeing a ton of. And is that where your mind would be, Tucker? Is it like with the Cosmo instead of the Shang-Chi play?
Yeah, I think because we are in a very prevalent on reveal meta, I think Cosmo is definitely going to be around either protecting your cards, but especially in the Madam Web Moob deck, I think that is one of those key cards to be able to offset combos and really have that as like a psychological kind of factor for your opponents. Is Cosmo moving? Is Cosmo staying in this? And having to play around that goes to reading by both players actually in that situation to kind of just see what happens. And I think as we also progress, something about like Conquest in general and a tournament setting, and it comes to these snowball points, is if you're in a match longer with your opponent, you understand kind of potentially how they play more, and you can make some of these better reads. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how these transition later in tournaments, if we are going to see longer games or shorter games. And we are just still waiting for a few matches to wrap up before we're going to round 2 over here. So just kind of keep that in mind and bear with us. But I do think this is a great tournament, as we do have hundreds of people participating in the tournament today, which is another reason why the rounds are going to be a bit longer. And then, of course, thousands of people were in the Discord too. So it's been a great opportunity, and I love this for Snap in general. I love that we do have tournaments coming and new styles tournament. It'll be interesting to see if we do see more of these Snowball Showdown style tournaments or Golden Gauntlet as we do progress into 2026. The year started off with a tournament really solid. How do you feel about tournaments for Sean?
Yeah, I love it. Like I love the turnout. I love the fact that there's so many people that showed up, so many different decks. And yeah, like we should have more variety when it comes to tournaments, not the same old, which I love how the snowballs add a different element on how players play the game, right? Like the fact that like you could be more aggressive. We'll see how it goes later on in rounds when like players want to have more snowball equity. They want to jockey for a position on this ladder. So we'll see how that goes as well. And even the cards too, like making players play cards that are new. That way you could technically see what MarvelSnap has to bring, especially with these new seasons, which is pretty awesome. And I really like my favorite card out of them all is Chamber, personally. The Chamber decks are awesome. I'm still playing them right now.
Yeah, Chamber is fantastic. And I think this is a very new system here for tournament setting. MarvelSnap heard the feedback about Arishem from these previous Golden Gauntlets and how nobody wanted to face Arishem, and how it sucks for a tournament setting, potentially, depending on how you look at it, because that unknown factor kind of feels solid for Arishem itself. But there is a large variety of cards. Like the pool still is very, very large for what you can do in there. Of course, it's limited to the cards from last season and this season as well. But with this influx of cards that we are getting from season to season, giving you an opportunity to play a different variety of archetypes on a grand scope in a tournament setting, I think it is very, very solid. Is there any cards you actually now would like to see maybe in round 2 that we haven't seen that you think would be pretty cool to watch?
I think did we see fastball special swing and miss? Or no fastball special. So that's something I would like to see. I would like to see some antimantium fusion like going on too, some hijinks there where we just destroy stuff and then it just comes back with double the power. I wouldn't mind seeing like Wade Wilson. Weapon H, I think this is one of your faves, Tuck. I think this is a surprise card too. You just discard, 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 and then he's for the cheap at the end. Phantom X is another card too. I wouldn't mind seeing. I think like the Weapon X season overall was pretty awesome to me. And then of course like Show Lao, that's going to be in every deck. I'm surprised it's not every deck in the moment. Like why not, right? Like you might as well buff your card at the end of the game for that surprise, right? But Marrow is a card that I really like. Like just that surprising last play. I think I was playing a Gambit deck last season where I just made sure my hand was pretty much empty, except for her. You use Gambit, you pop something, and you do that affliction on the other end just to swing the game. And I think that's a very surprising card. What about you, Tom?
I think when you talked about fastball special, something I would love to see in this tournament, I would love to see the fastball special and Adamantium Fusion Galactus play. Galactus is one of the most fun cards you can see in something like a tournament setting, whether it is with the Hulkling Galactus play on a Danger Room, or whether it is like just getting that fastball special into an Adamantium Fusion. I think that is something that's very, very fun just to have go off. It's one of those, maybe not your favorite card to get hit by Galactus, but it is a fun card to watch when it comes to clips and everything too. So I'll be interested to kind of see how that works. And see also with fastball and Adamantium Fusion, if we do see a lot of Stardust, I wonder if we're seeing more Stardust also potentially with Scarlet Spider being as predominant as it is as well, if that's a tech card that we'll be seeing more so in the tournament as we continue to progress here.
Yeah, and when we talk about snowballs, and you talking about Galactus, I think this is one of those decks where you can just snap and try to take 8 cubes as long as you have that in your hand. So I'm surprised not to see anything like that where someone just plays a deck where they know if they have the nuts, they can just take the game away and get all of those snowballs.
Yeah, and I think that's like you hit it right there, right on the noggin too. Like Galactus is definitely one of those cards where you can get some of that snowball equity, potentially like snapping into that kind of thing.
And that being said, we're gonna take a quick break.
All right, we are back, and man, do we have a deck to show you guys today. Jawala is running a Cerebro 3 Thanos deck over here, which I'm telling you what, this is a cook and a half for Sean. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, like the M'Baku, like M'Baku coming from the top rope, like final turn would go crazy in this deck, right? Like Black Swan, like just playing mini cards final turn, which I don't see what cards you would play with Black Swan though. That's an interesting play.
Well, the stones are all 1 cost.
Oh yeah, there's Thanos. It was blinged out. That's why I did not see this. The Thanos is freaking blinged out, so that's why. So tons of stones, blue Marvel. Yeah, this deck's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think what's very interesting here is the Luke Cage. Because you're running Valkyrie and you're running Bast, you're like almost never playing Thanos out if you have Luke Cage on the board, because of course that would offset everything that comes around to Cerebro. So that's just something very interesting. But I actually faced this last night on ladder and I lost to the M'Baku because something that's also very interesting with Cerebro, there's a couple locations where Cerebro's ongoing power does not actually affect what gets buffed, and some of those locations are going to be throne room and hospice. Actually, last night I lost that because hospice also does not count that as being the biggest card in that lane. So very interesting to see kind of how that'll work in the tournament setting here. And then we have Butts deck coming up here as war choice. Then we transition here to round 2, which this is Dormammu Werewolf. Let's freaking go. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, and Nicholas Scratch, our first time seeing Nicholas Scratch. I was surprised not to see him earlier, especially since there's so many like spells being played, right? With your Merlin. And then Deafening Chord, of course, you have your Prowler too. And Werewolf by Night's just going to be bouncing around with all those spells and incantations going around.
And Professor X, we have Professor X actually in the tournament today. I wonder if this is the only Professor X deck we have, but this is definitely a cook and a half by Bud over here. So I'm very interested, and I would love to see actually some games with this deck. This is really cool.
Yeah, Professor X, card you haven't seen in a while, especially in these metas. So I'm glad to see like Butt bring something that players normally don't think about, right? Like a location being locked down by Professor X, just bring it down to 2 locations. You have the Mercury here too, like just in case they try to do some shenanigans to put them in that lane. But definitely an awesome choice, and I would love to see some games from him today, just to see how he navigates all of these cards here.
Yeah, and with Sam Wilson now being on reveal, that's another additional proc for Werewolf. So that's something pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, here it is, Prashant, the Zombie Galacti. This is the other deck we're about to see here. In round 2, we have Ian Sean. This is their Zombie Galacti deck, as we are about to watch them face Sizer. This is going to be a very, very interesting matchup over here, which also this is a Magic matchup, and Sizer has been running a lot of Merlin, so it'll be interesting to see if the Omniversal Presence is going to be a factor into this, or if Fastos may actually enable Zombie Galacti to be played out before something like a turn 7. Of course, Jennifer Kale there will be beneficial too, so it'll be very interesting to see how this shapes up into this matchup.
Yeah, and with the Adam Warlock, you could just hopefully you have Prio in that lane where you just draw and draw and draw until you have all your combo pieces and win. So we'll definitely see how that goes.
Yep, and then Sizer is playing the Sizer Werewolf deck, which now is also running Scarlet Spider, which I think it's very awesome to see the Scarlet Spider be prevalent, and I mean very prevalent in the meta in general, whether you love it, whether you hate it. Scarlet Spider is a card that has been underperforming previous seasons, but now is in such a great spot with the addition of Shu Lao to be able to benefit as we do jump right into the very start of this game over here.
Look at this! Look at that graphic.
It's so good. They did amazing with the animation for sure.
So Death's Domain, first location. But are we watching Sizer right now? Sizer,
yes, we got
playing right into the unknown here, unknown location.
With Werewolf in mind here, and also a Magic in play, Death's Domain with Merlin, of course, is nothing to scoff at here, as we do get the Chavez to start, with Chavez being a Galactid card for Ian. As we get Hala, we have 2 destroy locations And we get the cable.
Ooh, there we go with the snap.
Yep. Sizer has a curve he really enjoys. He does have Werewolf to start. He has Merlin to start. He's going to be able to bounce that Werewolf around and potentially steal some of these key cards potentially from Ian. So let's see what we can get going on as Asteroid M. Wow, these locations are going to be very interesting today.
And let's see if he even gets Omniversal Presence throughout this match here, because I think that's going to be a key card when it comes to Sizer winning.
Oh, definitely. Oh, and Superior Spider-Man gets hit by the Chavez, so we are going to have that immediate ramp proc for Ian here, so they don't necessarily need that extra turn with Magic, as we do get that Omniversal Presence that you were also talking about, and the Deafening Chord comes into play.
Ooh.
Skills flying rampantly already for Sizer. This was a very, very strong snap, and this can be a very, very strong play here for Sizer as well.
See here, Fastos, a little bit more ramp.
50 for this Deafening Chord as well. They do steal Magic, so no extra turn in play unless Omniversal Presence potentially does something crazy here, as they do miss the proc on the Superior Spider-Man as well. Ramp is going to continue as we get Ezekiel Sims from the hood, and a Zombie Galactic card is destroyed.
Taking out that American Chavez.
Ooh, and the Shu Lao top deck. This is a really, really strong start here. It definitely looks like. I wonder, we have Quake. Wow. Yeah, Quake also will throw things off for any card that Ian tries to play here in the middle, as Sizer does have priority.
Oh, the retreat. The retreat.
Yep, really good retreat there. Because Sizer was about to go crazy with especially the Quake. The Quake is also going to be one of those cards that's going to be a surprise factor as a 2-cost tech card that you're not really seeing, honestly, too much in general, except in this style of deck over here, as we're super aggressive Sizers with these snaps here, as we do have Merlin, Werewolf, and another skill already in play.
Yeah, because we're thinking about Omniversal Presence, right? Him playing Magic. With the Quake too, when you think that your opponent's going to try to change that location, you just hit it with the Quake, and they totally whiff. And I think that's a key move, or one of the small moves that Sizer has at his disposal.
Yeah, I think we're at a good start here. Interested to see when he does use that Spider-Ham, and if we're going to be seeing a Deafening Chord earlier or later. It's really going to be interesting to see what happens there. And also, Mer Island is a great starting point for ramp, also for Superior Spider-Man, so they don't have to buff the cards and already can start ramping. And also, for Maverick, that's a really good location. Ooh, but Fisk Tower shows up, which is horrible for Werewolf here. So this will be very interesting to see how Sizer plays around that. Of course, we have Omniversal to change that so you're not negated by that factor here for your Werewolf. But let's see what else Ian could get going, as Sizer does already have a very strong start.
Yeah, and he still hasn't hit the Spider-Ham yet. He still hasn't activated the Spider-Ham.
There's the Superior. Yep. Get 2 Omniversals.
2.
Mm-hmm. Wow, we're going for 1 out of 3, it looks like. And then we're saving an Omniversal in case Ian does Magic, is kind of the thought process here, I believe.
If you're Ian right now, would you be scared? Like, honestly, I would be scared as much as Sizer has so many cards on the board right now.
Yeah, I don't also have any Galactic cards on the board right now. So all the cards on the board are regular cards that have not been transformed. Magic. Now we do with Magic. So there's the Magic. And then that's the only Galactic card on the board at the moment. So that's something to kind of keep in mind there. With Omniversal Presence also still in Sizer's hand, this is going to be a very, very interesting situation here.
Deafening Chord. Oh, it just hits Jennifer Kale.
Yep. Which is the
maybe you're hoping for it to hit that Maverick, but
that's the low roll of the 3 there. So there is going to be 8 energy for Ian here. Shuri gets hit by the ham, but do we have any way to change the void or remove the void? We do have a way to change the void now. And then Nihilus, true. So Sizer has Prio. Annie's coming down. This is looking like a very good game here for Sizer. So it'll be interesting to kind of see What happens here?
At this point, do you try to end the game now with Omniversal? Yes, you do. Yeah. Just end it.
I think this is going to be a very tough stay.
And does Ian stay? That's the thing here. Like, Sizer's been confident in every single game so far.
And Ian does stay. Okay, this is going to be very interesting because I don't think Galacti is going to be enough points with how huge Werewolf is. I don't know how I feel about this. Ooh, okay. Werewolf still moves over. Okay. Into Big Galacti, but Galacti is not enough points.
Not enough. Not enough. Takes all 3 locations.
Yeah. That was a great win for Sizer with a demanding 10-4 lead. At the moment, Sizer is in really, really good position. This is a very good matchup for Sizer too.
Yeah. We'll see if he snaps on turn 1 again.
Yeah.
I think it's that confidence.
Yeah. And
confidence
okay.
Sinister London.
Sinister London, double cable. Like, I think you're right. I think the confidence Sizer has with this deck and the confidence he has in this matchup is really showing, and is one of the main reasons why he has been doing these turn 1, turn 2 snaps, especially with Merlin and Werewolf in hand. It's just so good. Attillion's going to be interesting here. I wonder if this is going to be a magic Attilion or if Ian maybe does not like the hand they are dealt right now. So they're going to chain, let Attilion happen to maybe benefit from that further. But Cable onto Sinister London is
and Sizer's going to take 2 cards from Ian.
Yep. Between Gwenpool and Wong. Jennifer Kale comes down. This is a good start. Okay, we get Maverick and we get the Shadow King gets taken away. Oh wow, that's actually huge for
definitely
Ian.
hurts.
Superior, double superior. Okay.
He does have the Sentry and a Nihilus.
The Sentry and a Nihilus. We do also get Deafening Chord. No Werewolf in play here. But with Annie in play, I think this is exactly what Sizer's trying to set up. Is just going to be 2 Voids going to Ian's side of the board. And depending on where Sentry goes to, Sizer could have Prio potentially going into this situation. And also, if Sentry does go right, by the way, only 1 Void will spawn because Sentry will take up the space.
Oh, and he did.
All right. Into a big Adam Warlock onto the
He gets the draw.
Yeah, okay. This is going to be interesting, of course. Double Superior Spider-Man here as well, but no Wong and no Gwenpool for Ian because Sizer drew those with Cable. This will be...
and no Snap either. So Sizer isn't as confident as he was in previous matches here.
No, there's no Werewolf in play here for Sizer. So I think that's probably one of those key factors on why he's not snapping here. And, of course, Attilion throwing things off as well. This will be very interesting, of course, if we do get the buffs here from – or a buff in any way onto Galacti. Ooh, okay. Chavez goes down into Kale and the Shuri.
Still no snap from Ian here.
Yep.
If I was Ian, I would probably snap.
Yeah, I think Ian is in a solid spot. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a retreat from Sizer here. I think that is a lot of potential. Of course, that's going to be 30 power left for Ian.
Yeah,
good retreat, and there would have been another 30 power right for Ian as well.
But at this point, though, if I was Ian, I would have snapped. Like when you think about the snowballs and snowball equity, you have to snap, especially against Sizer. Like you don't get those chances that often where you could put him in a bad position, and Ian had him in a bad position.
Yeah, if Sizer's not snapping turn 1, you're in a better place yourself to snap, because if Sizer's not confident and you have the confidence, it's definitely one of those situations. I think that's a really great point there too. Oh, we have mosh pits. We do have Werewolf in play over here starting already. No Chavez turn 1 for Ian. Is this about to be Jennifer Kale or is this an Adam Warlock middle? Adam Warlock comes down the middle on mosh pit. There's a Galactide Atom as well, so that's a good thing to keep in mind there. Ooh, Eternal's Arc.
Eternal's Arc.
I think it's normally Merlin before Werewolf because you will get a Werewolf proc anyways on turn 4, which is something you want. And Fastos comes down. It's a good starting point there. We have Asgard, so it's going to be a I think it might be a Shadow King on like it's either going to be potential Shadow King onto Mosh Pit, depending on if we get an Omniversal Presence. And then this roll for this Polymorph, there's a lot of 3 costs in the game. This could be either good or bad, potentially. We get Sif, and it's not as great necessarily for Sizer there, but they do get the draws, and we do get Magic on Eternal's Arc with no Omniversal in play just yet for Sizer. And we get draws here for Ian, even though they do not win Asgard with, of course, that Adam Warlock.
Sizer does get the 2 cards from Asgard. He does have the Sentry, but no Annihilus.
Ooh, but he does have the Omniversal, so this is going to be very interesting. No extra energy also at play right now for Ian. Of course, that does not guarantee that Fastos didn't hit Zombie Galacti as well to make them cheaper to be able to be played out on turn 6. This is looking like a pretty strong position for Sizer right now. Of course, the only way to get rid of the Void or to get rid of the Hood right now would be from a Polymorph. So this will be interesting to see what happens there. To Forge.
Ooh, Gwenpool and the Forge.
I wonder if we have Galacti in hand discounted.
Yeah, Sizer has to end the game now.
Yes. He did not activate Spider-Ham, by the way, at all. So
no, not at all. So does he think this is going to go to a 7?
Oh my. Okay, so
that's going to be all right. So and no snaps from Sizer.
Yeah, no snaps either. I wonder if he's also thinking about the Fastos, if Fastos has hit Galacti or not, because that would also be a very strong power play potentially here for Ian. Of course, depending on where it goes, and then in the middle too.
Ooh,
it'll be very
and then
interesting.
Do you go Omniversal in the middle to move that?
Yeah,
ooh, this is spicy.
That is a very, very interesting play here. I like the Quake shout. Oh, Galactic gets hit in hand. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is going to be, depending, of course, what Limbo changes into, this is going to be a very, very strong play for Size. So we get Blink into Shao, which Shao didn't hit anything.
He doesn't do anything.
Which was interesting. Miniaturized Labs into Maverick and Shuri. Oh wow!
That is crazy. The Quake for the Deception. That was freaking awesome. But the fact that Sizer didn't snap, Ian is still in this.
Yes, Sizer not snapping. I think Sizer didn't snap into that situation because he knew he was going to go into high stakes here, and then also may have only gotten one into that situation. So this does make this game actually shorter in the long run here for Sizer with that play. Okay, Sakaar is going to be interesting here too. Of course, Shao early is probably not the best case scenario, but Scarlet Spider could be interesting, and also Quake early. So. Quake early. All right, so that's one less tech card that Ian's got to worry about here as they do climb back. But Shuri comes down.
Shuri, too early for the Shuri.
I wonder if they actually float here in hopes for a Maverick. So Maverick onto Shuri. Also, Hellfire Club. Oh, they Jennifer
Kale. So they're going for the ramp instead.
Yeah, and then Hellfire Club is going to be interesting for Merlin, too, because Merlin cannot play in Hellfire Club. But Malfushivius as well? No Merlin to play still, and only Shadow King. Wow.
Is it too early for the Shadow King? Do you save that Shadow King?
I think you might save it, because or maybe you use it early.
Now. Let's go.
The Shadow King does reset the Zombie Galactis that do transform back to that original 7/5. But this does offset that Superior. That's a good play there, too. No way to throw away these these negative cards, whether it's the Hood or the Void here. So there's got to be some good draws here from Sizer into the Mount Vesuvius, which of course we're in for 2 anyways. So I don't think there's going to be a retreat from Sizer because anyways, this game is kind of locked in. Ooh, the magic coming down, which is interesting. But at the same time, this game is going long, no matter what's happening. Because you're in for 2.
Ian has to make it as long as possible at this point. Sizer still hasn't procced the Spider Ham.
Yeah, Ham has not been procced, and only one iteration of playing more than one card has been met for that Shu Lao. So Shu Lao would only give +3 to that Scarlet Spider. We are going for extra energy right now. Okay.
All right.
Still no Annihilists. Merlin does come down, but Merlin's a bit too late here, so I wonder if we're going to try and hit that zombie Galacti with Ham once again. Of course, like I said earlier, Shu is only going to give +3 right now because there's only been 1 turn when Spider Ham was played out with the demon. So this is going to be very interesting, I believe, to see what happens here. Is this going to be a Gwenpool onto the Wong? Probably a Gwenpool Forge or, okay, Adam into the Forge. And Galactic gets hit again! Oh my goodness. Ham is an absolute menace.
Wow, again.
Holy smokes. What a great hit by the Ham. Scarlet Spider's going to go middle. Sizer's throwing the right lane. Sizer wins the middle lane and is more likely gonna win the left lane too. It just depends on what this is. Gwenpool is not big enough.
Not enough.
The Fastos, and that is going to be a dub for Sizer here. Yeah. It does look like as Sizer is going to take 19 points, 19 snowball points here. As Ian takes 1 snowball points at the end of this match, which was a really solid and strong showing for Sizer.
Yeah, like Sizer came out swinging with those snaps in the beginning. Ian had a chance to steal some more cubes from Sizer in the middle, but he wasn't as confident, and confidence is all you need in this snowball showdown to get all those snowballs. So, yeah, Sizer came to play.
And we go to our next game over here where we do have Tevins versus Canadian Alfredo. It looks like Tevins or T. Evans is playing a tech style deck, as I see Mobius, I see Cosmic Ghost Rider, I see Shang-Chi, and then we have the Jim Hammond Human Torch from Canadian Alfredo about to get that extra 1 proc because it has extra energy from that Ice Cube over here.
And then Shang-Chi, we talked about Shang-Chi earlier, a card that we haven't seen before, and there he is.
Yep, we got Shang-Chi coming down. Lockheed, of course, gets nuked by the Cosmic Ghost Rider, unfortunately. But Jim Hammond on, of course, T. Evans' side now is about to get some additional procs with the Hope Summers and the Merlin. This board state is very interesting. I don't see a lot of strong cards necessarily for either opponent, as we do see the deck that Canadian Alfredo is running on screen here, which is a Shu Lao, Luke Cage, Thena, kind of got some tech in their list, and more Jim Hammond value. Ooh, an Ice Cube.
Definitely core.
Okay.
In the Ice Cube.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting game and a close game, by the way. This is 4-4 potentially if the opponent's set of play, as we have 9 energy on the board for Tevins, as one Jim Hammond is going to be bigger than the other one. Ooh, okay. So big Mobius, which Mobius also on Smithsonian Museum is going to buff the other 3 cards in that lane because ongoing power is distributed +1 to these other 3 cards. And we do have Majestic Wingbait just going middle to have just a card played middle, I guess, in case of a Juggernaut is kind of the thought process potentially here. But with Prio for T. Evans, it wouldn't necessarily matter. As this does go for more power now with middle Xiao Lao and the Mobius. It'll be interesting to see how Canadian Alfredo reacts to the situation.
Yeah, I think T. Vans or T. Evans right now isn't sure on what to do right now, especially with board real estate, right? You don't have that many spaces to do things. So you really have to be careful on what you do right now.
And 4 cubes on the line here. They don't have to stay in this game. They're not locked
No.
into these 4 cubes. They could just retreat for 2, potentially a retreat later. So it'll be very interesting to see what we're going to have on screen, because I'm thinking that we're going to have another Shu Lao come down as wow. They stuck it out, and Canadian Alfredo actually retreats. So good win there for T. Evans.
Yeah, I think that board real estate, I think both players were definitely unsure on what was going to happen at that point, and we got a retreat.
And we do have some based T. Evans Infinity Ultron gaming over here. You absolutely love to see. That's another card I was not necessarily expecting to see in the tournament, but I am excited to see some Infinity Ultron values. We do get a snap here with a Nico Draw 2. I believe we're going to be destroying this Thena to get some of that extra value from T. Evans. So a good snap. We're going all in now for Canadian Alfredo's remaining cubes. Whether they retreat or not, this will be 4-4.
Yeah, he definitely has to stay in the fight. He has no choice at this point.
Yeah. So this will be very, very interesting. We, of course, get Agony and the Shu Lao. Yep.
Yeah.
This is
Mindscape, but the Merlin's here.
Yes, this will be interesting. We do have, of course, Majestic Wingbeat can hit that Infinity Ultron to give him some extra power as well as decrease his costs. And then Mobius over here to potentially offset what opponent's trying to do. But a very solid start here for T. Evans. Of course, they don't have their Merlin on the board to be able to change Mindscape. It'll really pertain to whatever Canadian Alfredo wants to do. If they do deem fit to be able to use that Omniversal Presence. And it's Thena into Polymorph. Into Nightmare. Boy. Here we go.
And now this is Canadian Alfredo's worst nightmare. His whole everything he wanted to do is done. It's been switched up.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting situation because Nightmare, of course, T. Evans has no idea what's going to happen. We have open deck list, but now that is thrown completely out the window as Nightmare does wipe away any intel you may have of what the ability of those cards may have been. As we also have Agony into Maverick, which are probably going to set up for a Shu Lao for a huge Maverick later. Or potentially we're just saving that for something else. This is a very solid start for Canadian, or not for Canadian Alfredo.
So Luna Snow is not Luna Snow.
Wait, also, Deafening Chord was Loki. That was a Loki Deafening Chord in a Groot Luna Snow. What in the world is happening?
What is going on?
Okay. So this is a crazy game, which, by the way, a skill turning into Loki is not something I had on my bingo card for today by any means whatsoever.
Not at all. And then the Mindscape is going to stay. So you're going to give Canadian Alfredo the Shang-Chi, and then Canadian Alfredo is going to have to make some decisions.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Also, we don't know necessarily what Canadian Alfredo might also draw, which they got Infinity Ultron. Sarah Infinity Ultron? What is happening?
What is going on?
This is crazy.
Canadian Alfredo could win this match just off of us not knowing what's going to happen next, but we see what's going to happen next. Sorta.
Yes. We know now. With the cards transitioning, of course, to T. Evans' hand, what these cards are. We'll see, of course, how this affects. Of course, Maverick is not in Shang-Chi range, so that 9 power is going to stay on the board. But Canadian Alfredo does, of course, also does not get any energy discounts, by the way, because Mobius is on the board. So that Sarah is actually for naught, but is for 6 points of power on the board, as we're about to get a huge Luke Cage. And then I have no idea what Angela and Hope are. I hope we click on that Angela to make sure that Angela is not a Carnage.
Carnage, yeah.
But
you should double check those cards real quick.
Yeah. And what is the Hope Summers? We genuinely have no idea what actually is about to happen here. But I guess we're all going to find out live time what's going to happen, because T. Evans is not clicking on these cards to see if they got hit by Nightmare. Okay.
The mystery of Nightmare.
Yeah, they're playing with whatever here. Okay.
Nightmare and Loki, same game.
Which is a Nakia Hope Summers, and it is We have genuinely.
Oh,
Oh, whoa.
swing and the miss.
Okay, we have no idea what Angela was, by the way. Still,
No.
it's just Angela was played on the board.
Oh, wow.
But
What an ending to that
yeah,
match.
what an ending. As T Evans does finish up with 17 snowball points here, and Canadian Alfredo does finish with 3, as they took 3 points away. As we are transitioning to our next game, over here as well.
Let's get into it.
We got fastball, and we have Howard the Duck on the board. We have Howard the Duck in play in the tournament, as we also get the fastball game, as we have another close matchup here, as Pray for My Bro is on the ropes to Ratlock. Also with the Wade Wilson, what is Ratlock playing? Holy, we got an interesting, as Park Industries comes out as well. As we are setting up some very, very crazy situations.
Yeah, some shenanigans here. Like, these are cards that we wanted to see that we haven't seen yet, and we get to see them, which is awesome.
Yeah, I did not have Howard on my bingo card at all.
Oh, not at all. Yeah, shout out to Robo, Howard the Duck Lover.
Yes, shout out to Robo here with the Howard the Duck. Holy smokes. Okay, so it is this a tribunal? I see the Iron Man come down. We have Shuri already in play as well here, it looks like. So we might be floating for a few turns to set up for Shuri, or we're just we're just venoming. Okay. Fair enough. We're trying to get extra points of power, it looks like, on the board. Maybe we're trying to get the Magneto down. Tribunal.
Tribunal.
Wow. Okay. Which is a really strong point here, it looks like, to start for Pray for My Bro, adding some stuff on the board. We have Magneto, we have Null, we have Zola. Maybe we're setting up for a Zola situation here, or are we going to Magneto that Iron Lad off of that Iron Man there? Yeah, I'm thinking over here as what we got. Okay. And this deck, by the way, for Pray for My Bro is using Zombie Captain Marvel as well. So it is
another spicy card
with Wave and Ravonna.
Okay. So moving the Wave and the Iron Lad over,
which does keep Pray for My Bro in charge of Castle Blackstone as we go into final turn. But I'm not certain how I feel about this actually here. We're fastballing. Okay, we're fastballing the Magneto, which is a good play, especially into Tribunal, being able to negate that and then getting a 24 powered Magneto back on the right. But if that's an
you're going to move everything back over, though, if you bring back that Magneto.
That is true. It does move everything back over, which that is negative power onto your Iron Man. And then
that's not.
It's onslaught. Oh my goodness. 13 points of power is all it takes from even that.
13.
But that is going to be a good start for round 2 for us, as we are going to go into a short break.
Yeah, see you soon. And we're back.
Yeah, Prashant, that was a really solid start to round 2. I think what I really liked is we had a different progression of the way people were managing their snowball points, as we started with Sizer snapping aggressively into a lot of different situations, and then we transitioned to Canadian Alfredo versus T. Evans, and how it was kind of some of these closer neck and neck kind of games. And I think that's really cool, like, just to showcase the large variety into specific matchups, and just in general how different people are managing their snowball points.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, like Sizer, he knew that he had the cards in his hand that he needed, so he snapped aggressively. And that's what you're going to see throughout this tournament, especially when you have that snowball equity, is snapping when you have it, because you can lose it later on in the game. And then as these rounds progress too, you see players be more aggressive in the beginning, and then now as the rounds go and we go deeper and deeper into this tournament, I think people are just going to hold on to those snowballs and not give them out so freely. What do you think, Tug?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see as we continue to progress in the tournament, as we get closer to that top 16, whether people are going to be snapping more aggressively to try and hit that quota to be able to try and get into that top 16 bracket, or if they're going to be managing and trying to maintain more. I think that definitely is something to keep in mind, as like you were talking about with the snowball equity in general. And I think people are going to be more confident with their list, because there's potentially, you're going to be seeing people playing the same like style decks over and over and over again. And if they know that their deck beats this certain deck, they will play even more aggressively and snap more aggressively into those situations as the tournament does progress. So I do think it is going to be very interesting to see how the scope of this does either change or maintain as we get into some of these later rounds.
Yeah, we've been talking about the top a lot, but the middle too. It's like those that didn't lose 10 cubes off the bat, which are in that middle area too. It's like, can some of those players squeak into the top 16 or squeak into these later rounds, just being mildly aggressive or being mindful of the cubes too, because they don't want to lose too much. That way they could stay in this, because it's not about winning or losing the match per se, but the whole tournament, snowballs. Like, how many snowballs do you have going on throughout this tournament?
Yeah, it is more so how much you win by or how little you lose by into a lot of these like situations. I think, yeah, you're totally spot on there. And I do think we kind of knew we were going to see a lot of show lao, and we've been seeing a lot of show lao as well, as we are continuing to see the season pass card do incredibly well.
And we saw Shang-Chi, but it was a swing and a miss. Like, it would have been so climactic if Canadian Alfredo was able to hit what he needed to hit. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But we did see some other cards that we talked about we wanted to see throughout the tournament, right? We saw Wade Wilson finally. That was a card that we finally saw, which was pretty cool. So love to see more of the cards that are on the list compared to the same old. So love to see the variety that we're seeing in this tournament overall.
Yeah, we saw Howard the Duck, which I did not think we were going to see Howard the Duck. I did not think we were going to see Infinity Ultron as well. So that was also very interesting to see. And then the Nightmare. Nightmare, of course, was not hard ran in that deck, but that added another layer of what exactly is about to happen now, surprise factor, which I think is really great. As you were watching or as we were, casting over it was fun. And
getting the Loki from the Nightmare, so it added another layer on top of the layer, which was amazing. Like, love to see it.
Yeah, I do believe we're gonna get a deck on screen here in just a second. I believe it is going to be Gamers Cerebro 3 deck that we're hopefully going to be able to watch here in a little bit as well, which is Cerebro 3 Galactus.
Let's go. I think Galactus. Is this a card you try to play, or do you just try to do the Cerebro? Like, which angle would you take for this deck overall, Tom?
So I think the play here is actually the Jocasta into Omega Sentinel and Maverick into Galactus. So like, you're setting up your board on like turn 3 into Jocasta, or turn 3 into Maverick, turn 4 Omega Sentinel, turn 4 Maverick, whatever, like those 3 cards simultaneously, 3, 4, and 5, to set up for a big potential play for that Galactus on turn 6, after you've added a lot of power to Galactus and also negated a lot of power from your opponent is kind of one of those potential setups if your Cerebro 3 is not working. I think that's the general thought process with this deck here.
Right. Yeah, I think it does have potential for big plays, potential for taking tons of cubes too. Like we were talking about earlier, a Galactus deck can be surprising. You just snap on turn 1 as long as you have all those combo pieces, and there you go. You move on. And then, of course, you have like the Gorgon here to negate like cards being discounted on the other end. And then the Omega Sentinel, that is a good card to stop them from doing what they want to do for the most part. And then, of course, Cosmo, yes, and Tech. Scarlet Witch is a key piece in Cerebro decks, right? Like for the stubborn locations, just like the one behind me, right? Jotunheim, you don't want to see that on the board. So, yeah, awesome deck. I would love to see this in action, for sure.
Yeah, and I think the Gorgon in here is for all the Merlin that people are running as well. You have that in play. You also then, of course, have M'Baku off the top rope, which can add some surprise factor to it as well. Scarlet Witch, Cosmo to be able to offset any of these on reveals. You could even, in some of these situations, potentially do like Cosmo Mystique, depending on like what the matchup is in general too, to be able to offset potentially like Shu Lao lanes and stuff. No, I think this is a very well put together deck. I mean, C3 won, the Golden Gauntlet Worlds. So, Cerebro 3 is in a good spot in general. Of course, it was a different iteration with the Bastion and Bast as well into that iteration. But we have another deck coming on screen here. Prashad, what do you think of this? Okay.
This is spicy because you have tons of movement. And when you have tons of movement on the board, you don't know what to expect, when to expect it, expect it. And this is a game that we're possibly going to see later on, which is going to be crazy. I can't wait until Tucker is just talking and saying all the this goes here, this goes there. And then, of course, like what you talked about earlier too, the Madam Web, Cosmo, the Deception, you don't know if they're going to move that Cosmo or not, which leaves your opponent in shambles. Like it stops them from doing what they really want to do. And then we saw Juggernaut in action earlier before. Like in that game we saw earlier, Juggernaut moved 3 cards out of a lane, like in one turn. So this is pretty awesome. And then the Red Wing too, this is another card I didn't expect at all, was Red Wing. Like you don't see this card that often. And yeah, like Tucker would say, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, no, I think Red Wing is something I was expecting. Chameleon in general was also another card I was not really expecting to see in the tournament. And then Web Sling. That is a card that I think is probably less played than some of those other cards we just mentioned as well. Kind of has flown just under the radar just because people have kind of transitioned away from playing some of that more of that standard move or that torch move style package, even though it wasn't necessarily running Web Sling. Madam Web, of course, just does things better and stays on the board. It's similar because it doesn't take up a board space and you can move things freely, but it hasn't felt like a necessity into any of these move style decks. So it is very interesting to see the usage of Web Sling actually in this as well.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Surge too, but I think like the bad thing about like the Surge Cosmo thing, hopefully they don't trip over each other. That's the one thing I would be worried about. But besides that, this is a very solid list and could be very deceptive and win games. And it does have that key combo that most decks have, right? The Maverick and the Shu Lao.
As we are now going to look at the standings we have currently on Top Deck with, of course, these snowball points to kind of see how we're looking. This is after round 1, as round 2 is still racking up over here, as 20 points is people that have beaten people 10-0, which we actually have a large pool of people, it looks like.
This is surprising.
Yeah, 48 people won their games 10-0, which is actually pretty wild.
Yeah, this is something I didn't expect at all. Like the fact that there's so many players that went all in on these first few like games here in the first round, that is crazy. How many 20? And technically, are you out if you're down 20? If you're at 0, can you climb back? from this?
Yeah, you just have to play really, really well. It's totally possible to come back from being down at that point. It just, of course, depends on how the rest of the board shapes up. It really depends on the way other people are snapping and the other way people are treating. And then also, you do need to keep in mind opponents' win percentage does also play a bit of a factor too for tiebreakers. So winning against someone who, of course, is higher on the bracket will also boost you in that tiebreaker kind of situation too. So that's something kind of to keep in mind as we do progress in the rounds and get into that top 16 too.
Yeah, so if you lost out on the first round in your first match, you're still in it. Like, be aggressive. You've seen your matchups. You've seen the field. You guys are still in it.
And we're trying to get some card frequencies here up for us in a little bit as well. If you were to guess, for Sean, okay? If you were to guess the top 3, I think we can guess what the top 1 card played is. But if you were to guess the top 3 cards played at the moment, what would be your top 3?
Definitely Sholau. Season pass card. Get it now. MarvelSnap shop right now. Of course, that one. And then Maverick. I think Maverick is the second piece. I feel like those two go hand in hand. But the third one is, I don't know. Like, this is a wild card. I would want to say Cosmo, but I think that's a little bit of a stretch. But what do you have, Tuck?
I think Sholau, I think definitely is going to be top 3. I think Merlin is definitely another card that I would have in the top 3 played there. And then after Merlin, I think it kind of is going to be one of the closer situations, whether that is Maverick, like you said, or if it is something like a Shadow King. I wonder if Shadow King is going to be another tech piece that we do see in a variety of different places. But actually, you know what my gut's saying? I think it is Shulao, Merlin, and Deafening Chord. I think Deafening Chord is probably my top 3.
Deafening Chord is a spicy one. You're right.
Wow. Okay.
Jeez.
And these are 2 rounds worth of stats. As we look at the top cards over here, we had the top 5. Prashant, we had the Shulao, Merlin, Deafening Chord, and Maverick. We were right there all together when we were guessing in general here.
Yeah, so it's a mixture, right? It's a mixture of tech. It's a mixture of those like high power cards, which you would expect in a tournament setting, right? And then, of course, Kitty Pryde, she goes with the Shulao combo too. So you would expect to see Kitty Pryde, Nico, and things like that. Of course, Agony is a part of that Maverick Shulao combo too. And then Werewolf by Night, like edging it too, like Agony and Werewolf by Night edging it by the top 10. So yeah, it's all the cards we expected to see, right?
Yeah, but we have Venom. We actually have Venom in the top 15, and something I really like here on screen is that we have the average points. This is going based off frequency of them playing game. And those are the points that players are left with after they have won games. So I do definitely think that is something that is not super surprising. And I think in general, I think a lot of people are playing similar decks. But we look at Kate Bishop here, which Kate Bishop in play actually has the highest average points in the top 15 as we see currently, which is interesting because not everyone's running Kate Bishop in that deck, but it gives you another additional 1 to play to get that Sholau proc.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see too, like Agony. Is Agony a key piece in Dex 2 to get you over the top, just give you that few more power for your Maverick combo or your Shulao combo? It's interesting to see that it's at 62%. So pretty interesting. Like it's what we figured what would happen in this tournament overall, right? And then Venom too. Like that's a key piece in Destroy decks. But one card we've seen a lot of, but is not on this list, is Lady Deathstrike.
Yeah, we did see Lady Deathstrike in that one game earlier by TKO playing the Phantom X deck. Something to note there too is Majestic Wingbeat and Venom were in that top 15. but had the lowest win rate, not even reaching 43% in those, which is something to note. Win rate and cube rate, or snowball point rate, I think is something just to kind of keep in mind there. I'd be interested to see what card actually has the highest snowball point rate at the moment here, as we do look at that. And then, of course, Agony has a 62% win rate,
Yeah,
by the way,
that's
which
crazy.
is something really cool there.
So I think the difference between Agony and like Wingbeat is that with Agony, like you know what cards you're gonna hit. Wingbeat, like it's gonna change, and sometimes you want to play it or you have to play it when you don't want to, compared to playing Agony and just waiting for it. So I think that's the difference when it comes to those cards and the win rate.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is like with Majestic Wingbeat, sometimes you're just trying to hit that Shu Lao curve, so you just play it out so you have an extra card in play, or not in play, but play to get that extra proc. Whereas Agony, you can kind of set up, and a good way actually, like Agony works well in that deck too, is Agony doesn't merge with skills, so you can play skills onto the Agony lane. In order for Agony not to merge with that card and set up for things later, so you're not necessarily changing card you don't want to change, or change the location on a different location instead of just the Agony location. So that's something that's really cool, I think, with that as well, being able to save that for later. And of course, Agony into Maverick is already just really good, getting that from a +3 to a +6 minimum, because you also other things can happen, is really solid, I think, for that card.
Yeah, love to see all these. Well, what's happening here too, like Shadow King, Cosmo. Like we're seeing those, we're seeing the deafening chord, so we're seeing the tech too mixed with like the high powered cards, which is good to see too. There's balance to all of this.
Yeah, and I think what's really cool here is this is us looking now at the cards that have the highest average snowball points here, which of course one of them is Arrow, Spider-Man Noir, Howard the Duck, which we saw Howard actually in one of these games as well. Frequency, of course, is the amount of times that they have been played, I believe, in their Selective Conquest games, or okay. Frequency actually is the number of decks. Total games played is the games that they've actually been played in. And we also have Strange Supreme, which has been in 10 games with an 8 average snowball points, which if we look at this compared to the other ones is actually very solid as we see more single digits as we continue to progress on here.
Yeah, it's good to see like what Howard the Duck, the fact that you can see what you have coming up next can definitely give you a boost too. But the fact that there's only one in this whole tournament so far, like it's pretty cool to see, right? There's some variety here. Some folks are thinking outside of the box.
Yeah, no, I think Hope Summers we've seen, and one of these games actually ourselves too was we saw, I think both actually players running Hope Summers instead of some of that Superior Spider-Man, which is also interesting to kind of note here. Some of these deck buildings is also, or some of the way people build some of these decks is also with the cards they have at hand. Some of these people may not have gotten the cards that they maybe have seen certain people run in certain decks, so they make it their own and add a substitution for it. And maybe Hope Summers is a substitution for Superior Spider-Man, or it's something they're just hard running anyways. But really solid snowball point rate for Hope Summers being in 22 games as well, which is really awesome. And then Swordmaster is in play as well, which is not a card I had on my bingo card. Same with Captain Marvel and Yellow Jacket. I have seen Yellow Jacket in some of these Shu Lao decks in order to get an additional proc, since it is a 0 cost card. And also Galacti. It could be a Galacti card as well, to be able to just get an additional card on the board. And then Captain Carter has some really solid stats here too. Infinite, which I'm wondering if this is Infinite in Hello or if this is Infinite in Ramp. Probably a bit of both. But I know STG is punching air right now. Super excited that Infinite is performing well as well.
Buff Infinite.
Yeah, buff Infinite. And there's the War Machine to go with that Infinite. Infinite at 43 games and War Machine at 37. but they're not all in the exact same amount of decks. So we are seeing probably some Hella decks with at least 3 Hella decks as the differential between that War Machine and that Infinite 2. And then Fastos is actually performing pretty well, it looks like.
Yeah, we also have Absorbing Man too. That's a card that goes in this Show Lao decks too. So we would expect to see tons of Absorbing Man just to maximize all of that power that's on the board.
Yeah, that's super solid. Yeah, Absorb Man's either in the Shu Lao or in the zombies, regular like zombie Scarlet Witch deck. But I think they're kind of used simultaneously in a hybrid of those two as well. And then we have Astral Projection. People are playing Astral Projection. I'm wondering if that is ongoing Astral Projection or if that is Dokken Astral Projection. I'm wondering if they're doing the Firehair Astral Projection, or if they're doing just more of the ongoing. There's the Victoria Hand version. There's also just the standard version with Goliath and all them. So very interesting there.
Yeah, good. Good to see some variety there. Like Cannonball is something I would like to see more of personally. I figured the Cannonball Mercury type of deal we would see more, but I guess not.
Yeah, no, the biggest thing here, actually, as we look at this, there are only 6 Victoria hand decks in this tournament, opposed to some of these previous tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, Victoria Hand was a card that went crazy seasons ago, right? Like you couldn't stop it. Even if like you Enchantress one, they frigged another. Like there's nothing you could do. So it is surprising that there's not that much Victoria Hand in this tournament.
Yeah, no, and the Victoria Hand, of course, got hit in one of the most recent OTAs, dropping from a 2-3 to a 2-2. So I wonder if that also has some of the impact there. While it does have a pretty decent snowball rate or snowball point rate as well, it is interesting to see where that's fallen. Baron Zemo, Taskmaster. I'm wondering if this Taskmaster is just Mr. Negative. Probably is the Mr. Negative. Also, Quicksilver is only in 11 decks as well too, which is very interesting when we talk about Wiccan. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. It looks like maybe people have not or are not playing the Wiccan list at the moment, or steered clear of it, as well as only 8 Man Spiders, which is another card. I think if there's no Shadow King, Man Spiders are one of those cards that can run rampant. But of course, some of these Man Spider decks are running Magic to get some of that extra juice, and also where that's where Taskmaster is too. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what we get more in round 3, as we're still closing out round 2 at the moment. And round 3 should be beginning here fairly soon.
Yeah, so when we take a look at this list, like if you look at the top, you see the top is a reflection of what's at the bottom, right? So everyone's trying to play certain cards with the highest frequency, and sometimes those lower cards don't fit into those decks. And yeah, that's how it is. Everyone's trying to win, and sometimes, like, I don't know, Howard the Duck doesn't make the cut.
And then what we have here now is these are the cards we have on screen that are in the minimum of 10 decks and their average point totals here, which we have Ebony Maw, Infinite, and of course War Machine in the top 10 over here. We do have Lasher as one of these cards in the top 15 as well.
Yeah, Lasher is a card that you see sometimes in these like show out decks too, is you buff that Lasher and then you try to like afflict another side if you could get it out early enough. Or even with the Maverick, you want to boost it with the Maverick and of course lash the other side for like the affliction, and then it turns the tide over, right? So it's not surprising to see that up there.
Yeah, no, I think this is very, very good just to note here that I like seeing just the consistency with these cards here. Thing for Steps too is another one of those cards that I was talking about in the Iris deck, but I do believe that Iris is not running Thing for Steps in their current build in the tournament, but there have been previous versions like Safety has made a deck also with Thing for Steps, and I wouldn't be surprised if people are playing a lot of Safety's version of the deck as well, which is an Aurora deck, so it would hit the quota with Aurora also being one of those cards for, of course, the rules for the Snowball Showdown.
Yeah, and that being said, we're going right into another game in round 3. So is this gamer?
Yep, we have a gamer playing against Plague right now. Cerebro 3.
Ooh, the Galactus. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we could get some spice. But Shadowland
Also, Wakanda
limits the
MC
location of one.
is hurtful for gamer, as well as they don't have a way to also take away points of power on their cards. They don't have a Valkyrie in this situation, so this might be more so of a Galactus game, just depending on how this gets set up.
And there's Mr. Fantastic.
Yep. So this is going to be, I believe, the like ongoing onslaught slam deck with like Prodigy, Mystique, and Moonstone. Just huge points of power on the left and right lane, which could honestly be better for Galactus into this situation as well. Just because there's normally a little bit less points of power in that middle location.
So at this point, do you try to play Jeff in the middle? Ooh, there's magic. Because I was thinking Jeff in the middle for like that prio, and then moving Jeff to possibly play the Galactus.
You could, but I honestly think this is probably a fairly, not necessarily scuffed game, but I think this is going to be a tough game for gamer here, as now gamer hopes to draw just Cerebro Mystique or a Maverick kind of situation to kind of just see what we can do. And I think that Snap, gamer's out. Gamer is out of here. There's no way.
He went the Cerebro route instead of the Galactus route.
Yeah, and Galactus honestly wouldn't have been enough points of power too for what they had set up. They had the wing beat to be able to get potentially Onslaught out earlier. It was just a really rough go around also with Wakanda Embassy. As we do get our next game, which Gorgon into this matchup isn't going to be too crucial for gamer because Plague does not have card generation. In this, it would just be an additional body for your Cerebro. So we'll have to see kind of what happens here. I think probably Scarlet Witch is the best friend, I think, in this situation to offset what the comboing that Plague is probably going to try and run. But a free limbo for Plague is kind of rough for gamer here because they can limbo now another lane, and we're going to be going to turn 7 potentially.
And there's Cerebro.
Yep, we do have Cerebro. We have the Jocasta. We have the Maverick. We do have M'Baku. Now, this will be, is this a potential Galactus game if we draw Galactus, or are we staying for the bro?
And then, too, like with Scarlet Witch here, do you try to just end the game on turn 6? Do you prolong it? Do you try to use Scarlet Witch in another location? Like, what are your thoughts on that, Tuck?
Yeah, I think it really depends. If they limbo at another location, Scarlet Witch is in a more of a disadvantage. So
Yep. Yeah, that's what happens.
This is going to be tough because you can't Scarlet Witch both lanes. Ravona's down. Crystal's already down as well. This is really going to be a tough game for gamer here because while they can spread a lot of power horizontally as well, if Plague has the right curve, it is not going to be enough power for the huge onslaught Mr. Fantastic shenanigans that can happen.
And there goes the Cerebro. Up. Gamer's thinking it.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Gamer's in for 2 anyways. He's just going to continue to progress and try and do his reads as much as possible because you have until turn 7 to retreat. Essentially here, and see if there is an out for this.
Now, trying to do some math here.
Yeah, we have math here, and it's, do I get Omega Sentinel on the board for additional procs? Is that going to be enough for me to win other lanes? How exactly can I set things up? Because I do think Cosmo's going to end up in the middle lane. because that's going to be the most beneficial potentially for Gamer there. But also something to note here with Jocasta and Maverick, there is a world with Prio where Gamer could set up for a huge Galactus. And it just depends on how much power he has going into that far right lane. I think that's what's going to be kind of an impactful kind of situation there. So we'll kind of see what happens going into that.
Yeah, interesting to see like the Cerebro not copying with Mystique here. Like maybe I would have went that route to put more power on the board because you still don't have Galactus in hand. I think that's what you're waiting for and you're hoping for at this point.
Yeah, and I think we're trying to do Omega Sentinel because the highest powered card on the board right now is Crystal. And depending on where some of these other cards are played, Omega Sentinel could also hit Ravonna potentially twice. And now it hits Iron Lad. Iron Lad is Iron Man, which that is another great target right there for Omega Sentinel. If we draw Galactus, this could actually be a huge play for Gamer.
Uh-oh.
All right, and I believe the way that worked, it actually does not impact Parker Industries. Only gives you the extra energy. It only procs at the very beginning of the turn to limit you to be able to play one card. So we do have 9 energy to work with here. This could be like a Cosmo Mystique, but with Onslaught and additional cards like Onslaught Prodigy could come down in the middle. Which is a really strong play now for Plague having the 9 energy as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually what we do see coming down here for Plague.
Yeah, and that Maverick is obsolete at this point.
Yeah, it's
so you just have to make sure. Whoa. Okay, I was gonna say you hit the Maverick by accident. So Omega, Jocasta.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be a retreat for Gamer. It honestly, because let's math this out. So Iron Lad and Crystal are going to get hit. So that's going to be -14 on the right, which will be doubled. So that lane will be 1. We lose middle, and I think we have to try and win left here now. And we're staying. Okay.
All right. Let's see what happens here.
So it's Cosmo, Mystique.
I think he procced the Maverick last, right? Just to miss something?
Because we didn't want to get any of the buffs on to these cards because that'd be too much. We Prodigy Fanta into Onslaught.
Oh.
Into big Onslaught. And unfortunate there. Oh, that's so close.
That was very close.
So close.
I think earlier you even mentioned moving the Jeff and putting the Cosmo in the middle. That might have been the play.
Yeah. We were setting up for the Omega Sentinel there, so I get that for that play for Jocasta, but no Galactus, I think, is one of the bigger issues there. If we actually had Galactus, I think we do, or Gamer wins that game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's just unfortunate there. Okay, we get Reed's Lab. We do have Jeff on the board, of course, being able to maximize Tinker's Workshop there. Jocasta with Omega Sentinel. With Galactus could be a very nice play here as we get Necrotia's not great. We do not have Luke Cage in this deck. But
there is a Scarlet Witch to change that location, just in case.
There is Scarlet Witch. There's the Crystal. There's the Gorgon. We get the Omega Sentinel, and we get the Maverick. We are snapping probably into this huge play that we're going to be setting up here for Big Galactus. Now, the question is, we don't necessarily need Cerebro here. Cerebro would be cool, but I think we're going to have enough power to be able to do some funky things here is the thought process for Gamer. Okay.
There goes Moonstone in the middle, so Omega Sentinel is going to hit the Moonstone first.
Yes, it hits Moonstone first, and then it hits Crystal. We're gonna probably play Maverick. I mean, we play Maverick middle. We're moving Jeff over. Oh, this is tough because if you move Jeff left, you're setting up for Galactus right. So we're waiting to move Jeff here. Is kind of the thought process. Or it's trying to have Prio. So like that's I think what gamers thinking about. Do I want Prio here? Do I not want Prio here? What is the best situation for me?
Moving the Jeff.
We do move the Jeff, and we go Fanta to make it more of a 50-50. They do Magic left.
So at this point, do you try to go just in Necrotia and end this?
I think you're going to go, you're going to go into Necrotia. You're going to go Omega Sentinel. Omega Sentinel's going to hit Moonstone, but if they play Onslaught, it hits Moonstone and it hits Onslaught, and then Crystal negates, or there's been a lot of power on the right just from Onslaught on Mr. Fantastic and Moonstone. So this is going to have to be like a soul read pretty much for Gamer. Do they have the Onslaught or not? Because Onslaught actually wins this game for Plague. Or just gives pretty much this Galactus play to be just cooked.
Yeah, I think Gamer right now is trying to do the math.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Gamer honestly was really hoping for a Cerebro potential top deck too. But yeah, that's a good snapback from Plague. Plague's got Gamer on the ropes here. This combo deck against Cerebro 3, which Cerebro 3 does not have this version of Cerebro 3's tech, is Galactus. Is going to be very interesting as we do get into these next rounds over here, as Gamer has 3 health, Plague still has 10. We are still not in high stakes just yet. If Changa doesn't get played, Gorgon does actually get some value here, making the Changa a 1 cost instead of a 0 cost.
Yep, there we go.
Snowball Points would want Gamer to go all in, though, in this situation, to continually just batter down Plague's health itself, because if he can get into some of those higher stakes, it'll be chunkier games for Gamer itself, opposed to the slow trickle, because then Gamer will have to still fight back for a lot, and points-wise will be at a lesser advantage. So good snap there.
Retreats there. Good snap by Gamer.
As we had the Jocasta and we had Maverick set up for a huge potential Galactus there.
Yeah, he definitely had that Galactus play that game. Yep. And then speaking of the snowball points, I think Gamer right now, he just has to like snap. Just snap. See what you can do here. Because at this point, maybe it matters a little bit, like maybe in seeding, but we saw how many 20-0s there were so far. So I think at this point, I think you just try to go all in as much as you can with these snowballs and try to take as many as you can.
Yeah, and also we saw there too that Plague retreated very quickly. It is possible that Plaguey might be a little fight or flighty, that some of your snapping here could be also to your advantage to force your opponent to leave early, even if you don't have the right hands.
Right.
Now, Prodigy cannot go in the middle, is the thought process here, as we are setting up for an Omega Sentinel. We have Cerebro and Maverick in play for a Galactus. So let's see what we can do over here. Let's see what all...
And Plague still hasn't played anything, and there's the retreat.
Yep. Nothing until turn 4, that fight or flightiness as well. Gamer, I think, is understanding their opponent a lot more and is going to also be able to use that to their advantage when they do come to some of these snap conditions.
Yeah, and as these games progress further and further, you give Gamer more of a chance to get that combo off. Like, of course, like it didn't go off the first few games, but as long as this keeps on going, he has a chance to have it pop off. Like now, he has Galactus in his hand.
Yeah, and he's thinking of middle every single time, and he's thinking potentially.
Let's go.
Yep, very good start here with the Maverick. We have Cerebro, we have Sentinels, we have Gorgons. Like we have power on the board, especially if we can get like a Jocasta or an Omega Sentinel we're fighting for that, knowing it's going to be less points in that middle lane. I think that's kind of the thought process here too. Okay, we do get Mirror Dimension. Or so we can get Fist Tower or Tinker's Workshop, which Tinker's Workshop could be pretty beneficial for Gamer as well as beneficial potentially for Plague here, just depending on what happens. I think we play the M'Baku out to potentially have some priority for other instances. We have Ravona coming down. We are in for 3 though, so either way, this is Gamer's potential last game, not guaranteed last game. We could
go, Tinker's Workshop.
Oh, we get the Omega Sentinel. Okay. So Omega Sentinel's coming down. We do have M'Baku still ready to play. Still no Jocasta. But this can get pretty interesting. I think we could also just set up for Cerebro, which is probably going to be a Cerebro left. And then most highest powered card on the board is going to be Ravona. Now it's going to be Sarah. Okay. We get Jocasta.
Ooh, the Jocasta.
Yeah, this is tempting for either Jocasta or Cerebro. It really depends. So if we Jocasta now, Jocasta does give that double Omega Sentinel, double Maverick situation here. And it's just going to be a matter of what gets played in the middle. And how can Gamer get that value? Because this has to be a Galactus game. Like, I think
this has to be.
Because if there's also a world where most points of power go middle, and we're hoping for a Cerebro Mystique situation, because then you get a bigger Galactus payout middle, which I think is kind of maybe something we're thinking of.
Also, too, with this Omega Sentinel going off, too.
Yes.
Maybe you could tilt priority, depending. Ooh, there's the magic.
Yeah, there's the magic into Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Okay, that's actually much better for Omega Sentinel, too. Yeah, so this is quite simply, it is Jocasta, Omega Sentinel, Maverick goes off twice, and then Galactus is going to be 12 power, and it's either Galactus right or it is Galactus middle. Either way.
I think Gamer's doing the math right now, and he wants to put it in that right lane because he knows that Iron Man is just going to make everything super negative.
Yeah, because even if it is Mystique or it just depends. I think with Onslaught right, it would hit Sarah. Anna would hit Onslaught, which would be a huge play for Galactus. So Gamer, I think, is just thinking between those two options here, which also Galactus middle is pretty solid. It's just wavering between the two. Galactus middle with a Mystique there is going to be like additional points of power. That's Iron Lad. Iron Lad hits Moonstone. Into Prodigy. Into
Gamer got it.
Majestic Wing, but yes, Gamer will hit Iron Lad first, which will be a good dub here for a Gamer because Galactus is going to reveal bigger. So he played that actually perfectly. He actually made the right read, and he gets the 3 cubes. Let's go. There's three snowball points. Additionally, back to Gamer. We got ourselves a fight.
Yeah,
it is going to be 4-3 as we do go into our next round of this stage here.
So it wasn't looking good for Gamer in the beginning, but he stayed in it. He snapped. He was a little aggressive when you called it, right?
Yep.
You have to be aggressive with the snowballs. And now we definitely have a snowball fight here between Gamer and Plague.
Yes, this is really good for Gamer. Of course, with that, Majestic Wingbeat now has been drawn for Plague here, and we get M'Baku as well. So this is going to be a very interesting situation. Getting a draw is really solid for both players here. We do have Galactus. We have Astral Plane. We're playing M'Baku down just because we don't want an additional M'Baku on Astral Plane, I believe is the thought process here. Ravona into, they know, okay, Onslaught middle is bad. That is really bad for Gamer. And now they know Gamer has Galactus as well.
Yeah,
So
a lot of information there from the Astral Plane.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Gamer here. Yeah, good snap potential potentially for Plague, especially Onslaught middle to start is so good. Is that magic right? It is magic right.
Yeah. I'm surprised Plague hasn't snapped. Like that, wouldn't that be a snap condition?
Yes, that would be a snap condition. Also into this as well, with a 4-3 lead, Plague, I believe more often than not, is supposed to snap for that 4-3 lead to make Gamer go all in like a typical Conquest setting. But Plague is being very selective with their cubes, it looks like here. So I think we're going to set up for... We do have Scarlet Witch in play. So Scarlet Witch could also turn off Limbo, but we have the big Galactus too. And I think thinking about like the Cerebro Mystique kind of situation, Iron Man goes right. Okay, so that's going to be Iron Man, probably Mystique middle. For Plague, it looks like. Jeff? Okay, Mystique Jeff is solid here. If there's no extra points of power for Plague going right, Galactus is going to be just the play left and should be a solid start for the Galactus here, because this is going to be an additional 9 power onto Galactus, making him a 15 powered card on the left. It really just depends on what comes down here for Plague.
Ooh, and a snap. And again with the Jeff, do you try to play Jeff in that Ravona lane and then move it for the Deception, or you just play Jeff straight up next to the Mystique?
I think you're playing it next to the Mystique here, because that's going to be 10 points of power on Jeff on the right lane. That's Fanta into Prodigy. That is very, very unfortunate there for Gamer now, because now just another Onslaught comes middle, and Gamer's in a rough spot now, because that is unfortunately not going to be enough power for Gamer here. He's in a pickle. That's a really good play there by Plague. And that's with Mr. Fantastic, by the way, getting the change earlier in the year last year to be a 3-1 +3. So it works with Ravona. Was honestly a substantial buff to that card itself. So this is going to be tough for Gamer, but Gamer, I think, is hoping for something like a Omega Sentinel.
Yeah, like the Mr. Fantastic isn't something you see a lot in like modern day Snap.
But you're seeing Mr. Fantastic in this style deck and like the Sarah Miracle kind of thing. Oh, I swear to God, Sarah.
Oh man.
Okay, so Onslaught just wins right lane now, and there's
gets the Jocasta a turn too late. Or the Omega Sentinel.
Yeah, and Gamer just calls it. Doesn't want to play the extra turn, as Plague does take the dub. That is 14 snowball points for Plague, as they had 4 health remaining, and that is going to be 6 snowball points for Gamer. So Gamer fought back from being down, 10-3, I believe. So really solid comeback there. Just an unfortunate end to Gamer.
Yeah, so definitely like the story of that game is just fight. Like fight for as many snowballs as you can. You never know what's going to happen. Gamer was on the ropes in the beginning where you felt like, all right, like Plague just needs to snap and win. He almost came out with 20, but the fact that he let the game draw on took away from Plague a little bit, and then Gamer, even though he got a loss, it's not a complete L. He at least came with some snowballs.
And now we are transitioning to Dragon with the Red Wing deck that we had seen earlier into a Destroy matchup. It does look like over here, which I did see Destroy with Frigga. So I'm wondering if it is the Muera Victoria Hand Death version of Destroy, possibly. but I like what we are starting with here. The fun kind of experimental decks, I think, is really, really cool.
For sure. Yeah, Dragon is always playing something. Ooh, Death's Domain. That isn't. That's not in Dragon's favor. But Dragon's always playing some spice. But this destroy deck here too, like the fact that you have Weapon X, token destroy, Moira X to get the cards that start out in your hand again. Especially if you have that death, you can have 2 deaths out. X23, you could play a null early on a 5, get another null out on turn 6 with the Moira combo. So tons of stuff here. And then with the Shayna here, like Killmonger basically destroys everything. You have like almost a free death at this point.
Yeah, no, this is really good start here for Galing. So this is interesting that they actually have not snapped this also with Death's Domain. Of course, Merlin is in play here for Dragon, but very, very interesting as we have Venom. Still no Killmonger just yet. So board space is a bit of an issue. They are really, really hoping for a Killmonger, or Dragon just wins middle. Of course, Venom can go to Death's Domain, and then you're only fighting for 1 lane, but this is going to be very interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, the real estate here for Galen, I don't know, it's not in his favor unless he has a Killmonger. He has to Killmonger.
Yeah, has to Killmonger. Of course, Death's Domain's in play. That helps him, but
the fact that he hasn't snapped either, like, I would snap. If you have Killmonger, you snap at this point. Especially with the Uncle Ben there moving something out of the way, and then you have Strange Academy. Like, maybe he's not so sure.
But we have a double Red Wing play as Chameleon comes on the board with Red Wing, which Chameleon, if you guys did not know, I don't know if you guys have seen Chameleon or not, Chameleon copies the text of another card played onto that same lane that turn. So we're gonna have 2 cards fly down onto the board.
Oh,
Dragon changes it up here for us.
Okay, he wants that extra energy for the final turn.
Yep, wants
there we go.
And we do get Shu Lao and Juggernaut. We're trying to get as many points as power potentially into Death's Domain is the thought process, I believe, here as well. And Shu Lao would buff Chameleon into this situation. Okay.
So Weapon X? What is going on
here? Okay, so Venom moves to the right, and then Weapon X and the Squirrel stay in the left lane here. Okay. We get Juggernaut, which doesn't do anything. And then we get Shu Lao, which hits Chameleon, which is a big Chameleon or moderately sized Chameleon in the middle. And then this is going to be like big Killmonger things probably here. Very interesting situation for Dragon.
Yeah.
Maverick Polymorph.
I think that's the route you're going to have to take. You have no choice.
Yeah, this is going to be... Oh, wow.
But the opponent retreats.
Yeah, with the board space here, there's nothing really Galing can do. So no snap was good by Galing in that situation. They never drew the Killmonger. And no snap by Dragon, because Dragon's like, I don't even know what's about to happen here. There's so much stuff on the board. Killmonger got to do something. So
yeah, I think when we didn't see the Killmonger 2 turns in a row, I think like the fact that the board state was clogged, we weren't going to see anything from Galing.
Yeah, no, I think that was interesting.
But even with Dragon 2, like Dragon didn't know, and he didn't have that much real estate. And then the fact that you have Polymorph, you could go into that. Like, you never know what Polymorph is going to change your card into.
Yeah, I think it was going to change probably. If they changed the Juggernaut would have been 5 cost, which could have been pretty solid, or Maverick into a 4 cost would have been okay, but you probably would have rolled on the Juggernaut. As we get Subterranea as a tough location over here, and we draw the Rock to start. I don't know about you, Prashant, but Subterranea is up there as one of my least favorite locations in the game.
Yeah, same here. I think maybe it should give you less rocks.
Yeah, because there was
Maybe
5. Well,
one-
it was a 5 originally. They dropped it down to 4.
I would be okay with 3 rocks since there's 3 locations.
Yeah, 3 rocks would be all right. I mean, I wonder. I forget the frequency of Subterranea, but with Weapon X, oh my word. This is a very bad start for Dragon.
And still no snaps.
Yeah, still no snaps. We do get Maverick, which Maverick can be interesting here. Just no way to get rid of the hood right now. Probably gonna be hiding the demon. We get the rock into Carnage. All right, now that's fair. And then TVA is about to happen. Oh my word. Okay, so it's like it's probably demon left into Maverick onto Red Wing right if we're staying in this game. And then we're hoping that Shanna just doesn't do anything for Galing here. I think is the thought process.
Yeah, or even we'll see
Demon
if Dragon
safe, that is
stays.
true. You could go
See if Dragon stays, but I don't know.
All right. I mean that is the play. This is for 4 cubes, by the way, which Dragon is at a lead right now, which is why I think Dragon's kind of okay potentially staying in this game. But we'll see what happens here as we do see if we end turn, I guess technically kind of situation here. Or does Dragon snap to try and force Galing's hand? Okay. It's Killmonger, Squirrel Girl. We'll take 4.
Dragon takes this.
In the TVA game. All right, Dragon. Great
Oh,
stay.
wow.
Rough kind of situation there, which honestly, Killmonger was bad for Galen there because
especially getting away from the hood.
Yeah, but okay. I guess we just wanted to have the extra points of power on the board, and then we had the Squirrel Girl. So,
but wouldn't you want to try to get rid of the squirrels? That way
my gosh, we get Ego for the potential final game. What? Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
Is Dragon gonna emote the snap emoji?
Absolutely crazy.
This is Mobius.
Holy moly, bro.
I think they have to stay in this. They have to stay.
Well, I mean, they're locked in for 2 anyways. So they have to
locked
stay
in
no
on
matter
Ego.
what. What the heck is this?
Man.
Oh my goodness.
So Ego will decide.
Yes, Ego will decide if Galen gets another game or not. And we do get Asteroid M. Great for Red Wing to start here. We do have Surge. Oh my goodness, this is going to be crazy.
So next turn, it's going to be Hope Summers or Red Wing. But hopefully, Red Wing goes into the left or the right, not the middle.
Yeah.
We'll see what Ego decides.
I think you might want to. I mean, Ego hopefully does Hope instead of Red Wing, but this game is already just freaking insane. Holy moly.
There's Uncle Ben.
Process. That's true. Yeah, Uncle Ben can shake this up a little bit as well. But wow, Galen is letting Ego really cook here. They want him to go through the entire timer out. Or this it could be maybe it's a little tilt. Hopefully it's not tilt. Hopefully not. But Carnage comes down middle. Wow. Hope Summers middle. Get the Juggernaut from Surge. And then what is Ego doing? Is that Shanna? Okay.
Ooh.
Silver Sable, Electra, and Chavez. Actually, some pretty decent hits for Galing Shanna there. Okay, the chicken comes out.
Red Wing in the middle. That's something you didn't want to see.
Yeah, something you didn't want to see, but maybe it's enough points of power that it's okay as Venom comes middle. Okay, Ego's kind of cooking for Galing. Granted, Galing probably has a better hand right now than Dragon does. Dragon's hand's a little rough, I would say, at the moment. Madam Web.
Oh no.
Okay, well, this is something. This is genuinely something. But I mean, if Xiao Lao comes down, Xiao Lao will hit Juggernaut. It just depends on where Xiao Lao gets played. Death
There's
right
Death.
now. This is looking really good for Galing here. Really, really solid. The Jug onto the Surge. And then we have Cosmo and Shu Lao. Hope Summers gets moved.
Ooh,
Demon.
Demon.
Is this going to be enough power? It really depends. Now, if Venom gets destroyed by something, this will be interesting.
Null in the middle?
It's just a wrap. It's just a wrap as Ego does take the dub for Galing.
Two snowballs from Dragon. Ego takes it.
Ego takes it. There is still fight left. Ego did not want to see Galing go out just yet. So we'll see what happens next game. Surely we don't get another Ego game because that just never happened.
Yeah, Dragon does not want to see that. The Dragon has way too many pieces.
We get
to let Ego go.
A decent starting hand now. We do have Madam Web. We do have Chameleon in play or in hand, ready to be played. Asgard will be interesting to see what Dragon fights for, as we could get another double chicken situation with Red Wing Chameleon, depending on what happens. But we are being methodical, it looks like, with our turn 1 plays. Here, are we setting up Squirrel Girl? Are we setting up X23? What is Galing going to play? It's going to be Moira. We decided to go Moira instead. We get Camp Lehigh, which kind of is bad for Moira. Hand space can be potentially a bit of an issue depending on what you are trying to copy. And fortunately, Moira does not show your opponent anymore what exactly was in your starting hand, which Moira is a very fun card. I've been messing around with some Moira too.
Yeah, it's definitely a card I like to bring in a Conquest a lot.
Oh, yeah. Which we get Fogwell's Gym. So this Conquest private match game, they will be getting double boosters. Unfortunately, no boosters in these private games. But
at this point, do you try to play? Do you play Cosmo? Do you play Red Wing? Mm-hmm. Like, what are you thinking right here, Tucker?
Well, with no Prio, I think you just go Hope Summers. Your goal would have hopefully to have been to have had Prio into that situation. Now we get Shanna into a potential. Oh my gosh, Deafening Chord landing left would have been insane. Oh my word. We do get the Cosmo down now. A Killmonger, of course, is going to make a big Weapon X, which Weapon X on curve in a situation like this is very strong. So it's a really, really good start for Galing here. Does Dragon want the draws? Is he going to Juggernaut? Does he want to do Maverick? There's a world where he Juggernauts now or just plays a card on Hope Summers to get a double Maverick play with Chameleon and Maverick on this next turn. But it'll be very interesting to kind of see what the thought process is now.
Yeah, especially with like the way the board's looking, and then Gale getting 2 more cards from Asgard, like that might give him the game here.
Yeah, Gale getting 2 more cards for Asgard definitely is a strong play for them. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. We're getting the Cosmo on the board to have that kind of just surprise factor or where is Cosmo going situation. As Venom comes down, where it goes off. So that also could hinder some draws there for Galing as well, depending on what was in their starting hand and how many cards they have in their hand currently. They only draw 1 card, so they have a full hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
1 card there.
So we do get the chicken down with Maverick as well. We'll see what happens here. I think we're playing Maverick last just in case we do get a Shu Lao, which could be a good fact or a good surprise factor here. But I'm wondering what was in the starting hand for Moira to see exactly, is it another Venom? Is it another Weapon X? We do not have ramp here, of course, for Galing, so it's not like they can play maybe too many cards on the board because X23 has not been played yet. But it'll be interesting to kind of see what happens, or is it multiple deaths? Like, it'll be just interesting to see how these later turns play with that surprise factor of not necessarily knowing what was generated.
Right, and we still haven't seen Killmonger. We haven't seen Uncle Ben do Uncle Ben things yet,
Mhm.
right? Like Uncle Ben's
Yep.
been on the board a few of these games, still hasn't been able to swing into action at all by turning into Spider-Man. But we'll see here.
There's the
Carnage,
X-23 I was talking about as well. They did draw it, but no ramp.
but did he forget about Cosmo there?
Well, Cosmo was just moved by Dragon from Asgard into that middle lane to offset that. So that's what happened there. They do draw the Shu Lao to be able to get some value on that Maverick. 2 cards, of course, were played on that turn. And then Muera, of course, was one of those duplicated cards. So we know one of those cards that was in the opening hand was Muera. We do not know the other 2 cards just yet.
So from Galen Gaming, at this point, do you try to go for a Killmonger to move something, or does the Uncle Ben not Uncle Ben with Cosmo? I'm confused there.
Uncle Ben still will turn into Spider-Man in this situation, but Spider-Man will not move. So you are totally right into that situation. Maverick is gonna change Chameleon. Oh, okay. So Maverick's gonna get hit by Shu Lao, and then it's gonna get buffed, and then Chameleon is gonna copy Shu Lao and buff Shu Lao into this situation. So we're adding points of power across the board, which will be really solid. And Shu Lao does proc retroactively, meaning since 2 cards were played on this turn, it's going to be another additional +3.
All right, let's see what happens here. Super Adaptoid goes into Asgard. Squirrel Girl and
The
Lady
Lady Deathstrike
Deathstrike.
onto the Maverick. Oh my
Oh.
gosh. But that's actually not enough because Chameleon hits Shu Lao.
Chameleon steals Shu
Oh,
Lao.
the Chameleon
Whoa.
steals the game.
We almost saw
Oh my
some
God.
Lady Deathstrike shenanigans. That's a card we've been
Oh,
seeing all
wow.
day.
And
Oh.
that is why Chameleon is in the deck right
Yeah.
there. Holy, what a great play there by Dragon.
Oh.
They had us in the first half. Not going to lie. Dragon, of course, does take 17 snowball points there, while Galleon does take 3 because they took 3 life force off of Dragon, as we do come to a close of that match, Prashant. Holy smokes. That had the highs, the lows. We had the egos. We had the chameleons. That was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, who needs an energy drink when you have Lady Deathstrike almost stealing a game, and then having Chameleon come out we probably have to go see in how many decks Chameleon's actually in. But I'd love to see like what Dragon brings to the game of MarvelSnap. He always has these like crazy cooks. I think he had like a Lady Hawkeye, or he had a Hawkeye deck that was out like a few months ago or a few seasons ago that I loved a lot. And it's awesome to see him move on. But yeah, crazy game, highs and lows.
Yeah, there are 6 total chameleons in
Oh,
the tournament, Prashant.
That is crazy. We got to see one do work in front of us.
Yeah, that was great. We are now going to take a quick a little break, you guys, as we still continue to wrap up round 3. That was an absolute banger of a match.
Yeah.
All right, we are back. Round 4 is going to be starting here very soon. But we're going to take some time to look at how things are shaping up after round 2 and into some of this round 3 stuff. Prashana, what have been your biggest takeaways so far?
That ego is always right? But besides that, about cube equity or snowball equity in this game, as we talked about over and over again, beginning players were more aggressive, and as these rounds progress, that players are going to be more conservative on keeping those snowballs. And some players that were out of the game, or they seemed like they're out in the game in those earlier rounds, they're right back in the swing of things as this tournament progresses, and some lose more snowballs.
Yeah, I think something to note is through round 3, no player has won 10-0 3 games in a row. Some players had in round 2, also round 3, 2 in a row. But as we look at the top person, they have won 10 in a row the first game, then 8, and then 10 in the third, meaning 10 health points, not 10 games in a row, but meaning the way they won their games, which is something to really note here as well, because you may have a slower start. You have a closer game into a harder matchup, but as you progress in the tournament, you may get easier matchups and you're more aggressive into, like you said, those snap conditions, or you're more confident. And being able to transition that confidence into additional snowball points in order to raise your rankings is going to be very interesting, as we see people who maybe had games where they were 2 or 3, and then you have that 10, 10, 10, and then you literally start to snowball as the games progress. I think that is something really cool about this setting, is wins and losses are important, but how much do you win by is really going to determine your final standing.
Yeah, definitely. Even some of these top players here haven't gone 30-0. No one has gone 30-0 so far, which is great. And the fact that people are still in this game is amazing too. But I guess once we look at like the middle of this bracket, we could see like how much like of the snowball equity is taken into effect here. Let's see here, like for instance, here is this Tommy 42 or 41? It's Deadroot, like 5-0, 6-0, 4-0. Like you're ranked number 42, so you're still in it. Like after a few more rounds, you could see how these snowballs progress. Those who are in the middle of the pack, like they could come down or rise above. And yeah, even here too, like ranked 37, even with a loss, you're still in it. Like you could lose your first game, but ranked like if you lose your game, it's all about snowball equity. And someone who wins all 3 games, you could still be ahead of them because it's all about the snowballs.
Yeah, I think that's something really cool, especially in something like this. Like they lost the first game, but it was a really close game. They lost by 1. So like they still managed to get 9 points in that situation, which allows them to be able to be in the position they're in now, because you get those additional points later. So like being able to really hone in on that, like I lost a really close game, but it's not based on just my win-loss now, which is normally it feels bad. I lost 8 cubes on a 50-50 right now, and now my tournament is out the window. Is something you've maybe experienced in these previous tournaments, but now it's like I actually have incentive to continue to play this game, and I can continue to play Snap competitively even though I've lost a game. And then we have another person over here as well who won their first game 10-0. They won their next game at 9-0. So that right there is, 29 points, 39 points going into round 3, and then they lost their next game with 8. They took 8 away, and they're still in that top 40 window. So it's really just hammering in, like, you're down, but not always out. You really still got to play with that confidence and understand that even if I lose games, I just need to maximize my snowball equity.
Yeah. Speaking of games, we're going into a game right now. Let's check this out.
Some Animantium Infusion, Black Panther, Taskmaster. Ooh. This looks like we got some Man Spider stuff happening if I've ever seen it. Or No Man Spider. Oh, No Man Spider, just Galactus, but And no
Galactus.
fastball, but some, okay, very interesting, just buff them up kind of situation. And then Tommy, the Marrow was on the board, Prashan. There you go. Ooh. And it is snap, I believe.
We got a snap here. Okay.
Is that a snap by Tommy or is that a snap by Deadroot?
Deadroot. Not sure.
A snap by Tommy here.
We have magic here. A Deadroot.
Ooh, into the Airwalker. Wait, is Tommy playing? Is this Phantom X? Tommy playing some? Yes, Tommy's playing Phantom X. Oh, this is gonna be a fun game. All right. Okay.
All right. So what does Deadroot do here?
Okay. So Tommy's the missing card, by the way, in Tommy's deck is Wild Child. That is the missing card with a Shadow King and Phantom X. Zombie Captain, Marvel, Blade, and Gambit are the ways to discard. I like what Tommy's been working with. Tommy's another one of the people in Snap that always has some very innovative cooks. A fellow Black Knight enjoyer always has some very fun stuff up his sleeve.
Yeah, definitely some balance here by Tommy in this deck here.
Of Phantom X, we of course have Shuri played. Middle, we're gonna get that Black Panther. Black Panther probably into a Zola, into an Infusion.
Sheesh.
This is a lot of power for Tommy. Now, Tommy has Shadow King in this deck, so that will be beneficial. But Tommy having Prio into the Shuri maybe is not what Tommy necessarily would want in this situation. So we'll see what gets set up here. I think Deadroot still is in a really solid spot here because there's just so much power. It depends on if Tommy can keep Prio, which Tommy does keep Prio here. And Tommy being able to set up a Shadow King middle can also be really good because a Shadow King into that Zola makes that a smaller Black Panther, meaning you get 10 power left, 10 power right. Of course, Animation Infusion would make the Panther come back again at 20 power, then go to 40. But this is a still very solid start. Tommy is still totally in this game. What would be really interesting here also would be if Tommy hits a Gambit and the Gambit hits the 1 out of 3 and hits Panther before the Zola happens, which is totally possible in this deck, by the way. So we'll see if Tommy goes for the gamble or what happens. Also, Marrow has some pretty fun targets here as well. Maybe a Shadow King into a Marrow could be potentially pretty interesting to see what happens. So I think that may be something that Tommy is thinking about into this situation. As we get the Shadow King into the Venom. Yes. Oh, does the Marrow hit the Panther? It does. Hits the Panther once. Hits the Panther twice. That is a 3-powered Panther. That is going to be a 6-powered Panther going on the left and the right. What a play by Tommy.
Sheesh.
Wow.
But when you play something like that, isn't that sort of choreographed, though, your whole Black Panther Shuri play?
Yes.
That hurts, especially when you have all the pieces.
But it's like Tommy played that absolutely perfectly. Deadroot has to get out. Oh, but that is so good. What a great play. And then we still have Phantom X lined up. So that Magic and that Shuri are going to get hit again by like a -2 each because Phantom X hits both front row cards with -2 power. Every single card across the board gets hit with that -2 front row cards, -2 power. So what a great play there by Tommy. So
Shadow King definitely clutch in that matchup. Like,
yes,
especially when you're playing something like this, like you sort of know what's going to happen from Deadroot. So this might be in Tommy's favor as far as that.
Also, Gambit is going to be one of those key cards also in this list, especially into some of these Galactus situations. Because if Galactus is the only card on the board for Deadroot, Gambit just smacks it and it goes away. Of course, there is Animation Infusion, which can also offset that. So that is also something to keep in mind. But This is going to be a very, very fun game to kind of just see what happens with the Affliction, with the Shadow King, and the Sandcastle that Deadroot is inevitably just going to continue to build and build as Zabu goes to Castle Zemo.
And is that Agony?
Yes,
Agony
that is
okay.
Agony. It's a great Agony variant. The bronze kind of clouds it a little bit. So it is a little interesting there, but we got a good setup here. No snaps right now, by the way. But we do get Wakandan Embassy, which is really good for Deadroot here, especially with Panther and Galactus in hand.
He skips his turn.
Yep. And the skip. We didn't have anything to play on turn 3. As we go to Shuri, probably Panther. But of course, no magic does make this a bit of an interesting situation here for Deadroot, as Airwalker is on the board, which Airwalker can either get Phantom X or Zombie Captain Marvel for Tommy here, by the way, since those are the 2 4-cost cards that Tommy is running in his deck. As Airwalker does bring back that, or bring down that Zombie Captain Marvel, as we get the Shuri. Probably just going to be Panther into Zola, but it'd be like a 50-50 Zola.
Yeah, it's definitely a 50-50.
But this is a tough hand with no magic on the board. Deadroot goes for the Scarlet Spider play instead, giving that middle lane.
Yeah.
This is really, really tough. I think what Deadroot has to do, if they're going to stay in this game, is I think they would have to go probably for that Panther 50-50. But they're assuming right now that Tommy is just not going to have enough points of power to, I guess, compete in that right lane. Of course, Tommy has not played onto Castle Zemo at all either. So that is something to keep in mind there. Gambit comes down. Gambit hits the
agony.
Okay.
Oh, the agony. So what happens here? Do you try? I don't know.
So
is this a retreat or do you stay?
I believe we retreat here. There's a worldview animates infusion into Superior or into Symbiote Spider-Man, which would bring you a 13 power Symbiote Spider-Man. And then you're holding Scarlet Spider 50-50. You're staying on a 50-50 for Scarlet Spider to potentially go right, which would be 26 points of power 23 points of power for Deadroot potentially on the right lane. Of course, Tommy still has not played onto Castle Zemo. And that is also a snap by Tommy, I do believe as well. So Deadroot still is locked in this turn for 4.
Yeah.
That's true. Captain Marvel also can just destroy middle and move either left. Yeah, and move left into the situation. So Tommy needs to get a bunch of power on the right. It is a blade into Carnage. And Prodigy Gambit to hit this. Oh my god.
50-50. Oh.
Okay. So now it is a 50-50 to win the game.
It's a Shuri.
Oh, it's a Shuri. Wait, no.
It's the Symbiote Spider-Man.
Oh my gosh. No, the Shuri is bigger than Agony. Oh my gosh. That honestly, either way, by the way, Tommy does lose that game, whether that hits Superior Spider-Man or not Superior Spider. It hits Scarlet Spider or not with Animation Infusion, because that would have been 10-powered or 20-powered Scarlet Spider coming down on that right lane with the Symbiote Spider-Man. But what a good stay, actually, from Deadroot there, and a very unfortunate situation for Tommy there.
Yeah, I thought with the Prodigy Gambit, it was going to be over, but no.
No. So we get E6 Lab on the left. Okay. Which, if there are no other cards there, by the way, Agony just gets destroyed and goes into the destroy pile. So that's something to keep in mind, because there's no way for that to spread its power to the other cards on that side of the board. We do have Bucky going down on E6 Lab 2. It's a free destroy also for Tommy into that situation. And the hand's looking a little rough, I would say, for Deadroot here. We do, of course, have Panther Zola, but no magic. Magic is something that Deadroot's going to be fishing for here. We do get Carnage onto Bucky, so that's also a good play, because either way, power's going to get added to both those cards. And then we have Shuri into Panther, probably, Prashant, you think?
Or do you just go to Wong, Black Panther, and then Artem Zola? Just put power all over the board?
You probably go Wong, Panther, Zola, but the issue now is if Tommy has Gambit. That Gambit is an absolute menace into this matchup for
now
Dead
you're afraid
Root.
of the Gambit.
Yeah. So this is going to be very, very interesting to kind of see what is happening here.
So Shuri here.
Yep. We do get Phantom X.
I'm guessing you go Shuri, Black Panther, and then go into the Taskmaster. Would that be the?
Yes, I'm thinking it's probably Shuri, Panther, Taskmaster, which also Shuri on the middle location. Is it going to be a smaller Panther? We're snapping into this, which I guess Tommy could legitimately, what Tommy could just be setting up here would be for a Gambit now and then a Gambit again. So really good starting point there. Good snap there by Tommy, as Deadroot has one card on the board after Essex Lab.
Yeah.
So we'll see what we can get going over here. We do have Magic now, so this is a really good situation for Deadroot. And Bar with no name. Oh boy. Okay.
So would you I guess you would have to Magic that Bar with no name.
Yes, I think you have to Magic Bar with no name. Also, I do want to note that we do not have Fastball in this deck by Deadroot. We get Warship though. Well, I guess it doesn't even matter. Okay, well, this is gonna be a freaking game. Holy!
Just one lane.
Yeah, it is one lane. This is another situation where like Fastball would have been really solid potentially into this because it is a single situation and with animated confusion. But I think is this just Shuri Panther, but like still like
Shadow King Gambit, you have to be afraid of it. You have to respect the Shadow King Gambit.
100%.
Like,
also Prodigy Gambit, because that's the thing that Tommy was running a couple games earlier was the Prodigy Gambit situation. So does Deadroot want an extra turn here? This does throw everything into a very interesting situation. Okay.
Let's see what happens here. Ooh, they just enter. Ooh.
Yeah. So this will be Wong, or it could be probably Shuri Panther, or are we going Wong Magic Shuri Panther?
Or could you go Wong Shuri Panther?
You could go Wong Shuri Panther. I think we're going Wong Magic Shuri Panther into this situation to get the biggest Panther possible. But Gambit just goes crazy here. So I guess we go Agony Magic. Or we just go Shuri. Okay. The thing is, if okay, that works too. But like if Tommy straight up goes and just waits to do Prodigy Gambit things, I think, and Shadow King, or just literally just ducks Prio. Literally could just dodge Prio and just set up for Shadow King situations here.
Just do Shadow King Gambit.
Yep.
It's over.
Yeah, I think that's a snap by Tommy too. Just dodge Prio here and set up for Shadow King, and then the snap was by Deadroot. Okay, so Deadroot's snapping into the Shuri Agony Panther situation. So now Tommy chooses to retreat. Okay.
Oh. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, we got ourselves a game over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good snap. Oh, that's a really good location for Deadroot being combo heavy, and also for Tommy being combo heavy as his too. Galactus, Tommy gets Galactus, and Deadroot gets Bucky. Okay, fair trade. So this will be very interesting. Also, with this being a Panther, symbiote Spider-Man kind of style deck here, Tommy could also use Galactus to his advantage to offset some of these combos for Deadroot.
Yeah, especially since you're setting up in one location for the most part, then you leave it wide open for that Galactus to just pop.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really rough pull for Denver.
There goes the Marrow.
Get Marrow. We also get Dark Dimension.
Dark Dimension.
Okay, so is this got to be like a magic? And one of these. Oh, there's the snap. Good snap by Tommy.
Do you just go magic and then Wong and Panther shenanigans and Dark Dimension?
Yeah, that would work. Yeah,
that might have to be the play for Denver.
Yeah, it's gonna be Magic middle, Wong, Panther on the right, and then Zola or Magic left. Airwalker. The thing is, though, unfortunately, if Dedrick doesn't play any cards like middle in there, he just sets up on the right. Tommy could just Galactus middle.
Yeah. There's that in play, too.
So, okay, Symbiote Spider-Man.
But with the magic in play, too, Symbiote Spider-Man in the middle, it sort of blocks that whole Galactus play then.
Yes, that is also true. And now it's just Panther middle. Yep, and have two, and don't activate it just yet because in case there's a Gambit, so there's more targets for Gambit to have to hit situation here. And then we'll set up for the Zola, and they'll have Animation Infusion, and then.
But technically, you could proc it right now because if you procs again, you'll definitely have Prio to hit the Zola.
Yeah, so he could proc it here, but I think he's wavering for like a potential 1 out of 3 situation for the Gambit. Marrow, of course, can also hit the Symbiote Spider-Man and have an interesting. But like even as Symbiote Spider-Man got hit 7 times, like got hit by every single one of the Marrows, like Panther still goes off twice. Okay.
And no, nothing in the middle from Tommy. All in the Dark Dimension. Yeah, it's all into the unknown.
Tommy is either setting up a Gambit Prodigy line on that right side over there, potentially also Shadow King there, or he's waiting to see where the Zola happens here and then Shadow King in that left lane before something. And of course, Animation Infusion probably comes middle.
Yeah, I think Gambit is hiding in a Dark Dimension right now.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have an explosive turn 7 here.
Yeah, turn 7 is going to be very interesting to kind of just like see if things trickle out. And then I don't think this is a Galactus game because actually, he could Galactus this turn. If he Galactus this turn, it would be the Soul Read.
That's game.
It literally would be the Soul Read to Galactus Peak right now with Zola coming out, and Tommy would take it. But
yeah.
Is Zombie Captain Marvel.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Phantom X comes onto the board.
Ooh.
And then it is just Animation Infusion, and then I think we throw Zabu and Agony on the board, so it's
more have to for more bodies.
To hit. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely need more bodies on the board for Gambit.
And with the way Animation Infusion works now, too, it doesn't need 2 board spaces. So they could play them actually right behind Animation Infusion right now, since it is in that single space, kind of like Phoenix Force. But this looks really solid for Tommy here. Is it going to be like a Shadow King left? But even Shadow King left, I don't know if that's enough power, because that's 1 on Bucky, 2 on Magic, 7... That's 10 to be 13. Phantom X plus Carnage is 8 plus Shadow King is 12. They wouldn't win left with Shadow King. And then Zombie Captain Marvel's moving somewhere. But I don't know exactly. This is for 5, by the way, if Tommy stays.
Yeah.
I think
Tommy's in a rough spot right now. But
yeah,
Dark Dimension's right there. He could have the key to win this game, and we just don't know it yet.
Yeah, Tommy could have that ace up his sleeve, but I don't know if Lil Phantom X is going to be enough just yet. The timer is about to hit 0, though. If Tommy's really thinking about the situation, I would not be surprised. Tommy stays. Okay, animated fusion. And Big Panther into Agony. Can't do. Venom gets
Venom in the middle.
Okay, we go Gambit.
It's Gambit.
Gambit hits. Okay.
It's
Gambit hits 1. If Gambit hits middle or left. Oh, it missed!
Oh, no!
It missed! Oh, so close.
And the crazy thing, too, he could have played Shadow King in the middle and taken over the middle.
Shadow King middle would have won that game. Wow. Unfortunate for Tommy there, as Tommy takes 3 points away from Deadroot. Tommy, of course, gets 3 points there. Deadroot finishes with 17 snowball points. As we do go ahead and transition to our next game. That was crazy, Prashant.
Jeez, like that definitely had me on my seat. Definitely had me. Ooh,
wow. We go from one Shuri gamer to another Shuri gamer, where we actually played out Shadow King to get Sakar Grand Prix. Wow. That is we want that extra energy really bad, but we have the Shuri Kid Omega. I think Nimrod's coming down somewhere. This is a really good situation now for Sky Zoro.
Yeah, they're so well with Elysium too. With all those cards discounted, you can do a lot here too. There we go. Some Mercury Cannonball shenanigans. Oh, I was looking for this all day. Finally get to see it.
Yeah, the Merc Ball's good for hitting the Shuri here, but it does not negate what Kid Omega is about to do. So I think this is still very, very strong position for Sky Zoro here.
Would you wait though to play the Cannonball? I feel like the Cannonball is like a finisher compared to.
Yes, I would not play it now. I also would not move the Mercury right now. I think we're already preemptively moving the Mercury out. We're playing everything. Okay. We don't have Xiao Lao in hand. I think we need to play out the Spider. Okay. All right. So it's going to be a big Cannonball is going to get some nice value there, but this definitely seems like a really solid situation for Sky Zoro here. Oh no!
Oh no! You did not want to see that. Oh
my goodness! The 50-50 between either the Demon or the Cannonball gets hit by the first Ghost Rider, as Animation Infusion also does get hit by Iceman here. The Cannonball play is out the freaking window, as Nimrod does only go over to one side of the board, as well as Miniaturized Labs does come up as well. What a crazy turn of events. Holy smokes.
Yeah, maybe that was a mistake by Zephyr by playing all those cards last turn.
Yeah, no, the first Ghost Rider hitting the Cannonball is absolutely horrible.
That hurts. That's a bad feeling.
And Zephyr knows that they have Adamantium Infusion in hand now with that intel from that amazing change, honestly, by Iceman, by the way, making Iceman way better in order to be able to see actually what it hits, to be able to have that as a new snap condition, I think is a really solid change. We also added in the patch this past week as well, as we do go to high stakes round 6. Sky Zoro up 5-3 against Zephyr. Let's see what we can do here.
Yeah, like Iceman was one of those pieces where there's so many combo decks out there, it slows it down a little bit. So good to see Iceman getting a lot more play as a late.
Oh, yeah. We got Subterranea, Prashant, our favorite location.
Again.
In a high-stakes moment, you love it. Absolutely love to see it, as Zephyr does also draw a rock. Zabu turn 1 is a really good start here also for Sky Zoro. We're trying to, I guess, add some Affliction onto the board here, or just to get that going and have a target for Merlin, having that rock in play, as well as keeping yourself on that Xiao Lao curve, is kind of what the thought process was there. Starbrand Crater will be interesting. We do have the beautiful Mercury and Cannonball from the Mercury and Cannonball, which was in the MarvelSnap web shop a couple of seasons ago, which does have also some very solid variants in there at the moment as well, as we do now get Majestic Wing Beat, which could give some value to Cannonball. Are you playing this out with the Rock to stay on that show low curve? What do you think?
Yeah, I think you have to play on the curve, but I think you wanted to hit that Scarlet Spider compared to hitting Cannonball.
And we float.
Ooh, floating.
Okay.
And I think that's what we talked about earlier too, with Agony compared to Wingbat. Like, Wing Beat, like you'd rather play the Wing Beat or play the Agony compared to the Wing Beat.
Yeah. Do you actually? This could be a situation for Zephyr to snap into Cannonball hitting that Kid Omega. Actually, just because of Sky Zoro has nothing else on the board. Like this is like a potential power position, for Zephyr here. So this will be interesting. We could be ducking Prio now, or are we playing? I think we play Scarlet Spider middle.
I wouldn't mind seeing that Cannonball just to stop that Kid Omega combo.
Okay, and it's Nimrod. And I think it still gets the 6 power. Yeah. And that's extra energy now for Sky Zoro. So it could be Animatum Infusion and Venom middle now could be that play for Sky Zoro, which this is a very strong position for Sky Zoro. And Zephyr draws another Rock. What a horrible Subterranea for Zephyr this game. That is very, very unfortunate there. As we do, I would not be surprised if Zephyr retreats here. I think Zephyr probably should retreat into this situation. But I think we will see what exactly is going to be happening over here.
Yeah, I think that Cannonball Mercury was the play to do, right? Just to kill off that Kid Omega play. Because we saw that coming. It was going to come like eventually, right?
Yes.
Now it's like a little bit too late now. It's like,
yeah, having Prio, that was really good for them. This is a very tough stay, but at the same time, we don't necessarily know if Sky Zoro has the combinations with Subterranea. So I think that's pretty good. There's the Symbiote Spider-Man and Carnage. Which is that, I think Symbiote Spider-Man, well, Symbiote Spider can't merge with the Nimrod, but now it is just Cannonball hits Kid Omega, and that is all. Oh, or actually, no, Scarlet Spider. Does Scarlet Spider do anything here?
Nope, just goes to the middle.
Unfortunate there for Zephyr. As Sky Zoro does take this, that is going to be 15 cubes for Sky Zoro and 5 snowball cube points for Zephyr there. As we do wrap up that round. Good finish there for Sky Zoro. How you feel about actually getting some of that Animatum Infusion fastball special gameplay? We did see fastball special Animatum Infusion.
Yeah, good to see more variety in later rounds here. And we saw too, like cube equity, snowball equity. People are not going as aggressive. When we thought they should have snapped, they didn't snap. And when like they snapped, like sometimes it was a bluff to like play those mind games against your opponent, and to see that progress throughout this tournament is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I think it was great, and I think we've seen a large variety of different styles of play. I think that was really cool. When it comes to the tournament too, is not just every single person playing the same exact deck. And of course, Shu Lao. We've been seeing a lot of different style lists. Unfortunately, there Zephyr was unable to draw because of Subterranea. But like seeing with the Chameleon, I think game with Dragon still was great to see that. And then also we had the move style version. Where we saw Shu Lao be able to get value into those instances. And it works really, really well with Werewolf. Werewolf, of course, has a really strong deck at the moment, as we're seeing a large variety of those different Werewolf gamers too.
Yeah. Yeah, and the stats don't lie either. Like we looked at the stats, we're able to look at some things, and it's actually showing in these games too.
Yeah, I've enjoyed all that we've seen so far. We are going to take a short break, you guys. So we will see you guys in a little bit.
And we're back. It's time to look at some standings. The dust has settled a little bit, so let's take a look.
Yeah, I think this round also has been really fantastic as well. We've had, it looks like, already some really close games. We still have had some breakaway 10-0 wins as well, but a lot of the games we especially were casting were very, very close and could have gone either way, making a read here, making a read there, which is how, you know, a tournament goes. But the snap points, you know, these snowballs are flying. The snowball points are going crazy right now. As I wonder how many people have actually 10-0'd now 3 out of their 4 rounds, because we know no one has did 3 in a row last time. I'll be interested to see how the standings are at the very end of this, because we had 58 in first this past time, so we'll be interested to see another 10-0. So it looks like at least 77 will be in the top 2, 77 snowball points to start, as another very impressive win over here for Clam.
Look at the deck list here. Iceman stopping some of those combos like we talked about earlier, and then it has Shu Lao. Of course, we're expecting that, but the beginning of this deck has some of that like disruption, right? Iceman, Spider-Ham, Cosmo, and then you have your end game. You have your Maverick, your Scarlet Spider, your Shu Lao, which is pretty good, and the Agony, not the Wing Beat. The Agony is the key piece to these decks.
Yeah, this is the card I think a lot of people are seeing on ladder a lot right now. This is definitely one of those versions having a bunch of different cheap utility cards, whether that is Nico or that is disruption cards, with something like that Iceman and Spider-Ham, being able to play those out. And of course, the skills from Merlin also being able to give you that benefit for that Shu Lao, Jocasta into Maverick, Jocasta into Scarlet Spider, a lot of power all across the board. And I think like some people just aren't keeping track of that Show Lao +3, like keeping of how many times it procced, because there's no animation for you to be able to track regularly into that. And I think some people might be staying in games longer than that because they think they can beat it because they cap up with it, but they may not have.
Yeah, like how we saw the Wasp in that deck list, right? And then you have the Merlin to change it to whatever later, and you can still keep on that Shu Lao curve.
Yeah, a bunch of different options. We do see Sizer does take an L, it looks like, over here at the top, but it was a close game. So Sizer still managed to get 5 snowball points off of that, which, like we were talking about earlier, even if you're losing games, you're losing close games, you're still managing to get a good amount of snowball points, which makes it so you're not completely out of these situations. It gives you that opportunity to make that comeback and go on a run. Because if you go on a run, you will have that benefit to be able to stay in and get to that top 16, which will be, of course, based off your snowball points, not necessarily your win-loss.
Right. Like, you want to conserve your snaps or be aggressive on your snaps just in case, like, you see the state of the game. Like, if you think, for instance, someone like Sizer, he's going to snap when he has what he has. So if you could take advantage of that and you see that he doesn't snap, you're like, oh, crap. Like, I could take this. Let me snap. Let me put the heat on him a little bit, and then maybe I could take some snowballs to move up the rankings.
Yeah, I think, and that's knowing your opponent and like going into like these later games and stuff too. Like we were talking about earlier, when you're in a conquest match and you're in there round after round after round, you kind of can understand and visualize or just like compartmentalize the way your opponents are playing and be able to process, well, if I snap aggressively here, they will retreat, or they will actually stay for this snap, and being able to use that to your advantage to either maximize more of your snowball points or minimize the amount of snowball points you lose. I think that is definitely something to keep in mind when it comes to some of these settings over here.
We're looking at frequency again. And Shu Lao, the Undying Season Pass card, of course, is going to be the cream of the crop here. And then, of course, you have the cards here that pair with him: Merlin, Shadow King, Maverick, Deafening Chord, Kitty Pryde. So it's no surprise to see all of these cards at the top.
And Maverick and Agony are the 2 of the cards in here that have the highest average of snowball points. As well. And of course, frequency of these cards does add benefit to potentially how many points they gain in general. But looking at these as well, Spider-Ham, Luna Snow are 2 cards also that are fairly high as well. and then Sam Wilson, Captain America, and Cable, which Cable is used in that werewolf Shao Lao deck as a good intel, and also stealing away some of your opponent's combo cards is solid, which Cable was not necessarily getting a whole lot of play before it became that 2/4 additional buff in OTA a couple weeks ago. But seeing that, and then Sam Wilson, even after the on reveal change, and Wiccan also has high snowball equity at the moment as well.
Yeah, when you talk about like Cable and then like Iceman from earlier, right? Those are cards that sort of throw your opponent off. You're taking a key piece from them, and you're also slowing down whatever combo pieces they're trying to do. So it's good to see cards like that, like disrupt, right? Like those are cards that you wouldn't think would disrupt the game, but they do have a small piece in a major role of doing what they do to those combo decks.
Yeah, and I just want to say I totally agree, Prashant. Also, it's been an absolutely phenomenal time casting with you today. If any of these lovely viewers / listeners have not been able to find you anywhere, where can these awesome people find you, Prashant?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. Prashant, name's down below. I'm on TikTok. I've been TikToking lately. So it's Prashant with the underscore. Someone took the name before I did, unfortunately. But you can find me there too. And you can find me do MarvelSnap stuff and Marvel lore galore. And what about you, Tuck? Where can the people find the king?
You guys can find me here on Twitch, Twitter, X/YouTube, and TikTok under the name TUCCRR. You can also find a lovely podcast on my channel as well, where we have an absolutely just great time. I absolutely love MarvelSnap and making MarvelSnap content, do this full time, and it's just been an absolute blast. Thank you once again, MarvelSnap, for this opportunity to be able to cast with the gracious Prashant over here as well. But the casting does not stop here. My friends, we are about to hand over to Ant and Teebs as they continue to cast the remainder of the regular snowball point style. The bracket that's going to be from rounds 5 through 7, and then they're going to be casting some of the top 16 as well.
Wow, what a great few games we've had so far, man. And well done on casting as well. Prashant, you've done a great job. I know that this is one of your first times. Tucker, you're the king for one reason, right? Enough said about that. But yeah, from now, it's going to be me and Teebs who are going to be taking over. If you didn't know who I am, my name is Ant Stay Calm, and I'm joined with the amazing Teebs.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? I'm glad to be here, and thanks for the introduction. I'm excited to see some more fantastic MarvelSnap games. It's been quite a wonderful meta for innovation in this event with the emphasis on new cards. We're seeing a lot of strategies that many of them did not exist even a few months ago before the last season came out. So lots of new things to get excited about this week. We have tons of players bringing Shou Lao, I think so far is the story of the event. So we'll have to see how that goes as we continue here into the upcoming rounds. And we'll see if these players can snowball their way into the top 16. And anything you're excited to watch for as we get towards the end of Swiss here?
Well, I'm actually excited to see some of the players. There's a lot of players that I recognize, a lot of players that I match up with myself on ladder. And it's always nice when you see a familiar face, right? You want to see him do really well. And there's so many of them that have made it through the rounds. And I'm quite surprised with Shou Lao being as strong as it is. I would have thought with the prevalence of Shadow King and other tech cards, I would have thought that we wouldn't have seen it be as strong as it is. But as you can see, the Season Pass card is very strong. And it seems like it's flying through the rounds with it's not just one style of deck, right? It just seems to be just a great all-round card. And I'm loving seeing it. It's inspiring me to play more. It's inspiring me to play more Shou Lao decks, or Shou Lao, should I say. I do apologize for the pronunciation.
That's a tough one for sure. But yeah, I agree. It's one of the cards that's seeing the most play. I think partly because it spawned some new archetypes, and also because it has been just a card to slot into decks if people are trying to do their own thing. But we are getting ready to jump into the start of round 5 here with a match between Phoenix and Tassie23. Let's go ahead and see what these players are up to.
Okay. And as you can see straight away, we've got the card of the tournament. Show Lao is in hand.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one of those decks I was just talking about where if you aren't sure which new strategy you want to go for of the cards that are required for the deck list for this tournament, one being from either last month or the start of this season, Show Lao is just a flexible piece that's kind of, a fair 5-drop if you're not building around it. And we see here Phoenix on a move deck, a little bit of interesting tech in here, but it's a fairly standard move by past months build style, with the exception of course, you have to play a new card. And so Show Lao fits in there and just sort of takes the slot and makes the deck work.
Yeah, as we can see from both players here, Phoenix and TAASI23. I'm not sure how to say his name or her name. Both are bringing the show deck, but both got different iterations. And I do like to see the Madam Web style here, because not only can you distribute the power with Xiao Lao, but now with the Madam Web, the opponent isn't going to know where those final cards are going to end up. I think this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, so both players here with the Deafening Chord tech, and Tassi's Deafening Chord is potentially going to find some very, very good targets on the move side here. Lots of the little early game enablers like to come down in their own lane and potentially very vulnerable to getting their ability removed. I'm looking at Madam Web, but also Hope Summers, and there it is, Deafening Chord out of Tassi. Going to take that Madam Web off of the side of Phoenix. And that really puts a damper on Hope Summers and Batrock and a lot of these other sort of combo pieces. And I think Tassie's going to snap.
Yeah,
and Phoenix is out. So I mean, that's a single chord, single cube Deafening Chord win there, and Tassie's going to pick up a snowball point off that one.
Yeah, to be fair, you couldn't go wrong with the Deafening Chord there. It was 2 great hits there. Hitting either the Madam Web or hitting the Hope Summers. It's still going to be detrimental for Phoenix. But if I had the choice of which one it would be hitting, I'm still glad that I'm getting the extra energy, right? But with the snap, we did see that retreat. And Icebox hitting, hold on, what did I see? Show Lao? Okay, then. So this also could be a little bit of a bad game for Phoenix here.
Yeah, so we get to see the question of what would Show Lao look like as a 6-drop. And Phoenix is going to be playing under those conditions for the rest of the game, as Tassie starts off with a turn 2 Surge. Very, very powerful opener. And Phoenix, interestingly, didn't opt to play the Batrock last turn. So potentially a little bit of a nod to Tassie's Deafening Chord to, try to get that safely down and not have it exposed for too long of a time period. Tassie, though, just surging ahead in terms of units on the board and total amount of energy spent through the early game.
Yeah, definitely. I think the holding on the Batrock where there was good in hindsight. But now looking at it now, it seems as though Tassie's still been able to take priority anyway. So the Batrock could have gone down early, but with the Captain America here anyway, we do have the added option of being able to get into Death's Domain with the shield anyway. I can't quite remember what else we have in the deck to see if there is any way of being able to buff the shield, but we've still got a movement piece here for Craven as well, which is great.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there is all that much to buff it up. Mostly a piece to activate the Batrock and buff the Craven and the other pieces of the deck. And it's not a card that you can get Show Lao points onto either, although I don't think that Phoenix is going to have terribly much trouble getting onto Death's Domain.
Yeah, as we can see here now, the shield can go straight over to Death's Domain, so Batrock will be safe from the Deafening Chord. If if Tassie does choose to play it this turn. But again, I'm not sure what the play would be from Tassie. Would you just throw a Deafening Chord into Death's Domain to try and hurt one of the cards there? Or do you just hold off and just play out the game and see when the best opportunity is to take that Deafening Chord?
Yeah, it looks like Phoenix is going to elect to go with a Juggernaut line this turn, which is a little interesting as you run the risk of bumping Tassie into Death's Domain and potentially freeing up some board space. I kind of like the Spider Punk here myself, but in either case, you're really just setting up 2 cards to activate Sholau next turn.
Yes.
Very important to have played Kitty Pryde first here, though.
Yes, I definitely think that is the correct line of play here. I would have liked the Spider Punk too. Obviously, as you can see here, that the right side is now full. Hold on, it's a spell. And that is took out the Craven, which isn't too great for Phoenix, but it all depends on where this Juggernaut hits that Merlin. And if it takes it over to the left, which it has, it's going to be a very difficult way to... I don't think we're winning Death's Domain now. So it all depends on what we're going to choose to do on this last turn. And just remember that the show has actually been hit with the ice box, so we can't do a Kitty Pryde and a show combo here on turn 6. And things are not looking too great for Phoenix right now.
Yeah, I am a little curious about that Juggernaut play maybe backfiring. There is a world in which Tassie struggles to win the other lanes now that there's a 10-point Merlin committed to Death's Domain. So Phoenix may have an angle to just abandon Death's Domain, play a large Sholau or potentially 2 cards. But I don't know how you go about ensuring that you win both of the other lanes. We're not exactly ahead in points here from Phoenix's perspective.
Yeah, this is a tough one here, and again, if Phoenix opts to move, yeah, I think this might be a leave. If Phoenix did opt to move the shield there, then Batroc will also move, which then we're losing 4 points of power on the right there, and I don't think we can make that up with the cards that we've got in hand. So I think that was a good retreat there. And as we see with these style of games, it's not just about winning by any means necessary, and it doesn't matter how many cubes you have left. You want to save at every cube, every point of health you possibly can, because that essentially is an extra point to yourself. Every health point saved is an extra point in that pot right there that you can that can be the difference between in the game still or out. And it looks as though turn 2 we've got down the Captain America, which is the best time to put down Captain America. And what do you think about the change to Captain America now with the shield not starting on the board?
Yeah, it's interesting. In a lot of cases, it is not necessarily a big downside. I think in some of these decks, the shield is not that relevant until you've got Sam Wilson on the board to start moving it around and benefiting from the fact that it moves around. I think the only place where the shield coming out is a big upside is with Aurora or Spectrum, things that care about ongoing counts. Sometimes decks like to, use it as a placeholder to fill the front row or something along those lines. But a lot of these decks just move, especially, if you don't draw Sam Wilson, it's kind of an upside that you aren't clogging your board with a shield that you're having a hard time moving anyway. So it's interesting to see how all of the different decks have fared. I know that the new Aurora decks actually prefer the new Sam Wilson because when you play him, he has both an on reveal and an ongoing, and then the shield, of course, also has an ongoing. So he gets an extra Aurora buff now, which is very interesting.
Okay, so it looks as though with Prio here, we've got Nico being able to copy a card that Tassie is going to be putting down. We've put down the Cosmo, trying to... Oh, no, we haven't actually. We put down the Hope Summers. I do apologize for that. It was the Cosmo in hand. And we've taken the shield out of the game early, which means no more power for Captain America, unfortunately. But we can still move. We can still move the shield, which means that we can still get value out of the shield with Craven on the board here, or if Craven does get on the board, that is.
Yeah, this is certainly the less punishing of the two options for Phoenix, but we do see Tassie now maintains the copy of Deafening Chord. As you mentioned, Nico picked that one up, so we're going to potentially see another Deafening Chord come down here, and Phoenix potentially looking to play around it with a Juggernaut. Although, I mean, it's tough. You're not playing 2 cards for Sholau. You're not getting Craven on the board in this way. And Tassi feeling pretty good about the position, throwing down a snap here. We'll have to see if Phoenix sticks around.
Well, this is the thing with Tassi, right? They could be forcing the Juggernaut play here, even because they've got value with the spell anyway. If they didn't Juggernaut, if Phoenix didn't Juggernaut, this is a bit harsh here.
Yeah, so another Deafening Chord activates on the shield, which loses some stats, but already didn't have an ability. But most importantly, perhaps, the Prodigy, which would have copied, I believe, Nico.
And then would have copied another... Would that have copied then another Deafening Chord spell there? Or would Nico have copied the Prodigy? I'm not sure how that interaction works.
I think Nico locks in once played. Once the on reveal is locked in, I believe Nico maintains the ability. So yeah, I think there would have been another copy of Chord in hand. But in any case, that is not the play that happened. And Phoenix Juggernaut Gambit ends up paying out a little bit here.
Yeah, Genosha here is a good opportunity for Phoenix to get rid of that -2 power shield here. Because after turn 5, as you can see on the board here, after turn 5, it's your highest, every card in that location, apart from the highest cost, will get destroyed. So as you can see here, we got rid of that -2 power, which can be beneficial here because 2 points can make a difference between a win or a loss. And we're playing the Spider-Punk onto the Machine World, which also gives Tassi the option to play. Oh, actually, no, it isn't. It's turn 6. I do apologize. There's me thinking it's turn 5. I'm getting my turn order all mixed up here. So I'm guessing with this, are we going to activate the Aranya here, or to get some value out of the Spider and the Craven here, or are we? This is a bit of a tough one here. I'm not sure what the play would be.
You can set up to move Batroc, play Aranya, push the card mid, and you're really committing a lot of points to mid this way. Phoenix does have a substantial lead in Panopticon, though, and will Spider-Punk the Scarlet Spider as well. And that move, even though Phoenix doesn't have Prio, will happen before the split. But ultimately, Phoenix not feeling confident in this turn. Going to dip out for 2 more cubes as Tassi starts to take a bit of a commanding lead in this series. Not over yet. A lot of snap to play.
TVA. Isn't this normally the time when everyone snaps turn 1 on TVA? I don't know who's more favored in this matchup, though.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. I mean, theoretically, one of these players' deck is better suited to a game that ends at turn 4, but it is a difficult decision to determine who that is.
We get the Agony down in the middle. This is another game here where you don't really get the opportunity to take full advantage of not only Show Lao, but you also don't get full advantage of the Spider, which is what these decks are mainly based on, right?
Although Tassi now with the Surge has a chance, small one, but a chance to top deck the Spider on turn 3. We do see Phoenix now, though, with an interesting position. Oh, and this Crown City actually helps a lot. I was going to say that Phoenix has set up this Aranya Spider-Punk situation with the Batroc, which is very, very powerful, produces a lot of points. However, it is a little bit difficult to separate them before the game ends, which can potentially cause you to be sort of all in on one lane.
Yes,
now,
correct.
If that lane is Crown City, that may not be quite as bad of a thing as if you were just winning one lane by an amount of points that Tassi could potentially ignore. So I think this Crown City is very good for Phoenix, and we see another snap here. It's going to be a 4-cube game if this turn proceeds.
It's a shame that we couldn't get the Craven down early here as well, because that would have been so much value here for Phoenix. But Phoenix has stayed, and it looks as though Tassi is going all in on Crown City, doubling up the Surge here with the Prodigy. They're looking like they're in a great position here going into turn 4. So it was a great play here from Tassi. But we will see. We're going into turn 4 with Phoenix having Prio. But with the hand, I'm not quite sure as to what the best play would be, because as you alluded to earlier, if we do move the Spider-Punk over to Crown City, Batroc will follow. And unless we have a way of stopping Batroc from following, we're just putting all of our points in one location, right? And a lot of the time... Yeah, carry
We
on.
do
Sir.
have the fortunate upside that the location that we're looking to move towards and the most valuable one to contest is the location that Tasi has committed the most of their points to. So Phoenix fighting for Crown City is ultimately not going to be too bad of a look here. And it is potentially a concern, though, that Tasi will just dodge Crown City,
This
play
is
firmly to both
Phoenix.
other locations.
Phoenix is going all in, though. They could be out on this play here, and ooh. I'm surprised that they both abandoned the left location there with only 2 points. Aranya, only 2 points there.
But Phoenix with an absolute stunning 17 points on Crown City.
Ooh. What a great play. And there we go. There is the Scarlet Spider there that, again, we did say that nobody can take advantage of that, being as we're only on a 4-turn game. But
yeah,
Crown City, it was the way to win. And this is the thing, right? There is two locations that are very similar, right? There's Crown City and there's also Baxter Building. And a lot of the time you will get baited into playing a lot of points into there when sometimes you won't need to. But here we go, right into the next round, and we've got Time Theater here, which is 2 Batrocks, which I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but it could be interesting.
Yeah, I think 2 Batrocks actually helps you somewhat with the problem we identified last game. Phoenix ended up navigating that really well with the location, and Tasi ending up, of course, committing hard to the location that Phoenix was able to win. Sometimes, though, with 2 Batrocks and a full-length game, you can create a situation where you move them around a lot early, and then at some point towards the end of the game, turn 5 or turn 6, you make it so that there's only space enough for one of them to move.
Yes.
And you will end in a situation where you're able to split your Batrocks up at the end of the game. And so Phoenix here with the Batrock into Captain America Sam Wilson curve is going to be able to start moving that around next turn.
Surge on
and
2.
Probably get the Kraven second Batrock. And suddenly this Kraven is going to be looking at as many as 3 units moving towards it every time the shield comes over.
Yeah. Ooh, well, I think this is a great opportunity to take full advantage here of Bar Sinister with even more Batrocks on the board. I don't know where they're all going to end up, but if you're ever going to take advantage of Bar Sinister, this is a good deck to do so, right? You've got the Batrock, you've also got the Spider Punk here as well, which can flip a lot of points of power. I'm surprised he didn't go with the Spider Punk first, to be honest, but again, maybe he's saving that for the next turn.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because I do have a small concern with this play. I think these Batrocks are going to get quite large, but you always run the risk with move of getting your lanes a little bit clogged up when you use Bar Sinister more than once. It is a deck that is generally capable of playing cards that move off of it and rewarding you with a lot of extra power, but those cards ultimately need somewhere to move towards. And Tasi with Shou Lao potentially can go quite large in A lane and then play Shou Lao, which will be quite a few points on Bar Sinister compared to Phoenix. But Phoenix adding Shou Lao, and now suddenly we are right back in this. And yeah, Phoenix ultimately going to pick to play Spider-Punk on only 1 location. Yeah. Instead of getting multiple copies.
Yeah, I'm surprised with this as well. But with Merlin being down, there is the opportunity for Merlin to change Bar Sinister here. Me personally, I would try and take full advantage of Bar Sinister with the Spider Punk because, like I said, stealing an opponent's power and gaining power, being able to do that multiple times is very powerful. And as we can see, there is no Luke Cage in our opponent's deck. So although we have a Merlin on the board where we can change those cards that have been hit with negative power, we're still gaining power, right? So we're still at an advantage.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and it's I like this sort of difference of opinion that we have here because it shows you what these players are navigating and the decisions that they're making. Do you commit to the multiple Spider Punks and risk your board being full and sort of abandon the Shou Lao game plan? Or do you save up more board space and try to ultimately make, Shou Lao larger and have more copies of them? So it's an interesting spot, and Phoenix ultimately looking towards the Shou Lao game plan. We also have potentially the opportunity to play down a sneaky Cosmo at some point this game. So we'll have to see how that looks.
Yes, of course, of course. And there was me speaking from my perspective. I'm very greedy when it comes to playing these kind of games. I will try and have as many points and as many cards as possible because that big number means win, right? That's my way of thinking anyway. But this is a bit. I'm interested to see the Cosmo here, because if you play the Cosmo here on the right, that stops you from playing the show on the right next turn, which I think you would want to use. I think you would want to take advantage of being able to have multiple shows show up.
Yeah, Phoenix hasn't been playing the most towards the Sholau in terms of number of two cards per turn, and potentially is
course.
worried about Tassi making a stronger Sholau at the end of the game. Also noticing that this may be their last chance to have Prio, depending on what Tassi does, especially with this Herbie Jocasta line.
What a snipe with the Cosmo there. What a great play. This just
Yeah,
shows
and
it.
even blocks out the Merlin skill.
Yep. So we're in a great position here, and Tassi is in for all points, right? So we're in a great position here. And I think just show on the, I think playing show on the left and moving Spider-Punk to the left, I think will do it, right? I think that's the play I would do.
Yeah, the show is going to buff Cosmo.
Yeah, exactly.
Going to play this in a way that Batroc doesn't move. Oh,
Yeah.
but has to be careful here. I don't know if Sholau specifies the last character or the last card.
I believe it is. I think it is the last character. I think I had this discussion before with spells, and it ignores spells completely. Yeah,
Okay.
It ignores spells completely. So
Okay.
I've seen it numerous times. I've been in Twitch chat saying order, but it ignores the spells. So, but this is an interesting play. I would have thought he would have gone all in left. We're winning right potentially, anyway. But it's interesting to see what we will do. Again, Phoenix will know this deck a lot better than we do, but we can just call out plays that we can see, right?
Yeah, a big factor here is going to be determining which card on the left lane that Deafening Chord will hit between the Jocasta and the Herbie, because I believe that Jocasta has not activated yet, right?
No, of course. And I think with Herbie is the plus power, right? And I think here,
okay, so actually,
I don't
in
think
some sense, it didn't matter because Jocasta wouldn't see the ability.
And I think either way here, I think we still win.
Yeah.
Ooh, actually, wait. Sage might have changed everything. Wait, we got the Deafening Chord. Jocasta does not proc. Ooh, what a play. Yeah, Deafening Chord is proving to be such a great card in this tournament, because there is such a emphasis on low cards that can scale and low power cards that low energy cost cards that can do a lot, right? And before we had the Red Guardian that was shutting these things down. Now we've got Deafening Chord, which is a lot cheaper at one cost, just changing everything, right? And stopping all of these power plays that people are readying up for. And we're moving into a different game now here with Sizer against Honifer. Two great players here. Both are playing at the top of the ladder. I'm not sure what their current rank is, but I believe Sizer has been number one fair few times. Honifer, again, he's a great player. If you're not sure who he is amazing at the game. But it seems as though Sizer has taken full charge here and has dominated this game with a huge point advantage here. He has 9 points on the board. Honifer only with the 1. And with how the board is playing out, I cannot see how Sizer loses this one. But
yeah, Sizer does seem to be in a very commanding position in this game. Both of these players, and as you said, are community staples who have been playing, especially in this tournament scene, but also on ladder and other formats. Very well known. Sizer seems to have all the answers here, and this is a proven player with one of the strongest decks, from my opinion and my experiences over the course of the past week, that I've seen doing very, very well. And I mean, The only thing that's working against Sizer here is just navigating the sheer number of board spaces that you want to be playing to move this werewolf. Has an
Yes,
absolutely packed hand with all
of
sorts of
course. And
tools,
it's
Shadow
only turn
King,
5.
massive points leads, and is in a commanding spot. Yeah, and as you said, still another turn to play.
Yeah, it looks like Sizer's got a crazy advantage here, and he seems to be playing this deck so well. Before, a couple of months ago, if you was to bump into Sizer on ladder, if you play on the EU server, that is, I used to have the unfortunate run-in of bumping into Sizer when he used to play Move a lot, which he was insanely good at. And he switched over to this kind of clog-style werewolf deck, which has proved to be very, very powerful. He seems to be able to navigate the deck really well. I've tried this deck. I don't know if you have, Teebs. I'm not good with it. Holy, look what's going on here. And it seems as though with the Shadow King here, it has took a lot of points off the werewolf for Sizer, but has kept the points for Honifer's werewolf. But we're still
Yeah, so we were talking last turn about how commanding of a position Sizer was in, and two key things happened that have set Honifer back into I don't want to say necessarily favorable position, but a fighting chance for this game once again, which again, Honifer's on their last life, has to stay in. But Sizer flipped up a claw in the right lane as the 5-drop, which is of course a not what you want type situation. And now Sizer has also had the Werewolf by Night points on left lane reset by Honifer's Shadow King. However, Sizer has the priority opportunity to throw down Shadow King and return the favor and take out the at least pre-existing Werewolf by Night points from Honifer, and then safely throw down Sholau after the fact when we know that Honifer's Shadow King has already been used. So I think this looks not quite as commanding as last turn, but I don't necessarily see how Honifer is going to get out of this one. But there's a chance.
Of course, unless he dumps a whole bunch of cards into Quantum Tunnel and see what pops out. With our hand here for Sizer, he's got a few demons that he could have taken advantage of if we didn't have the Quantum Tunnel here. But again, Sizer can't play really into the Quantum Tunnel because he'll put some good cards in, potentially get some bad cards out, right?
Yeah, and I think the big story here is just that extra energy from last turn off of the Merlin spells has allowed Sizer to play a total of 8 energy worth of cards this turn.
We got a big Shout here, though. Oh, wow, okay, that was so close.
Yeah, you said it. In a tiebreaker situation on the right lane, Sizer does end up narrowly clutching that one out. It was a very close game in the end. But Sizer going to go ahead and run away with the cube lead in that series over Honifer as we get ready to jump into another match.
Of course. Sizer doing Sizer things, right? He seems he's not one of the best players for a reason, but then again, Honifer is also a great player. But it seems as though, like I said, Sizer can navigate that deck so well. A deck that I said I did try myself, I had no success with. But
yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. We into the end of this game now. It seems as though we are, Thanos player. We're having a Thanos against a Maverick style deck here. What are your thoughts on, actually, I was going to say, what are your thoughts on Thanos in this kind of style of tournament?
I like it. I'm a big Arishem enjoyer, and I'm a little bit happy to be on the desk this time around because most of my previous tournament successes over the last few months have been in the Arishem meta, which is, of course, banned in this tournament. And, we have a spicy Infinity Stone coming down from Angel Sword, popping up an unexpected Sanctum Sanctorum, although it looks like we have all the tools to deal with it.
Yep, it does. From what I can see, and it looks as though from what we can see on the board here, we also got a Titan here on the left, which is making all 6-cost cards cost 1 less, which is great for both of these style of decks because we have Thanos obviously with Angel Sword, and we have a Mockingbird here, which also gets the discount from Titan as well as discount from the tokens that are on the board, which is great. You know, an extra point of discount, nobody's complaining about that. And with the Space Stone being out on the board, Angel Sword also has the opportunity to play back into Sanctum to flip that location if needs be.
Yeah, and Titan that we've just described the impact has already been wiped out by the Merlin
Taken away.
skill. However, we will get a couple points onto the Merlin here in the battle for Sanctum Sanctorum, which Angel Sword's Marvel Boy is now going to be pumping a steady points output. And it does look, though, like Pebble will have a very large Scarlet Spider and should have no trouble filling up both of these locations here on the left side, and then ultimately showlowing and popping that over to Sanctum. So I think we'll
Yes.
have no issue with that.
Of course, yeah, and with the opponent not knowing which Mysterio is actually the real Mysterio, they're going to be conscious of thinking about playing points. Again, we did see this Thanos come down, which was to be expected, right? Because they don't know where the real Mysterio is, right? And they want to make sure that they win that location. But I don't think they're aware that we're going to have a real huge spider that's going to be coming down and contesting one of these other lanes.
Yeah, and we do have a situation, though, where Angel Sword has secured priority with this Thanos in addition, which is not to say that people can't fight back and take the Sanctum, but Angel's packing some important tech cards in Cosmo and Cosmic Ghost Rider, as well as Shang-Chi, so has the potential to snipe Papal's play here with kind of any of those cards. I guess Cosmic Ghost Rider is potentially a little bit less relevant here, as the Scarlet Spider is tucked away in the back, but either Cosmo mid or a Shang-Chi left with priority could completely undo this game. And of course, these players are both on their last life, so no opportunity to retreat.
No, of course. And with that being said, with the Thanos deck, with so many stones that have been played here, there is a high likelihood that Angel does have one of those two cards, right? Because he's been able to draw so many stones, which again in turn help draw more cards in your deck. So the chances of us seeing a Cosmo come down or a Shang-Chi is highly likely. But if you was to take a preference over which one you would pick, of course you're always going to go Shang-Chi on the left, right? Just to stop that Scarlet Spider.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is a situation where since Pibble doesn't have priority, we're looking at Sholau going second. The Shang-Chi would definitely land.
I believe this
if
will be
Angel
the
Sword has
Shang-Chi on the
it.
left. And Thanos is gone up to 22 power because all stones have been played. And there is the Shang-Chi. We was expecting the Shang-Chi. And there it is. Angel Sword taking the victory. And not only taking the victory, he's won all 3 locations.
Yep. So interestingly enough here, there was a cheeky play around Shang-Chi online with Kitty Pryde coming down first and receiving the Sholau buff. Could have potentially had some agency, although Angel Sword still now sweeping up both of these other locations. So yeah, that cheeky tech and the nice prio grab on turn 5 will seal the deal for Angel Sword.
Yeah,
making
definitely.
it out with just 1 cube left, so taking an 11-9 snowball points.
Of course, yeah.
Score out of that round.
Yeah, I was okay. I was going to say with that game, it was a difference of 2 points really for the loser, right? Because you either because they were so locked into what were how many health points they both had left, it was going to be a close game no matter what. And with that, with the point system in this tournament, you know, the difference between 9 points and 11 points isn't too much of a big difference. Whereas a win versus a loss in the older style tournaments was a big difference, right? But that being said, we will be going to a short break. So we will be back shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here in the end of round 5 with a few matches still going on in the background. But we're going to take a look at what the situation is as we wrap this one up, take a look at the standings and see how we're looking going into the remainder of the Swiss round. There are just a couple rounds left to go after this, and these players' snowball cubes are starting to pile up, and some players are running away with a little bit of a lead that nobody's secure yet. We're definitely still too early for that, but we can deduce some things about what the top 16 cut is going to look like from this situation. And a resounding first place with 77 points going into this round out of a total possible of 80 is Clam. And what do you think about this deck?
I love the addition of Spider-Ham here. That's one thing that I'm going to say. I love that card. When it first came out, I love the card. I know it's been changed a few times. But it's great. You know, when you see your Spider-Ham hit your opponent's key card, it's such a feels good moment. And more times than not, it does do what you want it to do and hit a card that they really want, right? So with the addition of Spider-Ham in this deck, I think it's amazing. And Wasp too.
Yeah, and with the recent Iceman change as well, the Iceman and Spider-Ham are both kind of doing double duty on that disruption and information gathering game. In second place here, we have this very sort of new take on what is, I would say, one of the oldest and longest standing decks in the tournament. This is definitely playing enough new cards that I would not call it the original Electro Ramp deck, but Electro Ramp has been around since the very beginning, being able to curve out into some of these massive cards, and the recent addition of Chamber has led this deck to a resurgence. And there is a few tech cards in here, but for the most part, we're just playing large guys, and that seems to be working out very well here in second place.
Yeah, as we can see here, War Machine is incorrect on the board here. War Machine is actually a 5/9, not a 4/6. I like this style of deck. I love Chamber. I'm surprised that there is only one card in here that is producing 6-cost cards. I do prefer the version with Nick Fury, but it seems as though this deck is working out perfectly fine because look at where he is on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is the I believe the card for card list that I like to play in Chamber Electro Ramp. It's very clean. If you hit your ramp spells, you just do the thing, and if you don't, well, there's always next game. It's a little bit interesting to see in this environment, but this is one of the few decks that is not a Sholau deck fighting up in the top cut, or for the top cut, I should say. We're not quite there yet. We've got a nice Nimrod Zola combo destroy deck here as well. I believe this was on the broadcast a little earlier with the sort of Shuri combo up plus Zola Adamantium lines. This is a very powerful combo deck that can do just some absolutely wild numbers, go over the top of almost everything else, although almost all those numbers are green techs that are vulnerable to Shadow King. So a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on there. Seems to be navigated so far so good.
Definitely.
But a couple more rounds to play.
I think out of all of the decks, I think this is one of my favorites. I play a similar style of deck to this as well, but mine has Galactus inside it. Although, you know, you're behind on priority most of the time with this style of deck, the point output is insane. And me and my big dumb brain, or small dumb brain, should I say, is I like big numbers, right? Big numbers get me excited, and this can produce big numbers.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of fan favorite decks. Very, very divisive, very big numbers, very fun to play, and a lot of fans out there.
Definitely.
Here we have the other sort of Sholau side of things. Definitely still a sort of classic package with the Scarlet Spider, which seems to be the story of the event so far. Sholau on Scarlet Spider, activate. But here we also have Werewolf by Night as the accompaniment, but some interesting one-drop support in Lockheed, Clea, and of course, Deafening Chord and Nico, which have been very, very standout cards this event as well, but haven't seen much in the Lockheed and Cleo way. And what do you think about this sort of deck?
This deck is very interesting, and I just want to point out that this guy is 4-0 with this deck, so they've won every game. And looking at the deck, you wouldn't expect so. It seems as though it's a bit of a tough one, right? It seems as though we've got a lot of point distribution looking at the cards, but it doesn't look like it's a coherent deck. Just looking at it from a, taking a step back perspective. But then when you actually look at every single card, almost synergizes with every single card. So it's a great set of 12 cards to be playing with, and it's proven to be a great deck.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that we are still 4-0 at 6th place here, but the points outcome is ultimately more important than your score. So to have these decks, as we start to go a little bit further down the ranking, we will start to see potentially some players who have had a loss. I don't know if that's going to be the case just yet, but as we get deeper into the Swiss, that starts to be a consideration. And so these decks are selected to navigate this format where winning large matters. And here we can see in 17th place, we have a 3-1 player who has done so well in the games that they've won and barely lost the game that they lost, that they're ahead of some other 4-0 players.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing about this format of tournament, right? It's completely different to what you would normally be used to in Conquest or in any other form of tournament, right? Whereas the end goal is to win in the tournament rounds, right? The end goal is to win. Doesn't matter how many cubes you have left, you just want to win. Whereas this style, it changes how you want to play the game. You're going to always snap your advantages. You're going to always snap your opponent's disadvantages, locations, just starting hand. You're always going to play it as though this is the last round, because the health points, the cubes, the snowballs, however you want to say it, they are so important. Just that one cube can make a big difference.
Yeah, it's almost a completely new format, completely new game in a
it's
sense.
very interesting.
The effect that this tournament has on the deck building cannot be overstated. But it's interesting too, because ultimately we have a couple of rounds left in the Swiss here, and then once we switch over to the top cut and take a look at the top 16, these players suddenly will be playing single elimination, win by any means possible, any means necessary, and your cube count no longer matters once you get to that top 16 cut. So you need to think ahead a little bit. You can't go all in on this strategy either. So you kind of need a deck that plays well to both, and perhaps change how you navigate the individual games, your snap and retreat strategy, as opposed to simply relying on your deck building axis for navigating the format. And that's a really interesting thing as well, to need to be able to switch back and forth between.
Yeah, no, definitely. And as you did say here, once we get to top 16, the snowball points no longer matter. It then becomes a single game elimination. So you could finish in the top 16, you could finish on the 10-0. You would still be getting the 1 point for the win, as opposed to if you was finishing with one cube left. It's only up until the top 16 that these snowballs really do count. And it forces you to play two different play styles. As you said, with the style of deck, you can snap early, you can do this, you can do that. But the way that you're playing the top 16 is going to be completely different to the way that you're going to be playing the lead up to the top 16, right? Because the lead up to the top 16, you're almost trying to speed run your way into winning the games, forcing your opponent to leave, forcing your opponent to retreat, forcing your opponent to play into a game that isn't favorable for them just because they don't want to lose out on cubes. Whereas once it gets to top 16, you can take a little bit more of a step back and only play the games that count.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting addition to the ways that we can play Snap, which is a thing that's kind of been iterated on over the years in this game, both from a in-game, in-client perspective, but also from these sort of tournament formats that have evolved over time. And it's really interesting to see how these things keep changing and adapting and evolving. and see how some of the best players in the community have navigated these changes. It's interesting as well to see how these decks that they've brought are able to play through to both of these sort of disparate styles, where ultimately you can't lose much and get through to the end of this tournament, but the way that you navigate that and how you get there definitely changes over the course of the event. We have a lot of Sholau, and people have zeroed in on this as the way to navigate winning the event. However, the supporting cards and the strategies that they take to get there are widely varied, and there are quite a few dark horse decks as well. And I'm excited to see what people are going to actually make it through to the end as we get towards the end of the Swiss.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
here's another one. We got the Lasher. A lot of people are all in on Scarlet Spider, but Lasher is another one of those cards that you can really put a massive multiplication on your Sholau stats on.
Yeah, also with Lasher, there was a time where it was only, if you've seen Lasher come down on the board, it was only one deck, right? And that was C2. Now, with the addition of these cards, especially the season pass card here, and with Maverick, you can play Lasher in a large amount of decks now, and the power can go crazy. You know, you going from a Lasher being a 2/2, which is minus 2 points on their side, and you keep your points, which is a 4-point difference. But then you can have a 5-point Lasher, which then is a 10-point difference. And if you get Showdown onto a Lasher, you don't know how many points that could be. You could have a 15 power Lasher almost, and then that's a difference in 30 power, which, you know, is a big swing in any Marvel Snap game.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because these different cards, these potential Sholau target cards like Lasher, Maverick, and Scarlet Spider, all have their own differences in how they are able to attribute the Sholau points sort of an extra time, right? Of course, they're all getting buffed by however much Sholau is going to buff them. But Maverick can pass that on to the card that you play after Sholau. Scarlet Spider can obviously split into another lane, and Lasher is stuck to the lane you're playing. So in some context, Maverick is the most flexible of these, because you have the control to play your card in the same lane or in either of the other lanes as you need it. However, it also requires you to have a 1-drop alongside Sholau and to not have had your Sholau Ice-Mant, both of which are not guarantees. Scarlet Spider is perhaps the safest and splits your points into 2 lanes, which is typically a good thing. But if you are potentially exposed to your opponent's Shadow King, that might not be enough. And additionally, some decks you really want to get that Lasher if they're all in on a big card that they want to split after you. So if they're going to split a Black Panther, or if they're going to go off on their own Scarlet Spider that you might be able to give, you know, minus 20 or something, you can cause them to sort of spread negative stats to their own lanes.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's very interesting to see how different players are choosing to take different routes to really navigate Sholau. And here, I mean, we have, speaking of negative stats, we've got a Nihilus Sholau.
Yeah, this is a very interesting style of deck here, right? Because not only are you inflicting your opponent with negative power cards here with the Void from the Century and also the Hood, but you're also boosting your side of the board with Xiaolao. And with the prevalence of Xiaolao that I can see in this tournament, and with the prevalence also of Scarlet Spider, and with the style of deck like Nimrod that we've been seeing, and the Black Panther style of decks, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more Stardust. I'm very surprised, in fact, that we haven't seen more Stardust, because I thought that this, you know, Stardust would be eating really good in this tournament, seeing the style of decks that are being played.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we also see that the main piece of tech that a lot of these decks are relying on is Deafening Chord, which of course can't hit Stardust as a 4 energy card. So I think you're potentially onto something from a tech standpoint. The question though becomes, which deck can run Stardust effectively that isn't hurting its own strategy, that is also able to put out the number of points necessary to win these games? Because, I mean, some of these cards are going to require making cards that Stardust would prevent. But if we look at the sort of options we were talking about a couple minutes ago, Maverick is a great one where you can safely duplicate your Shilao points and work around a Stardust if you have a 1 energy card to play after Shilao. Play Maverick as your last card on turn 5, Shilao it, and then activate it after Shilao and play your 1-drop. And you've just sort of danced around the text. So I'm curious if there are decks that can make that happen, if we maybe will see some even through the rest of the Swiss rounds, some sort of ongoing piles or potentially Aurora decks.
Okay.
Okay, we just got word from production that the stats have been updated to include the outcome of round 5, which means round 5 is now in the books. All games have been concluded. Clam, oh my goodness, only dropped 1 snowball again?
What a player. What a player. They've won 5 games, and it seems as though they've been first round, they kept all 10 points. Round 2, they had 9 points. Round 3, they had 8 points. Round 4, they had 10 points. And round 5, they had 9 points again. Whew.
So Clam on 96 out of a possible 100 snowballs at this point, and is building that lead we were talking about a little bit earlier as we go into the final 2 rounds of Swiss coming up, round 6 and round 7. My goodness.
This is the deck. This is the deck, right?
Yep. And a 6 snowball lead over second place. So starting to build that sort of safety buffer to lock in a top 16 slot. And again, I don't want to say we're too early to say that this top 16 slot is locked in for anyone at this point, because a rough game in the opposite direction can really set you back with other players, of course, having the opportunity to gather up to 20 snowball points in a round. But Clam is running away with this one so far. And we do have several 5-0 players, as to be expected, I suppose. But the number of snowball and the distribution of snowballs among these players is really interesting, as we see going down here.
Yeah, as we just seen there, that we did have a round 3 where the player did not show, so he got an automatic buy. And with that automatic buy, they don't actually on default, they don't automatically on default get the 20 cubes. If they was to get a 10-0, they get 15 points. So if we have a round where the opposing player doesn't show up and they just get a by default win, they get 15 points, which is 15 snowball points, which it can be a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because they had the opportunity to get 20 if the person did show, but these things do happen.
Yeah, and of course, actually navigating a match to get 20 snowball is very difficult. So 15, a middle ground, which, you know, it's interesting. In a lot of other tournament formats, a buy is just sort of a free dub. And
it's a free
having
dub,
that sort of cost associated where you do get a very good outcome, but it's not a full 20, I think seems like a good fit to me.
Yeah, it's a good middle
Curious
ground.
to see how some of these players feel about those who did get buys. I imagine there wouldn't be very many, but
as you can see here, Sizer is in the top 10 and he had a loss on round 4, which goes to show that you can lose and still be in the top 10. You can lose and still make it to the top 16, as you can see here.
Yeah, as long as you perform well in the matches you win,
of course,
and you don't lose by too much. Some players are definitely going to have a record that breaks the mold of what the players around them are doing. And that's something interesting to watch for, is the overall effect of these snowball points as we go forward. Speaking of going forward, we are getting ready to jump into round 6 of Swiss here with Clam themselves, our first place player at the moment with 96 snowballs, taking on Rad Knight here in the round 6 of Swiss. We'll go ahead and jump in.
Both of these players, I believe Rad Knight is at the second position in the leaderboard, right? So this is player 1 versus player 2, or rank 1 versus rank 2 in this style of tournament.
And did you see that Spider-Ham? Okay, and in fact, Spider-Ham revealed that Rad Knight had the Shadow King and, of course, removed its ability, turned it into a pig. Iceman came down and then increased the cost of that pigged Shadow King. So Rad Knight is feeling pretty bad, I would imagine, about the prospect of turning off green text in this game. And I believe that was Clam's snap following that up.
Yeah, that Clam's at a great advantage here now, but we see the ham come down from Rad Knight too, and this could potentially hit the Scarlet, which he doesn't want. It's going to come down to potentially a 50-50, depending on if he plays anything. And this is not ideal, right?
Clam's in a situation where, of course, you have to play your Scarlet Spider here potentially if you want to show it, but you know that that Spider Ham is going to only hit characters, as we just saw. Clam double checking, contemplating maybe playing around it by just popping off the triple Show now, but Clam is ultimately going to lose this Show to Rad Knight's Spider Ham and is seemingly not that excited about it.
Oh, this
go ahead and glow up of the century on this Spider Ham with 4 polymorphs.
I was going to say, this is why Spider Ham is such a good card in these style of tournaments, right? Oof.
Oh, and going all the way to a 6 with this extra misery hit in the middle of the sequence here.
And it went all the way to an infinite from a Spider Ham to an infinite.
All right,
you don't see that every day.
Clam riding the Spider Ham to infinite pipeline here over on Bar Sinister, also pulling Spider Ham over to block one of the 4 copies of Rad Knight's Scarlet Spider.
It looks like
okay, and Clam picking up a Jocasta. I think that Spider Ham activation, despite all of the good outcomes on the card transformations, Clam without a top end and really no help from the top deck is going to get out for 2 cubes, and Rad Knight takes that first game.
Yeah, see, this is
claiming
the thing.
2 snowball points.
This is the thing, right? You could have an early advantage and you'd snap on it naturally, and things can just flip the tide so quick. A location, an opponent's card can just change everything, right? And with this game here, we've got Central Park with the first location, which is actually going to stop a lot of cards being put on the board. And with these style of decks, they kind of want space. So with Sinister London as well, we're going to be clogging the board very early, very fast.
Yeah, this is quite the play here. And interestingly, okay, so Clam did claim that Agony spot right away. Rad Knight discards Maverick. So this Maverick from Clam is going to be quite powerful. However, as you said, you've only got a finite amount of board spaces.
I think
so at some point
middle. And by the way, I was going to say, by the way, we do actually have both views of this game. So at any point, we can actually switch over and see Rad Knight's hand and see from a Rad Knight's perspective. But so far, it seems like we're doing fine with Clam here. Oh, I think that snap was enough for them to leave.
Yeah, and Clam taking an interesting snap here. The Jocasta obviously very powerful, but being almost out of board space and entirely out of hand, I feel like Rad Knight's in a position where you're almost running in fear of your opponent's snap, and I can't help but feel like that was a little bit of a bluff almost.
Okay, yeah, but this is the thing, right? Bluffing is part of this game, and this is what you would expect. I'm telling you, that was a great hit from Iceman. But this is the thing, even with early advantages, as we've seen on the last game, just an early advantage snap doesn't necessarily mean that you've got the game. But
absolutely,
with these players both being rank 1 and rank 2, I think they respect each other's snaps enough for them to go, you know what? I might not stay here, because I know that you're number 2, so you know what you're doing. I'm number 1, I know what I'm doing. So I believe that with these snaps that are coming into play from both Clam and Rad Knight, I think the opponent will respect.
Yeah, that's a good point. And so far, just 1 cube here as we get a lay of the land. Death's Domain flipping up in the 3rd slot. Very, very interesting. So Clam with the Scarlet Spider already in hand is going to be more than capable of navigating points onto Death's Domain. We'll have to see what Rad Knight ends up with in this situation. Oh, and the cheeky little forge there. Did that go off already, or is that still queued up? I think it
don't
might be
believe it's
going
gone
to
off
the
yet.
Scarlet Spider.
So we may see a Maverick. We may see a Maverick middle here.
Okay, and hold on now. Bar with no name flips up,
Okay.
and suddenly,
This is what I would expect to see. I would expect to see a Maverick middle. Then you've got two Mavericks here, right? But then again, you don't really have the time to play both Mavericks and Scarlet. So it might just be Maverick here and then Scarlet on turn 5. But with Bar with no name being on the board as well, and the opportunity for Clam to get rid, it's quite interesting.
I feel like you have to take out the Bar, right? Taking out Death, you already have the tools to navigate Death's domain.
Ooh.
Oh, and Spider-Ham going ahead and taking out the Scarlet Spider once again. And you called this a while ago. Spider-Ham looking to be one of the MVP cards in this event.
I told you, it's one of my favorite cards when I do play Spider-Ham. And when I get Spider-Ham played against me, it always hits the card, right? Oof, New York. Okay, so now we've got the potential to be able to move cards to the left, but we don't really have any space for Clam. And it seems as though Rad Knight is really, really building up a big card mid. Okay, we're going to go with the Omni. I'm surprised we're going with the Omniversal on the right here. I would have potentially thought we would have got rid of New York to stop any shenanigans from Rad Knight here, but
yeah, I agree. I'm also a little surprised that we're not playing a buffed Scarlet Spider this turn, instead opting for another Maverick, chaining these two Mavericks together, which admittedly is a lot of points.
Yeah, I think this might be a bigger play here for the Xiao Lao, right? With the Scarlet Spider already being hammed, it's never going to go off. Because I don't know if you did see that it got hit by the pig.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Of course. Okay, so the double chained Maverick is the most we can do at this point.
Yeah, and I believe this into Xiao Lao is a lot of points, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the math here. I'm not sure how many turns we did play more than 2 cards or more than 1 card, but as Regis normally says, it's 1 billion power, so it's probably going to be a lot.
And look at this Spider-Ham pickup off the top, as you're saying, 1 billion power. And this is Spider-Ham, not his usual use case, but importantly, a 1-drop character who's going to be able to receive all of these payout points from this chain of double Maverick into Xiao Lao. And yeah, this is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of a 24 or even 27 point Spider-Ham.
I believe so. Let's see.
Okay, and
24.
Clam, importantly, throwing that Xiao Lao down in the left lane means that a lot of base stats, even if a Shadow King came out there, and Rad Knight, Shadow King in the right lane, is going to be a whiff on all of Clam's cards, and Clam taking a big 4-point game.
Yeah, well, Clam is taking these risks, and this is the nature of the tournament style, right? You have to take these risks if you want to win these games, and if you want to have more points. Again, it's a bit of a double-edged sword because you could lose a lot of points as well. But we're seeing great gameplay from Clam here.
100%. And Ant, you referred to this earlier. It's very interesting to see that both of these are very good players. Both of these players are leading the event in the 1 and 2 slot. And as a result, they're respecting each other a lot. And we're kind of seeing a bloodbath, which is a great fun thing to cast. And I'm sure that the viewers are enjoying this bloodbath as well. But you got to feel like these players are feeling a little bit of pain every time they sort of split cubes and trade snowball points with each other, because both of these players are looking to have left some snowballs on the table, as it were, this match. And neither of them are going to be quite as close to the top, I would imagine, after this one, as we have more cubes split total between the two players.
Of course, yeah, with this being the number 1 and 2 slot, you would expect that one of them would want to take the other one for all cubes so that they can separate the gap between first and second, right? If Clam was to win this 10-0, which he can't anymore, it would be a big difference between first and second. And flip side, with Rad being able to do the same, it would significantly boost him up. And I did see that Iceman there hit the Shao. And then the Ham hitting the Shao. I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. Spider Ham is the best card in the game. I'm telling you.
It is disrupt the Shao meta. And, you know, as much as it must be painful for Rad Knight to see their Sholau getting Iceman, Clam's Sholau no longer does anything. So a 5/8 with no ability is certainly worse than a 6/8 Sholau.
No, definitely.
We'll have to see what Clam does here, but with that snap coming down from Rad Knight, I would not be surprised to see a retreat.
Yeah, with Bar Sinister as well, with the Shao Lao potential on Bar Sinister for Rad, this should be a respectable leave here. But if Clam is as stubborn as a player as I think he is, he may stay because you got to think, this is a hard leave. First against second, it's a hard leave.
So we have really two options here, right? Rad Knight is going to run away with it in the end of the game. We have Clam potentially able to win the closed off lane and then go larger in mid. But as soon as Rad Knight plays anything that can sneak points into mid, such as Scarlet Spider, it's just over. So Clam gonna intelligently get out of there while they can for one cube. And we are going to switch over and spectate Rad Knight's POV for a little bit.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going into the high stakes now, and we're going to switch over to Rad Knight's perspective. So we can see a little bit of how Rad plays as well. Like I say, these are the top two players, so it's nice to see both people's perspectives in this tournament style. And Collapse Mine on turn 3. Not ideal for either player, being as they want to try and play as many cards as many turns as possible.
And I don't know if Rad Knight knows this, but I'm pretty sure activating a card means that your Collapse Mine doesn't proc. Yeah, so there we go. Spider Ham activation keeps the rocks there for Rad Knight.
I've been punished with this before in the past. Well, yeah, we got a snap here from Clam, which is the right call here because Rad Knight is potentially going to lose right now unless he skips a whole turn, which I don't think he can afford to with him already skipping a turn and activating Ham.
And he's staying. Wow.
The location has changed. So those rocks are never going to disappear now. There's no Killmongers. So it's an auto win for for Clam here. But
okay. And Cosmo is now being committed. So we see Clam with only one space in mid, which must stay open now if there's any hope of using a Sholau, unless it wants to play on Throne Room. But at this point, I think Throne Room pretty safely won, as you're saying. Those rocks are going to seal that up for Rad Knight. So Rad Knight has to navigate this game in a way to win both left and middle. And Clam with ample space and the ability to combo off here. Okay, interesting.
Ooh. So lucky he didn't hit the Shower. I think Shower is the only way that we can win this game as Rad Knight, you know. But don't forget that's Throne Room. So that Scarlet Spider is actually only 8 points. If that was to flip onto a different location, it would only be 8 points at this very moment.
Yeah, although we do still now see Clam with the opportunity to play Sholau, but Rad Knight's Sholau pretty large. And okay, well, is it going to be enough? I mean,
if he loses this game, he's going to be kicking himself over the full skip, but still activating the card. I got punished with that before, so I know better now. But in these tournament settings, there's a lot of pressure between both players. And they might not have thought it, or it might be the first time they came across it.
Here comes the large Sholau, and it's going to be 20 point Scarlet Spider for Rad Knight, which is definitely going mid, and it's never punished, as it were.
Never
Clam
punished.
A little bit sad about this one, but it looks like the Sholau is not an option there.
What a great play from Clam, though.
So.
What a great play from Clam. You know, you have to feel bad for Clam on that last game there, because he did everything right. He changed the location. It seems as though Rad Knight did slip up there by activating the card on the Collapse Mines, which again, we've all done it, right? It's full skip. It doesn't mean don't play any cards. It means don't do anything at all.
Yep. But Rad Knight with the powerful points package and the safety of the rocks in some small way almost paid off. And wow, okay. Rad Knight with the Spider Ham Once again, Spider-Ham doing all sorts of duties, taking out the America Chavez buffed Agony from Clam, which is got to be one of the larger cards to enable this for only 1 energy, and not to mention Mosh Pit flipping up mid, that Agony would have gotten even larger to buff up a Maverick or a Scarlet Spider. And speaking of Maverick, Clam's Maverick is now gone as well because Rad Knight's Spider-Ham is a sniper. My goodness.
Yeah, I think there are two. Well, there's three cards that you definitely don't want to be hit by your Spider-Ham if you're Clam, right? One of them is Maverick, the other one is Scarlet Spider, and the third, quite clearly, is Show Lao. And Spider-Ham is doing a great job of hitting one of them three.
Yeah, so Rad Knight here looking to be in a pretty powerful spot as far as the early curve goes and the disruption. However, I think the big story here is, will Rad Knight maintain enough good, relevant cards to get all the buffs needed here? And I think with the help of Merlin, that shouldn't be a problem. Sometimes this is an issue where if you play 2 cards a turn, you end up without enough cards to, fuel the Sholau train, as it were, to keep playing 2 cards. But Merlin, with a 1-cost skill every single turn, is going to help here a lot. And
This is
Rad
going to be
Knight,
a great play here.
yeah.
Just think about the point output here. So Scarlet Spider is going to get buff 4 points of power from Maverick here, and then not only that, but we're also going to get Shower down on turn 6, no doubt.
Yep.
So this Scarlet Spider is going to be huge. We're in a great position here as Rad Knight, a great position. And
yeah, and as we were just talking about, you can't miss. You cannot miss the card draw because you have that Merlin on the board. So we're always going to have at least 1 skill to play with Sholau. Next turn on 6, here come Clam's pigs.
And this
and
is
the pig parade.
I think that fist bump came there because there's no Spider-Ham from Clam, so the cards are safe. And Xiao Lao or Shu Lao is here to take the game, I guess.
Oh,
what a great fight from first and second.
Oh my goodness, the stats.
This is going to be a huge play here, but I think we just win. I think Rad Knight just wins no matter what. No matter what.
Yep.
I'd be interested to see how many points. Is that going to go up to a 24? Is it going to be 24 power? Either way, it's not going to be enough from Clam here.
It is not going to be enough because this 24 yep, you're right. And this 24 is going to win either side lane at this point.
Can go anywhere at this point.
All right. And so Clam, with the absolute dominant control of Rad Knight in that last game, is going to take the L. And Rad Knight with a 5 cube remainder is going to be 15-5 in snowballs. And that is Clam's first loss of the event.
Yeah, not a bad loss though. Not a bad loss. It was a sort of mirror match, right? And he lost against a number 2 player. So if you are going to lose a game, you might as well lose to one of the best as well, right? But he hung in there. He clawed a couple of cubes, so it's not going to be too detrimental to him. But we are going to see a little bit of a shift in the leaderboard with that loss there, and I believe that Rad Knight will be creeping up a little bit more in terms of being in first place. And we're into a game here now with Papal, or is it Papa? And okay, we can call him Papa. And Big Ish. Very interesting name. We got some really cool names here in the Snap tournament. But it looks as though we're going in on the final round. All the cubes. This could potentially be a loss for Papa here.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting spot. This is one of the sort of slightly off meta takes, I would say, on how to navigate this one with the Prof-X. I've seen a couple of different Prof-X strategies here, and this one is not a Sholau strategy, but it is more of an Electro ramp with a cheeky Prof-X as an inclusion. Very interesting and dangerous thing to be doing right now, though, as I've seen Sholau leverage to sneak points into your Prof-X lane if necessary, if you're losing.
Okay, and
All
it looks
right.
like we've just been told that this is a bubble match. So I believe that the loser of this does lose out on being in top 16. So
Yeah. Unlikely that the loser of this will be able to make the top cut, but the winner of this potentially putting themselves in a great situation, especially if it's Biggish right now, closing this one out with 18 snowball points. But Pavel's still got a decent shot, and oh my goodness, this Alioth coming down.
yeah, I believe that's on the Sage as well, which is what we wanted to shift that power. And hold on, it's not going to be enough. If Sage
Not
was
enough?
able to go off here, then we would have potentially won. Well, we would have won. We would have won the right lane as well. So unfortunate for Papa here. He has been taken out, and we are seeing a customary fist bump from Biggish. What is your thoughts on emotes, by the way, just while we're here?
I don't mind them. I think there's lots of great emotes. There's been a lot of cool stuff in the limited time game modes over the last few months, and I've leveled up quite a few of my long-standing favorites. The fist bump. I'm still using the original Spider-Man point, but the fist bump that we recently got, the zombie fist bump, that one's really cool. So I'm a fist bump early enjoyer, especially in Conquest or a long game mode like this. And then of course the old ego snap and fist bump is a staple, one of the original Snap favorites.
Yeah, well, I'll touch on the Spider-Man emote point shortly. We will just looks like we're closing off this match here now with a win from Adrian, taking out Pray for My Bro. Well, we should be praying for you because you have just lost.
Yeah, good looking out for your bro, but yep.
Yeah, is your bro praying for you? It didn't seem like it.
All right, well, that was a ruthless one down to the wire in the very dying seconds of that match.
No, of course, yeah. But yeah, as I was saying about the emotes, the Spider-Man point emote, it's very common in MarvelSnap to use the Spider-Man emote. A lot of people use it when you both play the same card on a certain turn. You see the Spider-Man point. Not only that, if you recognize somebody from the Snap community, you will get the old, oh, I know this streamer, or I know you from a streamer's chat. Spider-Man point. Now we've had the new addition of a lot more emotes. It's turned into a little bit of a meme that people that see me now do the Black Panther emote instead of the Spider-Man emote. And so much so that now I actually have the Black Panther emote now on my Twitch channel as an emote. But I love it, and it's all good fun. Anyway, it looks like we Deadroot only with 1 point here against Tooth Smack. Ooh.
All right, so speak of an uphill battle, we have Deadroot popping down the Shuri here, and this is only turn 6, and there's a limbo down. However, we can see that Deadroot is up to a cheeky Galactus. So this Galactus, as long as nothing is
he's pulled it off
wrong,
as well.
Yep, is gonna pop this Agony on, go up to 9.
Hold on, has he? Yes, he
just
has.
Just a Zabu. Yep. So going to go up to 9 and then gain the 7 off of the Symbiote Spider-Man. And
this is why I love Galactus. Mid lane. I love Galactus. I love it. And I was going to say, we're coming into this game here now with Deadroot only with 1 point. And I was going to say, well, he's playing the deck that I really enjoy. So but here we go. He's managed to claw back another 2 cubes or another 2 health points, which is great. It's a bit of a bad matchup for Deadroot because you're focusing on destroying cards here, and with our opponent having the Fenris and also the Gladiator here, it's going to be proving to be a very, very difficult match for Deadroot.
Yeah, this is definitely a deck that is more than capable of sneaking out some cheeky Ws. It has a lot of options to navigate the sort of turn 4, 5, 6, and potentially 7 with Magic. However, the more you play against the same person over the course of a series, Tooth Smack's going to start to identify Deadroot's play patterns, start to figure out, be able to suss out which lines they're going for and which cards they might be trying to play. And ultimately, I think that Deadroot has got a very long uphill battle to take this back against Tooth Smack. However, as we've been saying, Ant, this is not a situation where you necessarily need to win the series. Every game that Deadroot wins is 2 snowballs that they're getting in their pocket and taking away from TwoSmack. So this is not a situation where you have to battle all the way back. You can win a game or 2 and still have a sizable dub in exchange for that victory and go on to lose the series. But those snowballs will be a big deal here either way.
Yeah. Every, they do say that every little helps. And in this style of tournament here, every little snowball does help. And just taking an extra 2 cubes can be the difference between making the top cut and not, right? So you will fight. It's not a point of a case of, you know what, I'm in an unfavored matchup, I'm just going to go all in for what I can. It's I'm going to take everything that I possibly can because those extra points do matter. And it's unfortunate because you do come across counter decks when you naturally, right? You play Conquest, you're going to come against a counter deck at some point, right? And it seems as though this is a great counter for Deadroot, but he's doing a good job of clawing back some of the cubes in this unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And TwoSmack with the, I believe, generated Hellion is going to get a little bit of unexpected flexibility. Looks like not opting to use it, but a cheeky pull into a Galactus deck to be able to redistribute your points. Although Deadroot here, curious to see what they end up going for in this situation, as the Symbiote Spider-Man is trapped on Wakanda as far as Zola is concerned.
Yeah,
Going
it's
to be difficult to navigate that one.
I was going to say it's a bit of another case of a double-edged sword here, right? Because you're protecting your big card here from Shang-Chi, but with it being on Wakanda, you do not have the opportunity to Zola it out. But that being said, we do have a Taskmaster here, so we could actually Taskmaster a lane and then Zola, which I think he's going to go for.
Yeah.
I would personally do it mid, but he may be cooking something different to what I'm thinking, but this would be the play that I would be going for as well.
And I mean, it is only turn 6, so there's potential as well here to activate reproc the Shuri and have played Black Panther this turn. So I'm a little curious
of
what
course.
the conclusion of this line is going to be.
Of course, that was also an option there, but I don't believe that would only have resulted. Actually, that would have resulted in 20 points, right? So yeah, maybe that was the better play there. And with this line here now, it's a bit of a tough situation here, like, because although maybe he didn't want to put all of his points in on the right location, there is also that, right? Because even if he did put the Black Panther on the right, he would have currently now 27 points on the right and no points anywhere else. So then what would you do?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough spot either way. And I mean, you can't really rely on Zola here in any capacity.
No.
Especially with the Taskmaster.
Yeah, I believe this is the play here. I would personally go with the Black Panther on the left, but we've got to watch out for that Shang-Chi, right? That Shang-Chi comes down, that Fenris pops off, it's just going to swing the lane. Yeah, so I mean, Deadroot's just got to put this Panther where they think it's going to do the most work, and they've just got to hit and hope, because they've got, just to add the extra point of power there, because they've got no way of, they can't retreat, they're locked in. And there is the Shang-Chi. We knew it was going to come down at some point. Oh my goodness. And the Black Panther going up to 20 over for TwoSmack. Unfortunate matchup there. But the prevalence of Shang-Chi still being around, he's still a good card, even after his change. Yep. And enough points coming down from Deadroot's side that you kind of need something like that to navigate these matchups. And TwoSmack doing a good job getting all of the points out early to shut off the Galactus capability in this match, and then closing it out with the Shang-Chi to make sure that there's really no second lane opportunity for Deadroot to win. Well played takes the 17-3 snowballs for TwoSmack over Deadroot here in round 6. And that will be that. We're going to go here to a break for a moment, and we will be back soon.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are here in just the final moments of round 6. We'll have a few minutes here as players are finishing up their last remaining matches. We're down to just a handful. And take a look in the meantime at the stats over the course of this event as we reach towards the end of Swiss. And looking here at the win rate of cards and the performance of what the top players are currently running, we see with the highest win rate, we have Hope Summers. Second place is Moonstone. Third place, Miles Morales. So these are interesting cards that are kind of indicators of a deck. I like that we see sort of specific archetypal cards, right? Hope Summers is Kitty Pryde and Bounce and some sort of like energy generation package. I would imagine very consistently paired with Sholao. Moonstone, definitely an ongoing card, although some people are playing it with the Cannonball sort of synergies there. And then Miles Morales obviously is, we're looking at Move here. And those three being in the top is very indicative of archetype performance. As we move down, we have some more general cards like Electra and, well, Quicksilver is kind of interesting, typically pairing with Wiccan, I suppose. Mbaku C3. Awesome Andy is a little bit of a flex card. That's kind of a Jocasta synergy piece with any old strategy. Gorgon is very, very interesting to me. And what do you think about Gorgon being in the top couple of win percent?
I'm quite surprised with Gorgon, to be honest with you. With not seeing Arishem in this tournament, Gorgon you would think would be a bit of a redundant card, right? We do have the added advantage of Gorgon being able to slow down the spells from Merlin, for example. And we haven't seen much Victoria Hand, which Victoria Hand does not like Gorgon either, right? But I guess coming to think about it, actually, Gorgon is actually a good card because we're seeing a lot of Hoods here, we're seeing a lot of Merlins here, we're seeing a lot of cards that do generate cards into your hand. And with them costing just one more, it's almost like an Iceman effect onto your generated cards, right? And nobody wants their cards to cost more. That being said, we haven't seen much Triple M.
Yeah, that's true. And I think a lot of the decks right now that want Mobius probably don't really have the time and space to play it. A lot of these sort of show loud disruption pieces that people are running are often for the mirror match and in the hands of show loud players themselves are typically one cost. So that's very interesting. We have Iron Patriot here doing pretty well at just above 60% win rate. Very respectable performance here. Pretty popular as well. Looking at the numbers here, we see not only the win rate, but also the frequency of these cards, and quite a decent selection of Iron Patriot. We noted in the last round that players are definitely looking at anything they can get their hands on to put something in their hand to keep feeding the Shulao fuel and have multiple cards to play every turn, as you of course only draw one card per turn, so you very quickly run out of your starting hand. But makes sense again here with Iron Patriot that Gorgon would be a powerful tech piece because, again, generated card plus one cost is going to make it a lot more difficult to navigate each turn, making sure that you can play two cards.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen time and time again Iron Patriot being such a great card anyway, just in general. The fact that you're getting a card that your opponent doesn't know and the potential for that to be discounted as well is such a good card in these style of tournaments where the opponent knows what cards you're playing, doesn't know what cards you're generating.
Mm-hmm. We see Mockingbird here as well. We saw some Thanos earlier. I imagine that a lot of the Mockingbird appearances are paired with Thanos, but also some interesting sort of transform token type decks with Mysterio and those type of synergies. Mockingbird showing up there a little bit. We have Pixie doing relatively well with a low frequency. So there's a couple of Pixie enjoyers out there, which is good to see some variety in the deck archetypes. Ebony Maw, of course, a staple in the War Machine decks. Hydra Stomper for move. So pretty good spread of cards here in the sort of 55 to mid to high 60s performance rate. Coming in just above 55, we have Galactus as well, which, Ant, I know you were talking about the Galactus deck favorably earlier. Good to see that, again, another sort of disparate meta piece where all of these cards are different strategies coming together and a lot of them still performing well. But I'm very curious to see how they actually stack up in terms of snowball points, in addition to just the win rate, because like we've been talking about, this event is not just about winning a game. And these win rate statistics, I believe, are match wins. Is that correct?
Yeah, these are match wins.
All right, and we flip over here and sort by average points. And Ant, what do you notice changing here? Any of those cards shifting up or down?
Electra being at the top. Again, with this kind of meta that we've got going on, a lot of high value one cost cards are on the board. So I'm not surprised to see Electra performing so well. With that being said, Electra can take out those cheeky little spider hams with priority if you do come across them. But looking at the average points, I'm not surprised with Electra. I'm also not surprised with Hope Summers with it being able to generate energy. Strain Supreme is a little bit of a bit of a shocking one here because we haven't been able to view any Strange Supreme decks as of yet. I can only assume that it is going to be in the Thanos style of deck here, but it seems to be performing very well when it is on the board, right? Captain Carter, you would always expect to be quite high, especially with Maverick here, being able to bump up Captain Carter's power. I'm just having a look through some of the lists now. Let me just see if there's anything that I'm quite surprised with.
Yeah, Strange Supreme, definitely the largest outlier in this sort of top of the sample size. Although I'm curious, as we continue looking down the list, if there's any sort of cards in the sort of high 60% win rate that are lower in the cube frequency. As we scroll down, Quicksilver, one of the top performing cards by win rate, by no means a slouch at 11.5 cubes or snowballs per game on average, but definitely lower than the win rate performance would indicate. And as we continue going down here, Jeff, Thanos, and Speed, all sort of 60%. Look at Silk there. That's an interesting one. 42% win rate on Silk overall, and yet 11.4 cubes on average. So doing quite well on the snowball win rate to win percent disparity. And yeah, Hydra. Okay, so Hydra Stomper. That's a very interesting little note from production there. Hydra Stomper and Silk, cards that we typically associate with going together. Hydra Stomper on the 57% win rate and Silk only on the 42%, both within a stone's throw of each other on the snowball generation. Interesting to unpack that one.
Yeah, definitely. I would have thought with them working hand in hand, Hydra Stomper obviously gets buffed with the Silk being able to move. But it seems as though Silk is hurting that deck. Looking at the win rate, it seems like Silk is making that deck slightly worse. But still having a high points range when the card is played. But I do like to see that style of deck again. With Xiao Lao being so good at distributing points, it's kind of taken over a little bit of the Hydra Stomper move style deck, whereas the Hydra Stomper move style deck was able to put out a lot of points, and you didn't know where they were going necessarily. Cards are jumping here, there, and everywhere. With Xiao Lao, I believe it's a little bit more player friendly from the user standpoint, right? You have a little bit more agency as to where those points are going. And it works very well with a number of cards. So that's why you see it so popular. Whereas it's only like a one style deck with Hydra Stomper. And like I say, show is taking over with being the big points guy. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. And as we look at these stats, we have just finished up round 6, and we will be shortly moving into round 7. So those stats are final through the end of round 6. We have one last remaining round in the Swiss portion. As we take a look at the bracket here, we watched Rad Knight take out Clam 15-5 in the previous round, and Clam has fallen down to 3rd place. Who was in a sizable lead in first going into round 6. So it goes to show that having built up that lead, again, I don't want to say that they're locked in for the top 16, but they're definitely looking in a pretty good spot here, still in 3rd place. And as we scroll down, we see 101 to sort of mid 90s, low 90s even.
Sizer was 16th last round, and now he's up onto top 5. I believe he's around top 5 on the world rankings on ladder anyway as well. So he's probably quite comfortable being at the 5 spot here.
Yeah, and as we look at these points distributions, we find a really interesting thing as well. There is a question of, how many cubes can these players towards the bottom of the current cut and in the sort of 20 range, how many cubes can they reasonably be expected to win? And is there a point at which you modify how you play when you have a lead like this to, instead of trying to win big, trying to take any cubes you can, any opportunities you get to make sure that you secure your spot in the top 16. And it's interesting to see how these players are going to navigate those type of opportunities as they're presented here in this last round of Swiss.
Going into a game here, it looks like we're on turn 2. It looks like we missed the first game. It looks like Cat, who is balling, would have retreated for 1 point on the first game, but now we're on to game number 2 and round number 2. Sparky's already down here, and we're getting down the marrow. Let me just see what style of deck they are playing. Just see with I believe this is, whose deck have we got on board at the minute? Is this the... Okay, yeah, of course. This is what it is. Yeah, I got mistaken here with the I was looking at the deck list, and I've just realized that we've got a location that gives a card, and we've also got Peak, which swaps a card. So that was me, and my bad. I do apologize here. I was wondering, I can't see Marrow in this deck. What's going on here? But yeah, it was the Peak card.
All right, so we have Cat, who is balling with this interesting opportunity, played the Brood slightly off curve in order to secure the raft. Quick Status presumably will have some way to fill the raft as well off of the back of a Merlin skill, potentially leaving a space open. Cat, who's balling, picks up a Mockingbird off that, and Quick Status will have some hidden information here about their 6-drop. Omniversal going to switch the location, and wow, it's a TVA. This game is over. And
wow, Cat, who is balling, is lost by 1.
Quick Status generates TVA in the back half of turn 4 and wins by a single point. I had no idea this game was over, but this game is over.
That was a quick one. That just goes to show what Merlin can do, right? Merlin can flip a game just by changing a location. Sometimes it can be detrimental to the player who plays it, but on this occasion, it worked out fine. Just by 1 point, but that 1 point did make a difference.
Oh, that was incredible. Okay, so Quick Status with the cheeky little TVA dub here as we re-rack for the next one. Cat, who's balling down a few cubes, missing a few snowballs. So Quick Status picking up 3 guaranteed snowballs off of this round as we get into the round 7 status. These players are fighting for those.
Okay, so we've just been told that this is a bubble match for both players here. So this is the make or break for both players. So they're going to be playing with all of their heart, I believe. And Brood coming down early again. We see to try and secure the hot room location.
Oh my goodness. And that Gambit sniping Merlin out from under Cat, who's balling. So not going to be able to rely on those skills for the rest of the match. Although it looks like Cat, who's balling, is going to be safely able to take White Hot Room. Quick Status on 4 potentially, but by no means a guarantee able to take this extra energy for the rest of the game. Although I will say Cadu's Ballin is going to start running out of space soon, and currently lacking some of the tools potentially to put out big numbers into these locations that are already solved. Onslaught Citadel going to be no problem with this
Cable
Agony
onto
Captain
Boss
Carter.
Sinister.
Oh my goodness.
Just taking all of the and you can guarantee that this has the potential to have taken away the Silver Surfer away from Cat Who Is Balling. I wouldn't be surprised here if we see a snap come from Quick Status here. Even though we've won the White Hot Room, we don't really have many cards to be able to be played.
Yeah, Cat Who's Ballin' has limitless energy at this point. Oh my goodness. And then what a rip. This is potentially the line they needed to get out of this game. Only 2 turns left, but going to be able to make a whole grip of very large triple agonied Kitty Prides. I believe this interaction works how I'm imagining.
That would be the play that I would do as well. You would want as many Kitty Prides as possible going into this turn, because it doesn't look like it looks as though with Cable taking 4 cards, I believe, from us, then one of them is Surge. It's and with us not having the Silver Surfer in hand, we kind of really need to lean on the output of Kitty Pride here now, which will be quite a lot of points.
So Agony is stapling those points on as we speak. Kitty Pride grows to 10. Bar Sinister is about to do its thing. No, Bar Sinister is not doing its thing.
I'm a bit shocked at that. I'm not sure how the interaction there worked, but I was under the impression that we was going to get a whole bunch of Kitty Prides there, and I think maybe even Cat Who Is Balling is also a little bit psyched out over that interaction there. But it goes to show sometimes we don't know how the interactions work, and they don't always work how we think they do. Okay,
so Cat Who Is Ballin' still has the potential to maybe set up a Broodling Prodigy mid to copy Captain Carter with 4. It would be in the back lane, and then potentially win Kitty Pride on the left side. I would like to see that play. Prodigy's just a tie on the left side, and I don't know if you can rely on a tie with the potential of Marrow getting killed here from Quick Status.
Me personally, I would go with the Kitty Pride on the left to secure left, and I would play a card mid, and then I would also play the Prodigy over the Captain Carter to try and swing that lane, right? That seems to be the best play here.
Okay, and I mean, that's the thing though, too, is if Captain Carter eats a Marrow hit or 2, this could suddenly be a massive detriment.
Ooh. Yeah, just like you said here. Yeah, it's not going to be enough points here. It's an unfortunate stay here for Cat Who Is Balling, because they're not going to have enough points here just to secure the right lane here with only 11 power. Ooh.
Yeah, and it's 4 cables does numbers on a deck like this. You really need some of those payoffs, and we see Quick Status dropping the Flex Silver Surfer out of Cat Who's Ballin's deck, just sort of showing off those bonus points. Cat Who's Ballin' needed that card, and it's hard to play Surfer with no Surfer.
Exactly, and that's what Cable does best, right? It takes away your combo pieces without you even knowing. Because the added joy of Cable is that your opponent does not know what card you have taken. Whereas we've seen a change with Spider-Ham, we've seen a change with Iceman as well, where it shows what cards have been hit and what cards have been targeted. With Cable, the information is only one-sided.
Yep, and once again, and this seems to be the story of the tournament so far, are these sort of cheap disruption cards, be it Cable, be it Ant-Man, Spider-Ham or Iceman, and then also Deafening Chord, these 1 and 2 cost disruption cards that are doing numbers on these sort of small packages of cards in these decks that really are synergistic and work together. And if you can take out something that's very important to your opponent's strategy, it can all sort of fall apart.
Yeah, and as we see the Cables come down again, this is a great play here from Quick Status, because what they can do here now is with the Nico draw 2 is they still get to draw a lot of cards here when they play their next card.
Yeah, they've sort of dodged the Attilan.
Yeah, they dodged the Attilan quite well.
Is a little low on space. Although I will say, We have the bar with no name, so the lacking of a few cards here may not be the end of the world here for these players, because you really only have 8 spaces to deal with this game anyways.
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
Cat Who's Ballin' picks up the Brood once again, so I'm curious to see what they. Oh, okay. And things just got interesting. Merlin is going to rip a single skill on turn 6, and now Quick Status is going to have to deal with the uncertainty of, is there a location change for Bar with No Name in play? And Cat Who's Ballin' is going to have the certainty of knowing exactly which skill is generated.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, Omniversal Presence could be ever present here. And we will see going into turn 6. It was very risky play here, Nico, on the Wolverine there, because that Wolverine could have bounced into Bar with No Name. And it kind of dodged that now and went into mid. But we're in a good position here, Cat Who Is Balling here, because we have the agency to say, I might have a card that can change that location. So are you going to play there or not?
Yeah, and unfortunately, this distribution of 2 and 2, we have the Brood in hand, which is only going to be able to make 2 spaces, and then we also drew into the Captain Carter, which is going to be forced into a backline position. Cat Who's Ballin' can't be too excited about this one, and Quick Status also set up the Phantom X. We have to imagine that there is some discard in play here, and no small enough cards. I'm wondering if there's ever a situation where Cat Who's Ballin' would be able to set up like a 1 power card on Bar with No Name and then let it get Phantom X, but I guess priority is not in their favor here.
Yeah.
That is a story for another game, as Quick Status takes the snowball once again and is up 10-4.
Yeah, now we're back into, we're into high stakes now. So these games are minimum 2 health points, 2 cubes now. This could be potential for quick status to snap early just to bully Cat Is Ballin' into staying in this game or leaving and hanging on to those 2 points of health. But we've had no snap from either play just as of yet. And the Marrow down on 2, which is a very disruptive card.
And as you mentioned earlier, Ant, this is a bubble match for these players. So I think it's a situation where it's probably in both of these players' favor for this to be a 4-cube game, I would imagine. Cat Who's Ballin' is not going to be done any favors by grinding out a long 2 cubes at a time and risking going down to 2. Likewise, Quick Status kind of wants to end this quickly with as many cubes as possible, and is, I think, maybe the player inclined to play a little slower and safer. But as you said, they seem to have the powerful opener.
I'm quite surprised here with the Prodigy play here over the Carter play. I'm guessing it is just for the points, right? I'm guessing he wants priority. Oh, Danger Room may not be ideal.
Oh,
25% of the time, every time.
And Phantom X survives.
Yeah, so this
if
again.
Ever there was a time for Quick Status to snap, I think it's now.
Yeah, I think it's now, and I think this is a leave from Cat, and they will live to fight another day if they choose to retreat.
And this Genosha is just.
Yeah, it's gonna destroy a lot of cards here. He cannot play the Agony and the Kitty Pride onto Genosha, because although he will get the points from Hope, he will get the extra energy from Hope. All of the cards will actually be destroyed here.
This is cheeky. I like this Agony Captain Carter line, because Captain Carter will move into the front position and survive alongside Hope and grant you 2 extra energy as well. Not going to stick the Agony down there, which, fair enough. It's tough to fit into the curve.
Marrow is proving to be a good card here. Underestimated card, I will add.
Yeah, and most of those stats did get sunk into the Merlin, which is slated for death by Genosha anyhow.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a double destroy here on the Wolverine, right? Because Genosha is going to destroy the lowest cost cards. Wolverine is only a 2 cost. Venom is a 3 cost here, so Wolverine is going to be destroyed again, giving it an extra 2 more points of power. This is a great game for Quick Status here, or Quick Status, however you want to pronounce. And Cat Is Balling. Balling may actually be what he's going to be doing, because I would be crying right now too if I was him.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough spot to be in. Looking to set up potentially a cheeky push into left lane and ignore danger room. SNOWBALL points are going to go onto Captain Carter, which is a sizable buff, but with only one card in the back lane, it's going to be tough for Cat Who's Ballin' to go over the top here unless Quick Status ignores that location. And even then, the 2 points from Phantom X. Oh my goodness! And there
Lady
goes.
Deathstrike. We seen it earlier with Tucker and Prashant. They were talking about Lady Deathstrike doing bits here.
I have yet to see a Phantom X proc which had both of its conditions met and found no targets. Cat Who's Ballin' without priority, having an empty board aside from, oh my goodness, that was it. Phantom X hit nothing. It was not needed. And
Wow.
Cat Who's Ballin' getting swept out of that one towards the end.
I used to be a huge Lady Deathstrike enjoyer before her change. You know, when she used to be a 5/3, that's when I used to enjoy her the most. And I know that she got changed now to 3 points of power only that she can destroy. Before it was equal to her power, right? Imagine the old Lady Deathstrike in this kind of a meta now, where we've got cards like Shou Lao, and we've got cards like Maverick. You could potentially be wiping a whole board with Lady Deathstrike, the old iteration.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maverick especially. As we go into our next game here in the final round of Swiss, we have Toffee versus O'Malice and Chamber coming down on turn 2 to start things off. On Throne Room of all locations, this might be one of the largest chambers we have seen. An entire grip of 5 and 6 drops. And, you know, Toffee says, I got enough. It's Throne Room. I got 5. Let's just send it. Gonna go ahead and fire off a +10 right here, right now.
And if it's not enough, they've got other cards that they can fall back on, right? We've got the Infinite here. We've also got the Galactus here. So Throne Room is pretty much won, I think, here for Toffee. I'm surprised he didn't snap here. Oh, we're getting the location change here. So it looks as though Omalus, he's took advantage of Krakoa, but not letting Toffee take a piece of the pie here.
Yeah, cheeky little play for sure. As Toffee moves in here to turn 4, picking up the Luna Snow, which, you know, nice to have something to do before turn 5. Although, of course, you would have loved to have seen this last turn.
Yeah, turn 3 would have been ideal.
Toffee will be able to play a 6-cost card next turn, potentially. Have to feel like it's a little bit of a clunky hand here. Both 6 drops in hand, all 5 drops in hand, no ramp, and Mojo World in particular is going to be a little bit difficult for Toffee to navigate with this particular opener, as the only possible way to fill it is going to be to pick up a Valentina off the top and play alongside a 5-drop, which admittedly not bad, but have to wonder if you want to be playing for Isle of Silence instead.
A snap coming in from Omalus here. Or was that a snap from Toffee? No, it was from Omalus here. He did snap the game here. I'm not sure what he's planning on doing on this turn to flip the game. But I'm sure we will find out if Toffee does decide to stay, which he doesn't. Ooh, he's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it.
It's a shame here. I think the skipping of turn 3 here was the snap condition here for Omalus, I believe.
Yeah, seeing yourself in a situation where you have a 2-drop that is all but guaranteed to win a lane unless they get a hit with a tech card, and still not able to feel confident to even go up to 2 cubes there is a rough spot. But that is how the Electro Ramp cookie crumbles sometimes. Your 3 drops are really your critical turn. It's nice to hit a 2. You have Valentina. You have the play here. We had the play last turn, but this one's also going to be followed up by Electro, and I think Toffee's feeling really a lot better about this situation.
Yeah, it looks as though he's got a perfect curve here, so he can Valentina now, Electro on turn 3, and then he has the added option of either blinking the Electro out or just straight up War Machine.
Yeah, and both of those feel pretty good. It's definitely coming down to which tech cards you want to play against, and I don't imagine that Omelas is going to have any answers to War Machine. As we talked about earlier, it's typically the 1 to 3 cost cards that can be disrupted amply. War Machine is immune to Deafening Chords, so Toffee probably going to just set this up with a big War Machine Infinite.
Yeah, I think it's a War Machine here because I don't think you're going to be blinking out the Electro on the Camelot location, especially because you don't want that card to turn back into a 5-power card, right? So
yeah, for sure.
This is looking like he's setting up for a War Machine being since he's played the Electro on the Camelot here.
Yeah, and just having the Infinite in hand already is definitely the payout you want for playing War Machine. Not to mention, we have the opportunity to draw into Ebony Maw as well.
Yeah, Ebony. This is this style of deck. Normally, there is the Ebony Maw. Normally, when I play this style of deck, I do not play the Infinite and Ebony Maw version because I like to play the Nick Fury version. But as you can see, turn 6, when you've got the Electro down and the War Machine, you turn 6, you're putting 27 power onto the board with the Infinite and the Ebony Maw, which, you know, it flips games. And his opponent, Omelas, will be aware of this, but we're going in, I guess. Both players have snapped, and they're both feeling confident with what they have.
Yeah, well, there's only been one snap so far, I believe, because we are in high stakes now.
Oh,
so
yeah, I believe it is high stakes. I do apologize for that. Yeah, it is high stakes. That is my mistake there.
Which means that these have all been very, very small games so far, but we are in for at least 4 now, so somebody's about to take a commanding lead in this game. Toffee's War Machine comes down in the right lane, getting 5 points, and Omelas with the Spider Ham, I think too little too late, I would say here, as the War Machine's already down. All the cards remaining in hand are stat sticks whose abilities are potentially even upside to get removed from Toffee's perspective. I wonder, do you drop down the Galactus here?
Potentially, and the thing about the card that I mentioned earlier, which is Spider Ham at this position here does not really affect any cards, right? It can hit the Infinite, but it doesn't do anything. It can hit the Luna, it doesn't do anything. The only card it really can potentially hurt is the Galactus here.
Yeah, I don't know that I love this play from Toffee. You're looking at spending a 7 power card to get a larger card out of the deck, but ultimately that's going to get shrunk down by Camelot. I don't quite know what you're hoping to hit here.
I'm not sure what this play is here. I would much prefer both mid or one mid and one on the right, but we will see.
Okay, Toffee is pointing to the Mobius emote, so maybe sees some hidden threads here that we are not aware of. Not quite sure what the sort of guaranteed pull that they might be hoping for is.
Chamber, maybe? Oh,
it's Legion. Oh, and this has backfired tremendously.
Yes. If it would have been the Chamber, that would have been great, right?
All right. It is dog science here, as Omelas's cards are all about to pump up to 5. Oh my goodness.
And Scarlet Spider from 14 power to 5.
Maybe Toffee's done it after all, because Scarlet Spider gets absolutely decimated by Camelot.
And we've got even points on the board at the minute. Both players both have 25 points. So
here's the thing, though. As cute as that was, Omelas still has access to Sholau, and Scarlet Spider was still the most recent card played.
Of course.
Which means I don't know that Toffee's really going to get away with this, as much as in the moment it seemed like a wildly beautiful snipe to take 9 points off of Scarlet Spider. Okay, and finding a cheeky line here with Luna Snow, potentially able to seal up the left lane.
Yeah, potentially. This could be a good play here, you know, because if Luna does go over onto the left, it stops that Scarlet Spider being able to jump left. But then again, if Omelas does play the Shao or the Show Lao mid on the left, then we lose on points because that is an 8 power over our 6. So
Luna Snow potentially winning left and cheekily blocking out Scarlet Spider. However, the only other thing you can do with that is the pig, and I don't know that you can win either of the other locations reliably, assuming that Omelas does have the Sholau.
Not with Pig, unfortunately. Yeah, this is a tough one here. I'm shocked here with this. I'm shocked with this stay here because it seemed like it was a losing stay. I'm quite shocked at Toffee didn't see the line here of what was happening. He probably thought that Omeless didn't have it.
Potentially. I mean, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to come from such a beautiful curve in this deck and ultimately not get there with the Camelot outcome. Fortunately for Toffee, they do have one cube left, so Omelas is not out of the woods just yet, but taking a very sizable lead with 7 cubes remaining to Toffee's 1. So that means Toffee stands to, at the maximum, win a 11 cube bounty here. But if Omelas can solve this at any point in the next couple of games, we'll run away with the lion's share of the snowballs and be in a position to look good for the top 16 cuts.
Yeah, this is not a great hand here for Toffee either. Just coming back off that heavy loss here, coming from the heavy loss game into this as a hand, it's not going to feel good, right? The best thing that he can do here is top deck Electro and play it potentially on the left.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot as well because, there goes the Luna Snow. So your one option in hand to ramp up to 5 and potentially the very best hit for Spider-Ham. I guess Electro is also pretty good, but this deck has a lot of don't Spider-Ham type cards that you're avoiding landmines in a sense.
And mid does get an extra 3 points though. We do go up to 9 points mid with the Pig going mid, being that it's had its abilities taken away, and we're on Washington DC here, which does get plus 3 points for any cards that have no abilities.
That's true. There are some silver linings, but I mean, at what cost? Omelas is going to have the tools to run circles around this very slow, very clunky Electro ramp deck, and we do have Galactus First Steps coming along. By no means is this game over, but it's going to be tough to get points on a Morag. It's going to be tough to pay the Vormir tax, and Toffee is definitely behind the 8-ball in this game.
Yeah, this is not looking favorable. This is not looking favorable. But we do have the option to Legion the Vormir next turn, but we're going to be behind on priority, so it's not really going to make much of a difference. It will change how turn 6 is played out. But if we can sneak priority this turn, we can Legion on turn. We can Legion left on turn 6, which could be a potential winning line here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough though, because at that point you can't really play into either of the fresh Vormirs either. And while your opponent is potentially disrupted, we're looking at a maximum of 2 cards played on turn 6 from Toffee. So I don't feel that there's really any other strong options, but at the same time, I don't know that this necessarily puts you into a winning position by any means.
No, that being said, I do believe that the Scarlet Spider will be coming down from Omeless now. So even if we did take priority here and then we did Legion on turn 6, that Scarlet Spider is probably going to be hit with the show and be even bigger and doesn't care about the Vormir, right? Because it's just going to activate and jump to a location. So I think this is a losing game for Toffee, which is unfortunate, but it looks like Omeless played this very well.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where it's tough for this deck to play such a linear and sort of rigid game plan with such a sort of specific and typically 1 card per turn curve that also requires you to, oh my goodness, got the copy of Scarlet Spider. Yeah, sets that one up as you said, but requires you to commit your points to the board rather early as the ramp player. And the Sholau deck really has the opportunity to sort of be nimble and agile and decide where it wants to attribute its points towards the end of the game once it sees the lanes you're starting to commit to. And so Toffee here finding the opportunity to throw down a large chamber. Just kidding. Deafening Chord.
Oh, that must hurt.
Second Scarlet Spider. Why don't we throw in a 3rd Spider? That one's going mid.
That is unfortunate there. That is unfortunate. I wasn't expecting the Deafening Chord to come down there. I was expecting the Show Loud. But again, the Deafening Chord proving to be such a great card yet again, disrupting the chamber play there, in not enabling the chamber to grow.
Yeah, a little bit of a heartbreaker for the Ramp fans among us, but Sholau continuing to show dominance in this tournament as we move on to another game here in round 7, the finals of Swiss. It is do or die for pretty much all of the players we are watching at this point, as they're fighting for their tournament lives for the last few snowballs that they may need to make
That's
it into the
Cougar
top
versus
16.
Phoenix.
Oh my goodness.
Cougar, great player, has proven himself time and time again against Phoenix. We witnessed Phoenix when we first started earlier on. We witnessed a Phoenix game here, and it seems as though the tables have flipped here, and Phoenix is doing really well against Cougar. I think everyone's going to be fighting for the Nexus here. Has anybody got any location change?
A little bit of a interesting mirror match here.
Great Juggernaut here.
Phoenix cards are getting bumped face down. Still will power up Craven. Oh, and the Juggernaut flipped the face down Juggernaut. Very interesting. But yeah, Cougar, as we were talking about earlier, there are silks in play here. Cougar is one of those silk enjoyers.
I believe this will be enough to win for Cougar, which he's going to claw back, and then we will go into the final game between them both, even though Cougar only has 1 point of health. Because we're in high stakes now, we have to play for a minimum of 2, which means that every win for Cougar is -2 for Phoenix.
Yeah, Cougar setting up a pretty nice play here with the Cosmo. Going to go ahead and move Spider-Punk left, get eaten by Kingpin a little bit, bring Batrock over, who will power up by 2, and then get eaten by Kingpin again. Although Cougar's Craven is offsetting a lot of these numbers too. Phoenix is going to have a lot of heavy lifting to do with this one card in the right lane, and it is merely a Kitty Pryde. Sholau going to buff it up, but it is enough.
It buffed
what
it
a
to
massive
21.
swing.
This is the thing about Sholau. Wow, no one was expecting that. Holy.
Yeah, we didn't see enough of these early turns to know how big that Sholau was. And oh my goodness.
I thought, you know what, this is dead and done in the water here. But the fact
played around the Cosmo as well. Opted not to put Sholau onto the right location to get the extra 8, and instead said, I'm going to touch your Cosmo, and if you don't put enough points to beat this 22 power Kitty Pryde, I'm going to take it. And sure enough, there it is. So Phoenix taking that one.
Clever play there. I believe.
Incredible.
I believe with if that would have been me, again, I like big points. I like big numbers. I would have stacked everything on the Nexus, but this goes to show that these are the best players, right? And they know what decks they're playing against, and they will do everything in their favor to make sure that they win. Even if that's sacrificing another 8 points, the payoff is a lot bigger, right?
Absolutely. And it's a situation where despite the format change and all of the new things going on and all the new things that these players have to consider, the best players are still rising to the top and showing their dominance in this event. As we are in the last few minutes of round 7, we're about to cut to a break here, but we will be back soon, and the Swiss will be wrapping up as we establish our top 16. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys. We've had some great games so far. We're going to be having a look at a couple of the standings going into the top 16. And we're going to be having a look at a couple of the deck lists as well, because we haven't been able to highlight much of the decks going into the tournaments. It's all been quite quick. We've had a look at some of the play rates of some of the cards, but we're going to have a look at some of the decks as well.
Yeah, so we can see here as we're working our way through round 7, there's only a handful of matches left to report at this point in the Swiss pairings, which means that the top 16 cut is starting to be established. And we can take a look at the decks that have made it through to the end. All right, this is the top overall seed here on screen. And we have, we commented earlier actually that we hadn't seen a lot of Victoria Hand. And here we are in the top spot after the 7 rounds of Swiss.
Where are you?
Classic V hand.
Such a powerful deck. Such a powerful deck. And it's we alluded to it, Tucker alluded to it, and so did Prashant earlier, saying that, this deck was everywhere a couple of months ago. It kind of died off a little bit, not because it was by any means any weaker. It's just that people wanted to play with the new toys, right? But this is one of those decks that is consistently good, and it shows, right? Victoria Hand doesn't get hit and doesn't get hurt by Shadow King, so it can run Shadow King in the deck without worrying about which lane it's being played, right? So it's an all-round good deck. It can answer so many different decks in the current meta.
Yeah, not only that, but with the stipulation that all the decks here today have to play a new card from the last 2 seasons, we have a very natural alignment with Sholau as a V-hand deck. We have lots of low-cost cards, so it's pretty straightforward to see all of the options you have for playing multiple cards in a turn. And not only that, but like you said, we have setup turns that we can do early, and we are naturally generating a lot of cards to satisfy Victoria Hand's condition, which means that despite having so many cheap cards on energy terms, we have a lot of extra gas in the tank to sustain playing at least 2 cards a turn throughout the game for Sholau. It's interesting to see in this case, though, we don't have any really sort of duplication effects for Sholau's stat buff that we are seeing in a lot of the other builds of Sholau that have been dominant and prevalent throughout the course of the Swiss rounds today. Where we're looking at cards like Scarlet Spider, cards like Maverick, cards even occasionally like Lasher, where you're making a large stat contribution to them with Sholau and then multiplying that stat contribution by making a copy of the card, or in Maverick's case, adding its stats somewhere else. In this case, we don't have any of that. We're just doing a naturally strong Victoria Hand thing and popping Sholau down and getting some points somewhere with that.
Yeah. It's great. There was one way of being able to get the double up on the Shao, and that would have been with Quinjet being on the board and moongirling the Shao. You can then play Shao on 5, and you will have another card in your hand, which would be another Shao or another show, shall I say? And it would be discounted by the Moongirl, so you still got potential there to be playing multiple cards.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely a cheeky outcome. Okay, so here we see one of the more classic Sholau takes. We have the double disruption in Iceman and Spider-Ham, the one to get your opponent off of their game, which has been very, very strong throughout the course of the day. We also have that classic pairing of Maverick and Scarlet Spider with the Sholau, looking to double dip the stat boost off of those two. And then some players here are opting for Jocasta. It definitely has not been a universal application, but both the Scarlet Spider and the Maverick application of points can be further multiplied with Jocasta. Very, very powerful stuff. And this is, I would say, one of what has been the default meta-defining decks for me over the course of this week on ladder. This is the type of thing I'm seeing a lot of on the sort of day-to-day gameplay. And then some of the Werewolf by Night version as well. But this sort of Merlin, Activate, Jocasta, Sholau package is very, very strong.
Yeah, no, it's you can see with the popularity on ladder alone, you know, let alone this tournament, that this season's card, this season's season pass card is very, very, very powerful. And although, you know, with the deck building restrictions here, with having to use a card from either the previous season or this season, it seems like everyone has opted for this new card, not only because it's the new shiny toy, but because of the power output that it can give to other cards, right? And you can double dip on that power essentially.
Yeah, and not only that, but it also allows you the flexibility to not really commit a lot of your points to the game until the late stages of the game, which is kind of a paradigm that has been steadily gaining in popularity over time. And it's obviously a very, very powerful thing to do, where if you're committing to a lane early and your opponent is able to sort of avoid that location, that's been a classic way to win Snap for a long time.
Yes.
And the longer you can hold back those points, the longer you can go before you're showing your hand to your opponent and, you know, committing to a location and establishing it as somewhere you want to win, the better it is. And then we have here another take on Sholau, which is the Sentry Annihilus version. And this is the sort of other classic package that I've been seeing very, very popular. A lot of top ladder players are gravitating towards this one as well, with the Werewolf by Night natural alignment with Merlin, who is one of Sholau's #1 accomplices. And then, of course, also playing Shadow King here, which is a little bit of an interesting sort of rift between players. Are you running Shadow King or not in this deck? Can be a little hard to navigate because sometimes you want to be buffing your own cards with green stats, and Shadow King can be a little bit of a shell game in that sense, where you don't necessarily want to buff your stuff and then feel compelled to Shadow King that location. But Werewolf, very, very flexible.
Yes. That was the size of deck as well, though. That was.
Yep. That's a classic. Instant classic.
Of course. This is the version of the deck that I've seen mostly. Actually, no, this is not the version. The version did actually have Juggernaut on ladder, but it didn't have the move package. This is the deck that I said was super interesting when I first seen it. And you can see why, with the ability to be able to move cards left, right, and center, and the cards themselves moving left, right, and center all the time. Your opponent doesn't quite know where your final points are going to be, right? And especially when you've got the addition of the season pass card here, you can just have that extra distribution of points on turn 6 as well. Very, very, very strong looking deck. This one of my favorites that I think I've seen this tournament.
Yeah, and it's particularly powerful. The inclusion of Cosmo and Juggernaut can create a situation where your opponent has a really, really hard time landing their Sholau, especially if you get priority going into the final turn. You have a Cosmo set up somewhere, you have a Juggernaut set up somewhere else, and it can be very, very difficult for your opponent to actually get their on reveal Sholau to proc in a safe way. So it can be a really, really menacing deck to play against and very intimidating, especially in these type of stakes when you know your opponent's a good player, you know their deck has a lot of choice interaction, Deafening Chord in the list as well. Very scary stuff. And of course, Hope Summers, you can kind of do all this without showing your hand to your opponent early at all.
Okay, so it looks as though when we'll be watching our top 16 match, this will be one of the decks that we will be seeing. And again, I literally just said this is one of my favorite decks, right? I've seen this tournament, and we get to see a whole game of it, which I'm going to be so happy about.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see archetypes adapt to new cards. And in the case of this event, it's a little bit interesting to see the decks that are sort of all in on a new strategy, or the decks that are sort of playing an older strategy and incorporating a newer card as sort of either an amplification of what they've been doing. In the case of this sort of ramp deck that's playing the new card in Chamber, obviously a very powerful piece for a deck that has this many 5 and 6 cost cards in its arsenal. But some of them, in the case of the move decks, or a few of the outliers, are kind of playing something to satisfy the condition of the event. And so seeing the decks walking that line of how much are they relying on the new card? How much is it reinventing an old strategy or defining a brand new one?
No, definitely. This is another style of deck that I said already that I like and I enjoy. When Chamber first was released, I used to play a Chamber deck, and I had great and huge success, in fact, playing this deck. But again, the version that I played did have the Nick Fury, which again, I think this is the only criticism I'll have against this style of deck is you have to rely on the cards in hand to buff the chamber, right? There is no real outside source other than Valentina to get that additional power on the chamber. But again, me being me, I like to get cards as big as possible. So of course, when I play chamber, I want the maximum I can get out of it. Whereas this isn't leaning too far into the chamber. It's chamber's a card, and I'm going to get great value from it. I'm just not going to get maximum value. I'm going to distribute points elsewhere because I have an Infinite and I have an Ebony Maw, right, that I can play on turn 6.
Yeah, this deck is definitely a little lighter on the top end commitment, and playing the two energy cards, I think, is an interesting choice. Definitely aims to play a little bit more consistently in the sense that you're hitting your early drops more often when you have 2/2s and 2/3s, and then opting to sort of curve into a nice smooth finish with either the Enchantress or the War Machine or the Blink to turn off your Electro, or potentially disrupt your opponent's Ice Cube off of Luna Snow with Cosmic Ghost Rider. And then a pretty light 6-drop package as well, which I will say has become, I would say, standard to just see the Infinite and the Galactus for steps, but definitely a archetype that has cemented itself as a very powerful and sort of prevalent meta staple. I will say this was more popular last month than this month. I think both because, as you said, the new card effect, the shiny new toy of Sholau this season is attracting some attention from players, but also this deck is very committal. As you play your chamber, as you play your 3-drop, as you navigate the course of the game, this deck shows its hand in a way that some of these other decks we're seeing today are able to sort of hold back that information, play their points close to the chest, and keep them in their hand, still end the game with really high points totals, but have a little bit more control over where they play them until the later stages of the game. And I think that has really shifted away from this style of strategy, even as powerful as it still is, was seeing a lot more play last month than this month. And I think Sholau is a big part of that.
Yeah. I think everyone's opting to play multiple cards per turn, whereas that one's kind of a one card a turn game, right? So it's again, when Chamber was at its peak of popularity, everyone didn't mind playing one card per turn, right? It was one card here, and then you distribute your power. Whereas now, again, with the addition of the season pass card, we're seeing a resurgence of these Kitty Pryde style decks, which did die off a little bit. We didn't see them as popular, but this is what happens when you get a new card come out. You go, what old style deck can it fit in? And Kitty Pryde, it works hand in hand, right? It's come back into the meta. It's come back with super hyper popularity, and with the addition of being able to have Merlin nowadays in that style of deck, and just being able to just dump a whole ton of power and consistently play multiple cards per turn, it seems like the payoff is a better feels moment, right? You feel good about playing multiple cards, whereas before playing one card a turn felt great.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that shift over time. But speaking of things that are interesting to see, we have the top 16 bracket secured and locked in front of us on the screen. Any familiar names? I see Cougar right off the bat in the first bracket. We have Gamer, Phoenix, who's been on the stream quite a few times throughout the day, Quick Status and Red Knight, who were both in the cast earlier, just in our perspective. Sizer, not surprised to hear as well.
Yep. We've also, I was going to say, it's switched away, but it's fine. There was quite a few names that I did see there. We got to see Omelus earlier, Clam, yep. And I forgot how you said the name earlier. It was Tassie, was it? Tassie?
Yep.
They
Yeah,
are also
Tassie
really good.
on the stream earlier as well. So
Yeah.
a lot of these players who established a high snowball count early were able to hang on. And I'm curious to know how much of that is players who are strong and who made good deck building decisions going into the event, winning early and staying dominant throughout, and how much of it was building a snowball lead and then being able to capitalize on that early lead in a way that you are able to, take a hit here or there once you've established a lead. Very, very interesting to see that so many of the people who've been on the stream are still in the top cut, because something I've noticed in other events that I've cast is oftentimes you see people on the stream, one of them is quite often eliminated by the fact that they've both been on the stream. Somebody takes an L there, and then it is unlikely that you see them again later in the tournament, much less in the top cut. And in this case, this format is showing us that a lot of the players who've been on the stream throughout the day have made their way to the top 16. So really, really cool to see. And I'm curious if we can get the final snowball counts up on the screen as well. Take a look at those numbers from through the end of round 7.
Ooh.
All right, so Andre winning a whopping 123 snowballs, finishing first place at the end of the Swiss round, not dropping a single conquest game, and also leaving very, very few cubes on the table across their run. Super impressive. So max score of 140 possible snowballs over the course of 7 rounds of Swiss if you are to perfectly 10-0 all of your rounds. And then Clam holds on to second.
Yeah, we did.
Despite a loss.
I was going to say, we did see Clam go down a little bit. I think we'd seen him in 3rd place earlier, having had that loss against, it was Rad Knight. But as you can see, Rad Knight is all the way down on 11th. But with Clam losing that one game, he's still in 2nd place, which does go to show that even if you do lose, as long as you've accumulated enough snowballs, you've still got a fighting chance, right? And he's lost one game and still in 2nd place. That just shows everything.
And yeah, and here we see there's an undefeated player in 5th place. So the snowballs smoothing out some of the otherwise, disruptive tiebreakers, where winning a game at 1-0, I mean, still can't feel too bad when you've made the top 16 and a stellar performance, but just goes to show you the impact of these matches, playing 10-0 versus 1-0. Despite winning, there's some players ahead of you with losses.
Yeah. And I think the point system in this tournament has been great, right? Because you would see these players that have losses under their belt but are still high ranked wouldn't necessarily be there if we was having the old style of tournament with 1 point per win, as opposed to 1 point per cube that you've kept plus 1 point a cube that you've taken from your opponent, right? So we can see with this kind of format that people really can capitalize on a good deck and a winning line early on just to maximize their amount of points. And then later down the line, they can relax a little bit. They can take their time, and if they've got a counter deck, they can take their time and just take everything they can, even if it is a losing match, just to still sustain enough points just to stay in those top ranks.
Yeah, and here we have in 13th place Gamer sneaking into the top 16 by just a couple of positions, and is the first player we've seen on this listing to have a 2nd loss.
Yeah, 2 losses.
Lost in round 7, but still managed to accumulate a pretty clean 105 points, which is quite a sum. We have another 105 here with a 6-1 record. So yeah, it just goes to show you, when you lose, don't lose too big. And when you win, take them for all they got. And a couple of 5-2 players making their way in here.
Yeah, it's great.
And Cougar sneaking in just 16th as well.
Yeah, it's one of those where, in previous tournament settings, you go, if I've had a loss, it kind of takes the wins out of your sails, right? And you go, okay, then I'm not going to make it, so I'm not going to take my other games as seriously, or I've already lost the ability to focus and play, right? Whereas a loss doesn't necessarily mean you're out. It can quite fully mean that you're still in the game. 2 losses and somebody's still in this top 16. It just goes to show that the winning isn't everything. It's the amount that you win when you do win, and the amount that you still gain when you lose. Okay, so
So we're getting ready shortly here to go into the top 16, but first we're going to take a look at the card performances and archetype performances for the top 16 here before we jump into the game. Okay, and so these stats are very different looking just at a glance from the performances that we saw in the overall pool, because of course all of these players did exceptionally well to get here, but we see some of the top performing cards look to be from this V-Hand package coming in at 17. Filtering that out for sample size, SNOWBALL is the top performing card here with an 85% win rate and showing up the most. There are a few outliers above it, but it is the story of the event, I would say.
Yeah, if you haven't been convinced to get the season pass card yet, I think this tournament will show how strong that card actually is. So if you haven't grabbed the card, now's the best time to grab.
Yeah, for sure. Picking up SNOWBALL from the web shop is a key play in this instance.
Yes, definitely.
But still a fair few players making the top 16 without it. And speaking of, we're going to jump in. Oh, no.
Phoenix.
Spider-Punk missing the target here as Phoenix throws that down, moves over to Asteroid M. And Mockbuck, okay, this is the oh my goodness, the Ironheart Clea.
Is this the deck that had also it had Kahori in, right? If I remember correctly.
I believe so.
He's got a very interesting deck here. Yeah. He's got a very interesting deck here, and we're already aware of what Phoenix is playing. We've seen him multiple times on the stream already. This list seems to be doing perfectly well. And as you can see with MacBack's deck here, I did allude earlier to say that it just looks like a mishmash of cards, but when put together, they work beautifully with each other. And as you can see, this guy is in the top 16 with this deck, and it seems to be working out just fine. Okay.
Yeah, very strong stuff here. Mockbuck taking the Kitty Pryde down to -1 with Clea's Flames. And
instant retreat there.
Interesting. Mockbuck dipping out for 1 cube despite no snap. So I'm curious. I didn't see a snap. I'm curious what's going on there.
I think that might have been the location there. Do you know, you got to have a look at a lot of MacBack cards. MacBack's cards are 3 and 4 cost, right? So they're all going to be shifted over to the right. So we probably thought, you know what, let's just get out of here now and reset.
Yeah. All right, so Phoenix once again starting off with the Batroc in hand, which is looking pretty strong. Going to fire down an Aranya and probably, I would imagine, look to use that up prior to Gamma Lab flipping.
Potentially. What I can see here is a Captain America straight on the left, but maybe not. He probably doesn't want all of the points on the Gamma Labs here, but I would have thought that the Captain America would have gone over onto the left, and we would have maximized the amount of points. Okay, then. Never mind. We've got a Nico Minoru down who's going to change location, but which one is MacBack going to choose? Because we've got a Tillin now as well. Do you get rid of Gamma Labs and stop Phoenix from having a lot of points on the board? Or, okay, then. It doesn't matter. They've gone for the Gamma Labs.
Not only is there no longer a Gamma Lab at play here, due to Mockbuck's Nico Minoru, but also both of these players have just lost their entire hand to Attilan.
Yep.
And Phoenix suddenly looking pretty good here, able to move the shield, free up space on Zenla, still has Aranya, and has the Madam Web set up, and has Hope Summers.
Yep, and Cryo. So this deafening chord could, in fact, potentially hit the werewolf here, which would stop it dead in its tracks.
Yeah. You think this is the time then, Ant? You fire off, hope for the 1 and 3, and if you hit the werewolf, you're chilling.
I think after this turn, if you do not hit werewolf, I think that you're not going to be in control of priority. So I believe I would take the 1 in 3. You could save it, but look at the hand. You've just had a Tillen. You have to make do with what you have, right? And I believe this is the best. This is the best use of the cards that he had in hand.
Yeah, makes sense. And we don't. Well, I think we can always have another chance to play it, but we may not have a better chance at the werewolf.
And it hits the werewolf. Easy.
Phoenix snipes the werewolf anyways, makes all of this discussion moot, and Mokbok throwing down a Scarlet Spider mid, but that's a little bit of a clunky turn as no Shulao proc gonna come down.
Right. Yeah, with 6 energy now on to turn 5. I'm surprised we haven't got a snap here from Phoenix, but potentially with the Scarlet Spider being down on turn 4, it's a bit of a tricky one for you to be able to snap into this, because that Shulao can come down and it can boot. Oh, here we go. We have a snap coming in. I believe that snap was from Macback.
I don't know that Mokbox had any turns that activate Shulao so far. I
apologize. That was from Phoenix. Yeah, well,
and so
great
yeah,
snap.
Phoenix in a commanding position. Mokbok a little bit of a clunky hand there, and had to invest to turn off the Hulks, and then had really no gas afterwards.
Yeah. He was in a situation there. Whereas, which one do you pick? Do you stop the opponent from winning the lane by default with all of those Hulks, or do you get rid of a Tillen to save your hand? And it happens a lot, right? You'll have a great opening hand, and then there'll be a location that can take everything away. And yeah, it happens.
Yeah, Mokbok was really playing towards that Werewolf by Night out as well, potentially, which got Deafening Chord. Phoenix here setting up the Madam Web, and I believe this was Phoenix's snap, was it not? Or was that Macback's snap?
No, it's Macback's snap. I believe it.
Okay, snapping off the drop two.
I was going to say, if you can see the cube now, if you can see the 2, it's got a 2 on the cube that has been snapped, but you can see the ripple of rings. I believe that means that Phoenix still has the option, to still snap. So I believe that was a Macback snap there.
Which so an interesting implication of this format in particular here is that now that we're into the top 16, snowball points are no longer a factor. So snowball points have been the story of the event so far, and players have been playing to optimize the outcome of their snowball points. But now it's do or die. This is sudden death, winner takes all, moves on to the top 8. Yeah. Mokbok firing off with a Lockheed and a Deafening Chord turn 3. So activating Shulao, turning off Madam Web, and applying minus points not only to the Madam Web from the Deafening Chord, but also to the Hope Summers from Lockheed. Pretty dominant turn 3 from Mokbok.
Yeah, he's just showing how good that this deck list that he's brought in is. It seems to be managing to put points out and to take points away, right, at the same time, which is great. And with the Madam Web being turned off here, we're not going to get as much value from the Spider Punk here as we would have been able to if we could have moved it with the Madam Web ability also, right? Which is a little bit unfortunate, but with Baxter building here, I believe that we're going to be fighting for Baxter, and we should be able to output enough points here if we are Phoenix at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting spot. Tough to weave this Deafening Chord in, but should have no problem activating Shulao next turn if Phoenix opts to hold it. I wonder, though, if you ever play Shulao this turn to establish the points, because the most recent card played was Spider Punk.
Potentially, but we've got the location on the right being nowhere. So if we did activate the Spider Punk now, where would we put him? Because we wouldn't then put him at middle again. But they've gone for the option of playing the Shulao now. So we will see.
Okay, so
those cards in the left are really being hurt.
Moving Batroc to mid and avoiding the Stark Tower bonus points. The shield is going to come down, though, which actually makes this quite challenging because now it's hard to move the shield off of mid. And Spider-Punk gets hit again by Lockheed, and Mokbok showing quite a bit of affliction game here. Phoenix does still manage to have priority, though, thanks to the 4-0 on Nowhere afforded by Baxter building, which means we have the potential, at the very least, to see yet another Deafening Chord high roll hit onto Werewolf by Night if Phoenix thinks it's worth the gamble. However,
the retreat later.
I don't know that that's going to be enough, and Phoenix opting to retreat later instead.
Okay, so it looks like Matt is really thinking about his play here. But what we're going to be doing is we're able to see both perspectives of this game. So once we get over to high stakes, what we will do is we will switch over to Macback, and we'll be able to see his perspective of the game as well.
Yeah, it's a nice feature of this this tournament is that we have got both players in the production side of things for their perspective. So nice to be able to flip back and forth and see what's going on both sides, see how the players are playing and what their approach to the game is. But for now, we are all even up at 8 cubes apiece. Phoenix dipping out on that one and starting it off with a Kitty Pryde going into game 2.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that the Kitty Pryde came down on 1 with Arenya in hand. I would have thought that Arenya would have been the go-to card to put down, right? But again, with this Deafening Chord being everywhere, it's a bit of a risky play.
Yeah, not only that, but you're also looking at optimizing your Sholau numbers. And so being able to play double 1-drop on turn 2 is a pretty appealing thing.
Of course.
And Phoenix here with priority, thanks to the Aranya stat buff coming in off Wakandan Embassy, going to go ahead and knock some points off of this Lockheed, and of course, importantly, knock the ability off of this Lockheed, which Mockbuck's actually been making a pretty sizable dent into Phoenix units over the course of this series. And I gotta say, Lockheed is one of those cards that I haven't seen a ton of so far this week. It's definitely been playing second fiddle a little bit to Sholau in terms of appearances, but Mockbuck here in the top 16 looking pretty strong with Lockheed.
Yeah, I'm surprised with that Deafening Chord play there that we didn't see a snap coming down from Phoenix here. But I'm guessing I think he respects the deck that he's playing against, and he's not willing to take any risks, because at this point in the match, as you said earlier, is the total health at the end of the game does not matter. We're not playing for snowball points anymore. It's just whoever wins, right? Whoever wins, and whoever loses gets knocked out. So maybe people are going to be a little bit more cautious with the snapping here. We may see that.
Ooh, all right, so here's the snap, and Mockbuck
really
making
shows
an absolutely massive Scarlet Spider, getting the gauntlet off of Prowler and a few Kahori points down. This cheeky Aranya move on Spider-Punk is going to help and give Phoenix the opportunity to knock a few more points off of Scarlet Spider before it splits. But ultimately, this is going to be a very, very close turn 6.
Oh, actually, we lost priority there with the Kitty Pryde coming back. If we had priority going into this turn, what we would have been able to do was not only knock off some points from the Scarlet Spider, but we could have potentially tried to snipe with the Cosmo and stop it from growing any more with this Sholau. Which this is a tough spot for Phoenix to be in here. Me personally feel like this could be a leave, especially when the points don't actually matter anymore and we just want to make it through. But we will see what he can play out and what he chooses to do. But it's this deck by Macback is proving to be really good. I have not seen it in play or in action as of yet, but it's proving to be very, very strong and competitive.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. I think you end up in a position where you take points off of Scarlet Spider, and we know that Mockbuck has played cards since then. So Sholau is going to be buffing either Kahori or one of the plays this turn, committing to mid, and I think that's going to be enough. Mockbuck also going with a Deafening Chord to take a couple points off the Craven. So a 21-6 lead, and then the Scarlet Spider is going over to the right side. So Kitty Pryde, yeah, look at this. Phoenix has got a lot of points left, but unable to close out either of the other locations. And Mockbuck now up with a commanding 8-4 cube lead in this series in the top 16.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Phoenix. Very unfortunate there. But this is the thing with the season pass card, right? You don't know where the points are going to go. You don't know if it's going. You didn't know if it was going to go on Kahori or if he was going to play it on a different card, because you have the advantage there of deciding where that power goes, where that power gets distributed. But yeah, MacBack is proving to be a bit of a one to watch out for, with his interesting inclusion of his interesting iteration of this Xiao Lao deck with Kahori.
Yeah, definitely one of the more interesting and unorthodox builds that we see here in the tournament. Not to say that it is completely a dark horse, but it's I would say breaks the mold the most of what we're seeing in Xiao Lao in the hands of a lot of these players. And it's really cool to see some, different things working out. Although that said, Phoenix's deck is very popular and still has 4 cubes behind it. So we'll have to see what Machbach's able to do here in this next game.
Yeah, both players are still in it to win it, and they're both playing a very, very competitive deck. So nobody's out of the game yet. There's still a lot to play for, with priority here, but I don't know if Phoenix is going to want to maintain priority here into turn 5.
Yeah, this is a very powerful opener, and so far, at least, has all of these abilities online. Deafening Chord has definitely been a strong factor here, taking out this Madam Web very frequently. But in the meantime, Phoenix is going to make the most out of these cards as possible, with priority once again popping a couple cards down onto the Madam Web lane, and then, of course, gaining some energy off this Hope Summers, looking for a strong play into the next turn, and has the Juggernaut on cue, so going to see if we can get anything interesting going off of that. And there's the Deafening Chord once again. It's a Rania. So probably the safe option as far as this is concerned. You kind of want to keep your Madam Web and your Hope Summers, I think.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I don't know if you just jug the middle here and stop them from changing that location, or Snap's coming down from it's coming down from Mac as well. MacBack has actually snapped this, so maybe the Juggernaut play isn't the one. Putting all of the points onto Kitty Pryde here so that we can decide where Kitty goes on turn 6 is very interesting here.
Well, I think Xiao Lao comes down first, and I believe the last card played was Aranya.
Okay,
although it may have been the taco or the chimichanga from Taco Truck. Yeah, no, it is Aranya. Okay,
my mistake. I had the order incorrect.
Okay, Machbach.
He didn't win the 50-50 there with the chimmy. And there's the location change mid, which I was expecting. He missed a 50-50 on Awesome Andy here as well. So maybe we're in a strong position here for Phoenix. Very strong position, in fact.
Yeah. And 4 cubes on the line.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, we've got no Cosmo. We've got no way of stopping the Xiao Lao from coming down and boosting the Scarlet Spider. But I think this is still winnable for us.
Yeah, I think that a Juggernaut mid is looking pretty strong this game, because the best you can do from Machbach's side at that point is probably Scarlet Spider. And Scarlet Spider can definitely get pretty big, but potentially Phoenix will be able to go over the top of that even. Although Batrock moving away is going to be a large detriment in that regard. So you might have to fill Xandar. Oh, interesting.
You want to take the benefit of Clubhouse here as well, right? With it giving +1 power to your other cards when you fill it. So you're always going, yeah, I think this. But then again, it didn't matter of the order in there, because as soon as the location is full, it procs.
Okay, so Machbach not filling up Clubhouse at all. Gonna just
go down to a 50-50.
Add points to this. Add points to the Merlin. Oh, because of the Chimichanga. And the split is not going to take any effect. And 5 points get added to mid, 1 less because of Xandar. And then Phoenix going to even it up. Oh my goodness.
What a stay here. Yeah, you was right. I had the
There it
it was,
is.
do you know what it was? It was he did that because that was down to the chimichanga, right? If chimichanga would have gone over to the Scarlet Spider, then we would have seen the proc from Shou Lao to increase the power of the Scarlet Spider.
Yeah, not only would the Chimichanga points have been on the Scarlet Spider, but then the Sholau points would have followed them as well, because whichever
Yes.
card the Chimichanga attaches to is now the most recent card you played as far as Sholau is concerned. So I think Mokbok maybe was making a larger gamble with that Chimichanga than he realized at the time.
Yeah, of
And
course.
it ended up costing him quite dearly.
Yeah, well, you got to see, what we have to understand is this card is still a new card. And not only that, the interactions, we're still learning them, right? Still, there's going to be interactions that we're not going to be quite sure of just yet. We have to play them out to see them, right? We have to make these mistakes to learn from them. So this is probably an interaction that he hasn't come across before. And now he knows the answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Mokbok going to throw down Lockheed Merlin, which means that at least for turn 3, Lockheed will probably have a chance to activate.
Ooh, we lose the Hope Summits and we get a Master Mold.
loses-
Master Mold is not a great card because with Elysium being down, we could potentially clog Macbak's hand, but they're just one freeze.
I do believe Mokbok lost the Shou Lao, though.
Oh, I did not see that. I do apologize.
Yeah, which is absolutely massive if that was indeed the case. It was quite a quick animation, but I believe it was Shou Lao that got lost. So looking to potentially move Craven off of left to not put all your eggs in the Gamma Lab basket.
Yeah.
And then
that truck will move out also.
Yeah, it plays the Master Mold and then potentially rolling the Cap's Shield there as well.
Would you have activate Aranya here? You would activate Aranya here to get you would want to take the extra points, right? I believe that might have been a slight misplay there from Phoenix because you would activate the Aranya onto the Captain America just to get the extra point of power.
Extra 1 point, yeah. Although there is a potential that Merlin turns off the Gamma Lab, in which case maybe that sticks around. I don't know if Phoenix was hedging against that or potentially forgot about the Aranya. But in any case, Phoenix getting a clean 4 Hulks, which are all now 14 after a fairly recent patch. And Mokbok only getting 2 Hulks after Merlin shuffling one away.
Oof.
And Mokbok just going to dip out for 2.
Yeah, there was just a quick retreat. Yeah, I'm out. I can't win. I can't win the left. You've got 4 Hulks. And with them being 14 power now as opposed to 12, that does stack up, right? Because that 14 power, it adds up to an extra 8 power than what it would be before with the Gamma Labs there, which is a lot of power.
So Phoenix having a 28-point delta in that lane. Mokbok can't overcome it. Despite no snap, decides to take it to the next game. And we will see now Phoenix with 4 cubes over Mokbok's 2 cubes. So Phoenix now somehow has battled back from the Mokbok being up 8-4 to Phoenix being up 4-2. So it goes to show you, folks, it is never over until the last cube has fallen. And Phoenix now with a commanding lead in this game, having 2 opportunities to Mokbok's 1.
I'm surprised here with the play here on Hope Summers to the Madam Web lane here. It's one of those locations, white hot room is like the raft, right? Everybody jumps, everybody wants to play there as soon as possible. I guess he has got the option to move the cards here now. And
I was going to say, with the Madam Web in particular, you get to move Hope Summers, still fill this turn because of the 2-drop being drawn, and then also trigger your Prowler for next turn. So little bit of a gamble with the top deck as to whether or not White Hot Room would be fillable. But Phoenix play pays off, and Hope Summer is going to go ahead and generate all of the energy for next turn. Definitely core the Prowler, and generate a lot of extra energy in the process.
Crimson Cosmos being down on the right-hand lane here could be a bit of an issue for Macbak here because he can no longer access his Madam Web, and we can access the location, and with Craven being there as well, I think this is just an instant win on Crimson Cosmos for Phoenix here, which I guess means that he could potentially win this entire game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here. We of course can't see Machbach's hand at the moment, but Phoenix does seem to have a lot of options in this case.
Yeah.
And if Machbach did in fact lose that Shou Lao, it's going to be really hard to overcome these points.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, I do apologize. We did say that we was going to switch views over to Machbach's side of things, but it's okay here. We're okay.
Setting up the
Ooh.
Werewolf by Night, setting up the Scarlet Spider, and I wonder now if Machbach is going to stay in Crimson Cosmos or potentially bail out of Crimson Cosmos and try to get a cheeky Scarlet Spider flip and fight for the other 2 lanes.
Potentially here, potentially you could see a lot of things happening here, but I think we still fight for Crimson Cosmos. I believe we just act as though we're going to win, and at the end of the day, we've really got nothing to lose here. But he's thinking about his play again. I do think activating the Aranya and then pushing over another. I think what you do is you mines now. You don't activate that just yet. You mines on the right, potentially, and then you kick Kitty Pryde over as well, just to add an extra proc for the Craven. This is a very tricky play. It is a very tricky play here for Phoenix, and I'm guessing he's feeling the pressure here. Oh, let's get back in the game.
Yep, reconnect.
We still got time to make that play. We still got time.
And the play seems to have registered based on what's in the hand, but it looks like Machbach did in fact have Shou Lao. So
this is the last. This is the last one. And again, it doesn't matter. Snowball points do not count in this matchup. It's whoever wins, and whoever loses goes home.
So 2 cubes apiece now, Machbach versus Phoenix, fighting for their top 8 spot. The outcome of this very game will determine who moves on and who is eliminated in the top 16. Machbach firing down an early Merlin on curve. Phoenix, on the other hand, with the 2 1-drops turn 2, so powering up the Shou Lao, which we already see is in Phoenix hand, and potentially looking to start moving this Batroc around and even Deafening Chord the Merlin to turn off some of that early value.
Yeah, this is a great play here from Phoenix here. Shutting off the Merlin early is always a great thing. You sometimes you would want to save that Deafening Chord for the Werewolf, but not having that access to those spells here is great.
Okay, and then cheeky play from Machbach, not necessarily knowing where Batroc was going to end up if it moved this turn, opting to instead play Lockheed onto the X Mansion location where Machbach knew there would be a generated card before the end of the turn and ensuring that the -2 can find a target.
Okay, so with this play here, we're looking like we're going to a Hope Summers into Kitty Pryde. We're going to try and get some extra points for turn 5 here. I'm not sure if we're going to see one of the Nick Fury's cards being played here. Ooh, that must hurt a little bit, but I think we still take the energy, right? But what we're going to do, I think what we're going to see here is a play from one of the turn 6 cards here, potentially. And into Shou Lao on turn 6. With Hope Sum is no longer working. We can no longer just play cards on her for the sake of extra energy, which can be a little bit of a problem judging by what we've got in our hand. But at the same time, I believe we do have enough on board and in hand for us to be able to secure this win here.
Yeah, it's an interesting position because we do have the 6 right now. There's a world in which you can set up the Shou Lao points onto mid and then look to play to a Juggernaut on turn 6. But Phoenix going to opt to go the play multiple cards route, power up the biggest Shou Lao possible, and setting up the Cosmo into Madam Web, which is going to make for an interesting puzzle for Machbach to solve this turn. because of course the Cosmo will move prior to cards flipping up. So your Sholau is potentially floating into a place that's got a Cosmo on it.
Yeah, I think MacBack will predict that this Cosmo is going mid and potentially play around it. And not only that, with Cosmo stopping on reveal cards, it does not stop the werewolf from moving onto locations where an on reveal card has been played. Even if the on reveal does not proc due to Cosmo, werewolf will still bounce to the on reveal cards lane.
Okay, so Phoenix looking to play Sholau buffing the Cosmo and probably Kitty Pryde mid alongside it.
I think that's his best play here. Depending on where he plays the Sholau, which I don't think matters too much in this scenario. I think that winning Baxter here, a lot of times we've already hinted on earlier, well said earlier, that people get baited by Baxter building, but I think winning Baxter building here is the key of winning this game. So I think I think all your points mid is what you would do here. So
yeah, but that said, there's the layers to it. And does Mockbox say, okay, Phoenix is going to commit to Baxter? Can we ever find a situation where we win both side lanes? And plays to Sholau.
Oh, God, the Cosmo.
The Cosmo.
You would have predicted the Cosmo being mid, but then again, it's mind games, right? This is the
but it moves the Batroc as well. I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, but the Esme. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
Mockbach is out here playing 40 chess.
Yeah, even with, I don't think it's enough, unfortunately.
It isn't?
I was wrong.
Plus 15 on the Sholau and Phoenix with extra energy.
Wow, what a finishing game for the top 16.
What a roller coaster indeed.
You know what? I couldn't calculate those points. This is the thing, though. You can't calculate the points with Sholau. You cannot calculate the points.
It's massive. And yeah, that was every turn, multiple cards after turn one. And just getting the maximal value, right? 5 turns of 2 or more cards is 15 points.
Yep.
And that alone, despite the cheeky move from Mockbach, getting the extra points there out of mid lane with the move, it was not enough. And yeah, Sholau winning the day once again. Fantastic game. And that's that for the top 16. Wow. Congratulations to Phoenix making it in through to the top 8. And that is going to do it for the two of us. Ant, thank you so much for casting with me today. It's been a fantastic one. To all the folks out in chat, thank you so much for sticking by. This will be the end for the two of us, but it will not be the end of the event. The top 8 will be coming up shortly with some new casters on the desk. We'll be joined by Perry Manilow and Tucker, I believe. No, Zombies. Yeah, Perry and Zombies. Fantastic. But in the meantime, Ant, thank you so much. It's been fantastic. It was great to cast with you for, I believe, your first time casting, at least for MarvelSnap, yeah?
Yeah, first time casting, and I'm glad that you held my hand the whole way. I couldn't have asked for a better casting partner.
I appreciate it. Well, it's been a blast. I had a great time casting with you. Thank you so much. Why don't you go ahead and tell the people where they can find you on Twitch or around the rest of the internet?
Okay, yeah, sure. So you can actually find me in 2 places, and that wasn't a reference to a joke that Husky Puppies made. So you will not find me in your walls. What a funny guy he was. But yeah, shout out to Husky Puppies, by the way. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. But yeah, you'll find me. You can see my name here, and stay calm. You will find me on Twitch. I normally stream Friday evening, Saturday morning, Sunday morning, but these are EU times, bearing in mind. So you'll catch me there on Twitch. And where else you will catch me is just in the Snap category in general. I hang out in a lot of streamers' chats. Everyone who's casted today, the casters that are about to come on, there's people in the production that I hang out with as well. We have a great time. I enjoy every kind of streamer. They don't even have to be English. I hang out with Nafeel. I hang out with Jet. He's also a great guy, and Ordinary Harry. But yeah, I'm just in Snap category in general. So yeah, that's where you'll find me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'm Teebs. I am the second place finisher in the Golden Gauntlet Worlds last year. And I am also a caster. In fact, I would say I'm predominantly a caster. So the number one place you will find me is casting MarvelSnap tournaments. I do also stream on Twitch on my own channel here at Teebs. And so you can come follow me and find me there. I stream on Fridays. But aside from that, look for me on the desk at upcoming MarvelSnap tournaments. And it's been a blast. Thank you all so much. Had a wonderful time. And once again, thank you. And we will go ahead and throw it over to the top 8 coming up here. Why don't y'all go introduce yourselves?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome in. Myself and Zombies Go Nom Nom. Zombies, how you doing tonight?
I'm great. I'm still kind of getting over the hype of that last match. It's always really exciting when you see it go down to those final 2 cubes. And you know, that could have gone either way. Even the casters weren't sure how it was gonna end up. So that was a really hype one to transition out of the top 16 into the top 8 with.
Absolutely. Some incredible matches we've seen so far, highlighting these cards from the Weapon X season as well as the Dragon season. We have been seeing players Dragon, D's, cards all across their boards tonight, and it has been phenomenal to watch. So thank you all for joining us here on MarvelSnap Snowball Showdown. We'll be getting into the top 8 very soon. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at that top 8 bracket, please? And there we have it. So what are we seeing here that sticks out to you, Zombies?
Well, unsurprisingly, there are some familiar names here. Out of the top 8, I recognize at least 3 of the players here: Cougar, Gamer, and Sizer, 2 of which are fellow content creators who stream the game and who are obviously very good at it. This is one of those things where there might be a lot of variance in card games. However, you know, you see these consistent results in spite of that. And that's because these players are very practiced, they know what they're doing, and they're showing up with those results.
For sure. If you have been encountering decks on ladder, if you have seen decks posted online, chances are they have come from one of these top 8 finalists here as well. A lot of meta shakers here in this tournament. So no surprise to see these names in top 5. I'm looking specifically right down at Sizer and Rad Knight. I think did they match up earlier in bracket? I was watching one of Rad Knight's matches. I don't think it was Sizer though, but regardless, they will be an excellent matchup. 2 extremely talented players. So we have a lot of good stuff coming up here in this top 8.
For sure. No, it's very much a stacked top 8. These players have all really earned where their positions are in the tournament. And I'm excited to see who takes it down to those semifinals and the actual finals. It's no secret that ShowDown has been dominating the tournament, but we have seen some other decks make it in that aren't focused around, you know, the all-star of the season. And so I know that we're going to have a lot of viewers out there kind of excited for those decks to see if they can really beat out what was pretty commonly viewed as the #1 threat of the event. I know particularly, I think it's Gamer who has the Cerebro 3 with Galactus, and I've got to imagine that's going to be a community favorite. That is not something you see every day, just in general in Snap, something like that. So the fact that it's making it this far along in a big tournament event is extra exciting, especially in an open deckless format like this, because normally you would think with something like Galactus or other strategies in that kind of vein, they benefit a lot from your opponent not knowing about them. So since this is face-up information and we can see that their opponents know about the Galactus, you don't have that surprise factor, makes it even more impressive that Gamer has managed to make it so far with this list.
Absolutely. And it's just funny, you know, as someone who has been playing this game pretty much since launch, getting to see a point where Galactus has become the hero is pretty wild to me. For a long time, he was such a villain of Snap, very oppressive playstyle earlier on in earlier iterations of the game. But now the big G-Man is the underdog here in this tournament filled with dragons and mavericks and the like. So a Cerebro deck and M'Baku. Yes, M'Baku, a playable good card now in Cerebro deck. Very hard to cut M'Baku in these decks, especially paired with Lockjaw, not in this particular version, but still, we will be getting this game for you to start here. getting to see some Galactus action right off the rip here in top 8. So super exciting to see. This will be the opponent's deck here. Something a little more akin to the villainous side of the deck. If Galactus is the hero, we have, of course, Sholau, and this is going to be piloted by Phoenix. So what do you like particularly about this move style build of Sholau?
So this is really interesting. You know, we're very new in the season. We're early on. So even though Shallow was viewed as this, you know, big, powerful thing, it's not like there's been only one deck that has been dominating with it. There are all these different flavors of it. And the move one has definitely been one that's caught my eye. I've always really enjoyed these kind of move archetypes, especially because they make it really hard for your opponent to predict where your final output is going to be. And in this case, we have some very powerful tech cards in Cosmo, shut down opponent Shallows, other good on reveals, make things awkward for Werewolf, and Juggernaut, who has been notorious for just totally winning a lane on his own if he can get priority going into that final turn of the game. Especially with something like Batroc here, who's going to be moving around the board a lot. I think this is one of those decks that definitely takes a lot of player skill and practice with, because if you make one, you know, small little mistake, move the wrong thing to the wrong place at the wrong time, it can have pretty disastrous results. So I'm really happy to see a deck like this make it in. I think we have 2 different move decks like this making it into the top 8 here. So I'm really kind of personally rooting for them, as it's an archetype I've always enjoyed, and it's cool to see, you know, how it has evolved over time. Most recently, incorporating Xiaolao into the build.
Absolutely. So we're going to be kicking off the top 8 in just a few minutes here. Going to take a quick 30-second break to get everyone set up, make sure we're all good to go, and then we'll be back with some more MarvelSnap Snowball Showdown action.
Can't wait.
And we are back. Thank you for waiting, folks. We are going to be getting into some top 8 action right now. Here we go. Snowball Showdown, top 8. Let's get it.
All right. And I believe this, like you said, this is going to be the match featuring the Cerebro 3 with Galactus versus Move. And we're off to the races with Madam Web versus Jeff.
Yes, so we are looking at Gamer's side here, going up against Phoenix. Again, we will be looking at the Cerebro 3, Galactus side of things, Pit of Exile, Altar of Death, and Kunlun, our first 3 locations. We see Maverick come down. The 50-50 on the Deafening Chord does take out the Maverick. Didn't even have a chance to say hello before he gets knocked out. And Sam
That's
coming down for
potentially
Phoenix.
Pretty big, because, I mean, I imagine you'd really want to hit the Jeff there because of the Altar of Death. I mean, Maverick, you know, not a bad hit by any means. That's obviously good for buffing up their Cerebro or buffing up their Galactus. Though I think with Kunlun on the board, it's unlikely we're going to see a Galactus game this time around. But only time will tell. But
Yep, so we are going to be seeing a lot of buffs on the side of Phoenix here. Got the Sam Wilson down in the Kunlun lane, so shield going up in power. and Spider Punk coming down for Phoenix here. So yeah, not the most ideal situation for Galactus here. Obviously can't go left. Mid is not going to do a whole lot for Gamer here. So going to have to win the old-fashioned way and hopefully top deck bro.
Yeah, I mean, a Cerebro deck without Cerebro, not a whole lot of power there. And since we see that M'Baku in hand, he can't even really go for that like pseudo Hail Mary of Galactusing. And though I imagine that'd be unlikely anyway, because the move deck has a better chance of getting into the altar, but that is one less option available to Gamer here because of drawing the M'Baku, which, it's that one card you never actually want to see in your hand if you are the Cerebro player. And we're going to see Gamer identifies, this is not the greatest position for me. Phoenix is going to snap and Gamer is immediately going to get out of there. I think that is a great call on Gamer's part.
Yep, take the 1 cube retreat there, not a big deal. You did not have what you needed and live to fight another day. So here we go, getting into the second match of this round here, second round of this match. Lemuria, our first location.
And it doesn't look like it's going to have much of an impact. Neither of the players are making any plays on turn 1. Valhalla coming up on 2. That could be potentially interesting with a Sam Wilson. Since the recent change to Sam Wilson, now he on reveal summons a shield. So Valhalla could potentially bring a second Captain America shield into play.
That would be pretty wild. That you don't get to see that very often, only in very specific circumstances, maybe playing Bounce, Frigga, something like that. But 2 shields on the board would be exciting, as Panopticon reveals as our final location. So Valhalla in the mid here, Panopticon right. We have the Cerebro in hand now for Gamer. Definitely looking better here. Prio on Gamer's side, so we're going to see the Cosmo go down mid, potentially try and shut down any Sam plays mid here.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. 3 energy, I would expect my opponent to play a Sam Wilson here if they have it alongside that Kitty Pryde. So Cosmo just really makes it so you don't have to worry about that. And I believe the snap is that on Gamer's end here, or was that Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a Gamer snap here. And we are going to be seeing Omega Sentinel go down mid. So will Phoenix accept this? Got the Hope Summers down. Also, one thing we got to start keeping track of is just how many turns multiple cards were played. It is hard to predict the Sholau power, so let's try and keep track of that. We do see 2 cards coming down this turn here, Kitty Pryde and Spider Punk, and just the Omega Sentinel for Gamer. No on reveals.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to be pretty happy if you're in a Gamer's position here. You have your Cerebro, you have your Mystique. Maverick is a fantastic top deck here because it's not useful at all on turn 6. So getting in on turn 5 so you can activate and give your Cerebro some power could be potentially a big deal. Though Phoenix does have a lot of extra energy to work with. And like you mentioned, it's kind of hard to track that Xiaolao output. They've played multiple cards a few different times. So I imagine we're going to see at least a +9, if not a +12 at the minimum here, which is a whole lot of power that, you don't know where that power is going to go, whether it's the 8 power body or the buff that he's providing. It's very clear that Gamer has invested heavily into the middle, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Phoenix trying to maneuver their cards out of there. Maybe they're still playing Kitty in the middle for that extra energy, but I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up going for the right and left lanes, since Gamer has committed so heavily to the middle location.
We do see the Spider Punk moving mid, zapping the Omega Sentinel, Cosmo going down on the right, no harm, no foul there, and Madam Web winds up mid, so we can get an additional move on that Spider Punk. 1 extra energy here playing on Hope Summers. The Omega Sentinel beam blasting the Spider Punk, and here we go. Final turn, M'Baku top deck. You hate to see that if you're Gamer. You want him to stay in the deck, but still a pretty strong position here.
Yeah, and the Xiaolao is now very limited, assuming Phoenix has it. They can only play it in the left lane if they want that on reveal to go off, since there are 2 Cosmos down in the middle and the right. I'm surprised they went mid, but I guess with the Madam Web, it does make sense. They're trying to get some of that Cerebro power down, since that was the only lane Gamer had committed to. So they know at least one of those cards there is not going to get the Cerebro buff. But Gamer still looks to be in a very good position, although I'm hoping there's not a little bit of Cosmo blindness here with that Mystique in the middle, or unless there's something I'm not seeing here.
Nope, I was
although
looking at the same thing and just like, wait, does he know? Does he know? But it looks like just nothing locked in yet. This is a high pressure
other
situation,
options.
so take your time, use the timer. That's what it's there for. We saw Madam Web the last card Phoenix played, correct? So we're looking at probably Kitty
Yes.
and Show this turn. Madam Web would go up in power, unless of course plays Kitty first. Got to keep that in mind. And it looks like we might be foregoing the Mystique, since it would have to go left if it was going to come down. And here we go. This
I
is
like
it
that.
for
I like
4.
this line.
Batroc moves to the right. Spider-Punk zaps the Gorgon on the left. Maverick buffing up the Cerebro on the right. Mid is looking pretty much in hand here for Gamer. Is it going to be enough on the right? Craven comes
18
down.
power.
Juggernaut and Kitty, it is not. 4-cube win for Gamer here in the first round of top 8.
Yeah, that was just a really good play. I like this because even though we didn't see the Xiaolao, I think that was a good way of playing against the Xiaolao, since they're going to be committing it to the left lane. That's going to be 8 of their power, and just saying, hey, I have enough points with Cerebro on the right and my cards in the middle to just outpower whatever else they're going to be doing.
Absolutely. And once again, we're seeing a little bit of deja vu here. Lemuria first location once again. Gamer getting snapped on by Phoenix, feeling the pressure a little bit.
He's not snapping that M'Baku being drawn.
Nope, no bro in hand, M'Baku in hand. Again, you just get out of there for 1 cube. You still have the advantage. So smart snap from Phoenix trying to stay in this game. Ain't over till it's over.
It is interesting to see how, in the earlier rounds, players are really incentivized to go for those early snaps or really try and go all in. And even though now we don't have to deal with the rulings of the snowball points, you still see some players still kind of going for that mindset, which is pretty interesting to note.
Yep, we're going to see Scarlet Witch come down here for Gamer on the left. That mosh pit is going to be a nightmare for Kitty Pryde to deal with. So, ooh.
That's huge.
That is not what you want to see if you're Phoenix. That Madam Web lane pretty much useless now for the rest of this game.
Yeah, now with the Vibranium on the right, it's going to be even more restrictive of where they can play their cards. Obviously, they can still move them into the Craven lane. This is going to position the Cosmo really, really well, since they don't want to dilute their draws by playing into the Vibranium mines. Phoenix does have Prio, though, so Cosmo will not get one over on Sam Wilson or another potential on reveal here if it's played this turn.
Indeed, and we do have the bro in hand. We have Jocasta as well for Gamer. No Omega Sentinel yet, but definitely a strong position. Phoenix not deterred, though, and we see Kitty and Spider-Punk coming down, so that's another 2 cards. Elysium's going to make that very easy to hit the show condition. But look who else has joined the fray.
There's the Galactus. I mean, this is definitely interesting because the Spider-Punk's in a little bit of an awkward spot. As Phoenix, you want to get 2 potential hits off of the Spider-Punk, since it really lowers the output of Cerebro, which is how Gamer is going to be winning the game. But because of the positioning of the locations here, they're not really going to have a chance to do that unless Gamer ends up committing something to the right, which, looking at this hand, I think they're very unlikely to do because they really need to draw some of their more impactful cards here. Because right now, this Jocasta's not doing anything until they find another one of their key activates.
Okay, we do see the Cosmo come down. So double Cosmo in the same lane. Mystique, the top deck for Gamer.
This is feeling pretty awkward, I think, if you're in Gamer's spot. I do like the plays going for here with the Gorgon and the Cerebro. And they're presumably going to get another, 3 power thing to Cerebro next turn. Double Cerebro's a lot of points. But it's hard to say if it's going to be enough here because that Spider-Punk can easily shut off the Scarlet Witch from getting the Cerebro buff. So really, there's only going to be, I guess, 2 3-power things that are coming down potentially next turn alongside the Mystique if they play Cerebro Gorgon this turn. Although because of the Elysium, Gamer might not feel pressure to play that Gorgon this turn since they're probably going to have the extra energy anyways, which seems to be the line they opted to go for.
Okay, and we see Juggernaut, Sam, and Kitty coming down. The shield does go mid. Gamer not opting to play the Gorgon, just the Bro, possibly looking for the top deck Omega Sentinel and didn't get it, but Maverick. Unfortunately, the Bro already down. So now...
Yeah, so that Jacosta's not really doing anything.
No,
So
I was trying to think, is there any world in which a Maverick Jocasta activate Galactus right does anything?
Oh, that would be
think,
pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet, but
I don't think that's what we're
very
going to see
risky
here.
play.
Yeah.
This seems much more likely. Yeah, just going for as much power as possible. I think this is probably the way I'd go. You really don't want to commit to the left, since I think that's where it's more likely Spider-Punk is going to lead, though Gamer does have priority. Although actually the move happens before cards reveal, so it wouldn't actually matter. So that Spider-Punk probably going left, but that could mean we do see a Xiao Lao coming down. However, they only have one space on the right location. So if you want the Xiao buff there, you probably have to put Xiao on the left and play the Kitty on the right first, or whatever other cheap card. And we see a snap back.
Phoenix snapping back. I'm sorry, Gamer snapping back here.
Gaming snapping back.
Okay, so we're pausing here. The timer is running low. This is pressure time, changing up the play a little bit here as well. The clock is almost done. Gamer's got to make a decision real quick here.
Oh yeah, this is the do or die moment.
And gets it in just before the time expires. Here we go. We're locked in for 6 cubes, excuse me. Spider-Punk goes left.
This is big.
Hits the Scarlet Witch. What do we see from Phoenix here? Sam gets buffed on the right. Mystique copying the Bro. Mid is going to go big. Is this going to be enough left? Is it
Only
Show
2
and Kitty left?
Yeah, if that's Show Kitty, I think Phoenix has it.
It's
No,
Vibranium, it's
Vibranium?
Kitty, and it's Show buffing the Kitty mid 25. Not enough, and
Oh.
Phoenix goes down.
Wow.
What a
Wow.
wild final turn there. The pressure on, the clock ticking, but Gamer pulls it out and eliminates Phoenix from the tournament.
And that's a crazy moment, because that snap back there and Gamer changing their play completely changed the outcome of the game. Gamer was originally going to not put any power in the middle, hoping that the 3 cards were going to be enough. And then after the snap back, decided to change things up, because if they were missing that 3 power in the mid, the Kitty would have won the lane.
Yeah, crazy switch up, totally abandoned the right lane, and it turns out to be the right decision. So Gamer advancing to the top 4. Well played to Phoenix. I'm sure that deck is going to be all over ladder as well. It put in a lot of work this tournament. So big ups to Phoenix for showing up and making top 8 for this tournament. So
Yeah, that was a heck of a way to get it started, right?
yeah, absolutely. I was not expecting to see a 6 cube match right here in our first game of top 8, but that's where we're at now. These players are hungry. They've been playing all day. They're going for it, and it wound up working out and paying dividends for Gamer there.
And it kind of goes back to what we were just talking about, where, these players have been playing for hours, and most of that was under these snowball rules that are kind of incentivizing going for those bigger plays, those bigger wins, so you get more cubes and rack up those points. And even though we are now past that, I feel like that final moment there was a great example of players still kind of having that, I got to go for it mindset, because that game could have very easily been only for 4 cubes, wouldn't have been over. We would have had some more rounds, but there was just that confidence of, you know what? I think this position is reasonable. I have good confidence in my ability to win from here. Let's go for all the marbles. And it worked out.
It was a great play from Phoenix, but it just was not enough to get it done. So all the respect again to Phoenix, as we are looking here at Clam's deck. Clam was absolutely dominating in the qualifying rounds to make it here to top 16. And now, no surprise, in top 8, we have the Activate Show deck. How do you feel about this deck as we get into our match here, Zombies?
So I think this is one of the more premier Xiao Lao decks in the format right now. Definitely one of the most popular ones, utilizing Maverick as well as Jocasta to get those double activations, and Xiao Lao on Scarlet Spider to fight for multiple lanes. We even see some cards that are typically uncommon here. The recently buffed Iceman who now lets you see what he hits when his on reveal goes off. A Wasp. I can't remember the last time I've seen Wasp in MarvelSnap before the recent edition of Xiao Lao, and it's really there for just getting that extra. All right, on turn 1, I could play this. That's an extra 3 power off of Xiao from getting 2 cards down. So that really speaks to, I think, the power of this 5-drop. In this deck, the whole thing it's trying to do is saying, hey, I really want to get the maximum Xiao value as possible, while also just having a lot of ways to disrupt my opponent and make it hard for them to predict my power output. By just being able to buff up their things in so many different ways. Chavez is a great example of that as well. It's hard for someone to predict, all right, what actually got the Chavez buff? And it can be super deadly if it gets on something like Scarlet Spider that's able to duplicate itself.
For sure, and we do see the snap coming down from Clam here. Omala's taking it, both players drawing from the Abbey. Iceman, again, you just mentioned, recently buffed. Such an important card in Conquest as well. Same reasons for Ham, just getting any little bit of intel you can. Now that you know what you hit with Iceman, it's very invaluable in terms of when you should snap, when you should retreat. Every little bit of intel counts here, as we see. I believe that was a dual Nico trade on the Hams. Was that accurate?
Yeah, I believe that is correct. I believe both Nikos got hammed. You got to be breathing a sigh of relief if you're Clam here, because you're really not missing that Nico very much compared to how much you would be missing that Scarlet Spider, especially with Xiao Lao being acquired to hand. I imagine this turn they're going to want to just continue playing 2 cards a turn. They're going to get another 1-mana spell from Merlin, which will set up their turn 5, being Scarlet Spider and presumably whatever Merlin spell they get. Though not necessarily all of them are good here. Some are much better than others, but I do think that is the way they're going to go. Considering Nico on the left, but that seems rather risky to me, because that does shut off their ability to put any more points there. Unless they go for Xiao Lao as the follow-up on turn 5. But I can't imagine a world where you do that when you have Scarlet Spider in hand.
Yeah, and you could see it. The Castle Zemo kind of messing things up here a little bit after the previous Omniversal. Can't just play directly on that Agony without taking that into account now. I agree, the Nico play a little curious, but Clam feeling confident that at least 16 power there is going to make Omalas have to reconsider. And we are seeing Scarlet Spider. Yeah.
Huge change, because with that Merlin spell, there's a high likelihood that Omalas is going to get a free 6-drop. I think they're probably considering, should I snap here? Because it does not seem like there's any chance that Clam is able to get that free 6-drop. Now, that 6-drop could be an Infinite. It could be a Zola. It could be something that's not useful to the outcome. But I'd say the odds are in their favor that it's going to be something that will dramatically increase their power output for the final turn of the game. And when this Scarlet Spider comes down, it's going to make it very obvious, what Clam is going to be doing here, where, well, they're not going to play the Xiao on the right because that's where the Scarlet Spider has to go. And they already know the total power output on the left. So if they just feel confident that they have enough points on the left and on the right with that extra 6-drop that they just got off the raft, that might just be enough to end this game.
The locations just keep on changing here as Baxter Building now appears. Wow. So we do get a little additional power on the left, courtesy of the Baxter Building, and the Ham takes out the dragon. A pig has slain the dragon. Huge value there from the Spider Ham. I have to think this is going to be a retreat now from Clam. Between that, the Raft card, Maverick coming down, Herbie's looking to get buffed here as well. You can't stick this out if you're Clam, right?
I can't imagine a world where you stay in this position. I mean, they are ahead on the board, but that free 6-drop, really the main thing keeping you in this game was Xiao here, because it would have that massive buff on the Scarlet Spider, which is guaranteed to go in the Baxter Building. So, I mean, really, I think it's very likely that Omalas takes this because of that Jocasta Spider Ham activation. And it looks like Clam is going to agree with us and retreat.
Incredible how this one little donut and corn loving pig can drastically influence the outcome of these games here, taking out the show. And now we are going to get a show in hand for Omalas. White Palace making sure of that. Maverick the highest cost card for Clam here.
And they're hoping for a 2-drop. No Iceman on 1 is interesting, but I think it makes sense. You know, they're hoping for another thing they can play, and they know that if they get 2-drop, they're not going to be able to activate Shao. So holding the Iceman gives them a potential activation on 2, which it looks like they're going to take because of that top deck on the Wasp. Get a little bit of information, slow down their opponent, and see where they go from there.
Yeah, both players playing very similar decks here. There are some key differences, as you could see. Clam having the Wasp, Iceman, Chavez, and Cosmo. So that might have been part of the reason why we saw Clam making sure they had priority last turn, trying to prevent a potential show play on the final turn there, but didn't get the Cosmo last game. And of course, for Omalis, we have Deafening Chord, Hood, Herbie, and Shadow King. The rest of their cards are all the same.
This chimichanga is pretty big because it is going to enable getting Shao triggers probably for both players. We don't know Amalas's hand, but we do know they have a 3-cost Herbie, and we do know that Clam really wouldn't have had any other option to get 2 cards down here. Looks like they're both going to go for the same thing, which is chimichangaing the Maverick. A pretty strong line to be sure. We know Clam has the Scarlet Spider in hand if they want to use up that activation, but I could also see holding it for turn 5 potentially. They don't have a second 1-drop though, so it's going to come down to, do they want to get another Shao trigger now and, you know, hope for another 1-drop? They can get another copy of whatever they play next turn. I imagine it's going to be the Scarlet Spider, but it's possible they go for a Shao, get a big buff, get a copy of the Shao. I could see it going either way. They could even buff up the Shao with Maverick before getting the copy of it, which would be a whole lot of points on the board.
That's what I was thinking here based on what we're seeing. You're going to see the Cosmo come down on the right lane, limiting where Shao can be played. And the Nico copy, you have options. You got to see what you draw as well to see if you can continue building that buff for Shao, getting those 2 cards a turn. Just 1 here for Omalis, and it is a big Scarlet Spider. Choosing to go for the Maverick activate early, just getting that reliable point on the board, getting some additional points with the Rocket Pad as well. So we're looking at that 11 power Scarlet Spider.
He's going bananas, much like the split that it is. And I think that's really going to push, I would imagine that pushes Clam into wanting to copy the Xiao Lao. Maybe they still go for the Scarlet Spider, but I believe Omalas is either even or slightly ahead on Shao triggers here. We don't know if they have it in hand for sure or not. But what we do know is that Clam is not getting a trigger this turn. The extra copy in hand isn't going to do anything, and he's kind of going all in here on Xiao Lao. And we don't even know if they're going to get a 1-drop to get another activation trigger for the final turn.
Indeed. I was going to say we do know that Omalis had Show because of the White Palace copying it from the beginning of the game. So we did see that come down. 14 power on old Ben Riley now. And we did see the copy of the Scarlet Spider. Had to get it down in that previous turn. So not the most optimal use.
They could have another Shao, although it would buff the previously played Shao instead of, but they've already got a 14 power Scarlet Spider. However, Clamps is likely going to be a fair bit larger. I imagine that's going to be at least a 22 Scarlet Spider, I want to say. I think it's at least 12 power and Shao buffs.
Yeah.
But that's the only power output they're going to be getting. I'm a little confused why they're committing it to the middle, because it doesn't look like that's enough to win the middle lane just off of 8 and 2. I would think they would want to put that on the left instead, but I guess they're trying to do it so they guarantee where the Scarlet Spider goes. That must be their reasoning here. They say, hey, I'm going to make the Scarlet Spider very big and I'm guaranteeing it goes left. But I find it hard to believe your opponent's going to commit more to the middle. So I do wonder, is it worth the guarantee? Because Scarlet Spider could just as easily fight for the middle. And I think it's very unlikely we're going to see Omalas fight for the right here. Maybe if they have that second Shao, but I don't think so.
Here we go. Nico with the +2. There is the show. So a lot of power mid. It looks like Clam might have chosen wisely here, giving up mid. Scarlet Spider goes right. There it is. We see Clam take it.
Yeah, Clam's going to get it. It worked out.
playing for the guaranteed spot. 22 power on the Scarlet Spider clone. Nice 2-cube win there for Clam. Neither player feeling super confident that round. No snaps, but 2 cubes is 2 cubes, and we have evened it up here at 8 cubes apiece.
And it did matter by filling that middle lane. If they put the Chavez elsewhere, the Scarlet Spider would not have been enough to win the middle lane with how it played out. There was a 50-50 on the opponent's Scarlet Spider where that copy went. But, with this kind of deck, sometimes you just have to go for it.
Indeed. And now we see White Hot Room as our first location. A very low curve hand here for Clam. Probably going to be competing for that extra energy. Can go a long way with this deck.
Especially with Agony in hand, because it allows you to get the White Hot Room without actually clogging yourself up location-wise. The Nico being a huge card here because of that Agony, going to go up to 5 power and then getting doubled to 10 next thing they play. It's a whole lot of energy and power to contest, but even though Clam has all this energy, they're a little bit lacking in cards. Their cards are so cheap, they don't have much else out in hand. But a Scarlet Spider off the top certainly isn't something they're going to mind seeing, especially with Spark Tower on the board, providing some potential buffs.
Not at all. So we are going to be seeing a lot of energy. Clam needs to make up hand space here from the early cards being played. And we've also just been informed that Cougar has advanced in the top 8 as well. So Cougar joining Gamer in top 4.
Very exciting. So Jocasta coming down, and we see Clam make the play to not play anything there because they want to guarantee they're going to have 2 procs on the next turn for that Shao. They know that they don't really have to worry a ton about not having enough energy because they have that bonus 3. So they're really going to be playing, as much as they can per turn. I believe Shao's the only card in their deck off the top that wouldn't let them play 2 cards here on turn 5. Let's see if they hit it.
Now, one of the unexpected side effects of playing all those cards early, Spider-Ham now has a very easy time targeting a card if that was going to be left in hand. Clam sees that, obviously wants to clear the hand, and it's just going to be reliant on a top deck now. Playing for that next card, we have a whole lot of activates on the left side for Omalis here. Chavez reveals mid, taking Prio mid for now. Herbie going for the double power Maverick, boosting up Nico with the times
with the
2.
double. It's a big Nico, and it's going to be giving quite a few points to both adjacent lanes. What's off the top here for Clam? It is Maverick. That is not what they were hoping to see. They really want that Shao there, and just looking at the board state, I mean, you could try with double Scarlet Spider, but I think, Clam's going to opt to play this one safe. You're staring down a whole lot of power, and I think that was probably a good move on their part.
Yep, you have no idea if Amalis has the dragon in hand, so with only a Maverick top deck, you just got to go. Despite that early advantage, you had all the energy, you had the triggers you needed for show, but you got to draw the card.
Yeah, and I think that shows a very good restrained lack of snapping from them. I think a lot of players in that early position see, oh, I'm getting all this extra energy, I'm getting this big Nico, I'm in a good position, let me snap that. And it just didn't end up working out. So I think they got pretty rewarded there for holding back. What's not rewarded is that Maverick, though, that just got pigged. That's going to be a pretty big loss for Clam.
Yep, the Porker taking out the Maverick. You would have loved to have seen Wasp take that hit for Maverick, but unfortunately didn't work out there for Clam. Responding with his own Spider-Ham, we'll see what this hits here. But we do have the show this time, so going to see the Cosmo and the Wasp come down, continue building that power boost for the show. Valhalla could be interesting here as well.
Yeah, with the Iceman down, you saw they considered putting the Cosmo on the right, and then we're like, well, we can get some more Iceman value. I don't think they're necessarily scared of their opponent getting some on-reveal value of their own. I believe this is an interesting interaction here. I want to say Shao does count the Wasp here. Normally with Dark Dimension, it can be a little bit weird about considering cards played or not. But if my understanding is correct, I believe even though it's not being revealed, I think Shao does see that as they played 2 cards that turn.
Indeed. Dark Dimension, definitely one of those locations where you just have to double check yourself, make sure you know how it works. And I did not see who the spider ham hit, zombies. What did Clam's ham hit? Herbie.
Looks like it hit Herbie.
Yes, we've been
which
told it hit
probably a
Herbie, right?
lower impact hit, but not the worst thing in the world with Jocasta, because as we saw in that previous game, Herbie can get pretty big with that double up effect, as well as all the other buffs available in the deck. So not the best hit, but also far from the worst. We're going to see Omniversal change the location, which is going to be a negative for Clam here, though it could be a negative for either of these players, because now it's threatening to fill the middle for either player. It might fill nobody's middle. It might fill both of their middle. It's got to mean both of these players are feeling a little nervous about how this is going to go. If Clam wants to get this Showdown, it is going to guarantee power in the middle, so they don't have to worry about being locked out of their power potentially, but it does increase the odds that one of those cards does go mid, and they're not going to be able to add any more power there on the final turn. But I think they're just hoping that, you know what, Shao will be enough power to win that out. It is possible both the cards go left, but it is more likely that one of them is going to go mid. And which one it picks could be a huge difference. 2 and 8 power on those two bodies could be the difference in what wins or loses the game, as could this Merlin going mid. So
I was also going to say,
really have to
speaking of
see.
Merlin, we could see a location change again. We do see the ham taking out Jocasta. We see Maverick buffing something up on the right twice. It is Nico once again with the ×2. So Nico's going to get quite big here. Show buffing up the Agony to 12. And here we go. Where will these cards land? Oh, the show goes mid for Clam. Omala still gets to play there, but locked up on the left. So 25 mid. That's going to be pretty hard for Omalis to overcome, especially with that Nico now set to double to 16, but not in the middle lane.
So even though Clam doesn't have a ton of power here, I think because of the Baxter building buff and the fact that Omalis probably doesn't have enough to flip that lane, I think it's going to convince Clam to stay here, even though they don't actually have a ton of power, because they're still getting out 9 power. I mean, it's not a ton. Looks like they're not gonna. They're not believing. I mean, I guess if opponent does have a Shao Lao, that it could be enough to flip it. They play a 1-drop. They play the Shao. They lose the lane. I'm surprised we haven't seen the retreat later though. Like they must.
I was just gonna say that. You're a tournament setting. You don't know what your opponent has. Could have been a bad top deck. There's outside of time. I mean, again, these guys have been playing all day long, so I definitely get the wanting to move things along here. But the book says you got to go retreat later here. You never know. You never know. Every cube matters in this format. So don't know if that was the right call for Clam. But regardless, we move on to the next round. Omalis now with a 8 cube to 6 cube lead, and once again we are seeing these small cards in hand for Clam. We're going to get Abby. We're going to get a demon on the board and set up for the Maverick play on turn 3.
Yeah, it's looking. I think it's looking pretty good for Clam here.
We said that last time, though.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there've been a number of these games that have looked really good for Clam, but just didn't really work out in the end, or they were too scared about their opponent's potential power output to risk staying, and that could happen again here.
Okay, speaking of demon, there is the hood for Omalis. Nico with the +2 now as well. Iceman hitting Jocasta there is significant. Now 4 cost Jocasta does kind of ruin your curve a little bit. But now Danger Room also appearing here. My least favorite location in the entire game.
Yeah, it's well, it looks like Clam's going to choose to live dangerously, and can't really blame him for it. I think you don't really have much in the way of other options here when you have committed to putting that Agony down on the right. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them follow that up with a Jocasta on the right next turn alongside that Chavez, if the Maverick survives.
Living dangerously. Here we go. It lives.
And it's safe.
Maverick safe.
But will Omalas be so lucky? They will not. And that demon's going straight to the Shadow Realm. Ooh.
Down goes the demon. We do see Merlin on the board, so that hood most likely going to get out of here or transform into something else. Will we see the Chavez Jocasta here on the right? It's looking like we will. Gonna hang on to that Wasp
Interesting.
as well.
The Jocasta makes a lot of sense. I'm surprised risking the Chavez, though they could be thinking about wanting to get their lanes more full. So if they do get that Scarlet Spider off the top, they can fill it up, guarantee where it's going to go. But again, you would be risking it in the danger room. Maybe Clam's just deciding, you know what, I've made it this far. I'm feeling lucky. That danger room is not going to be dangerous for me today, and that seems to be the way they're going with it. And I got to respect the commitment, if nothing else.
See, I like Clam's play here because I kind of think the same way. I'm like, all right, I'm going to play Chavez first. Chavez takes the bullet for Jocasta here on Danger Room. This way, Jocasta lives. I know it doesn't work like that. It is just 25%
Offering
chance every
Chavez's
time.
tribute.
But exactly, just like that's one of those little mental things that you do as a
Mhm.
MarvelSnap player. And it turns out Chavez lives, and so does Jocasta. So does Shadow King. Looking more like
First time
safety
seeing the
room
Shadow
here.
King this game.
And the polymorph on the hood turning into Marrow. So -3 into +3, pretty decent conversion. And the top deck Dragon. This is looking pretty solid for Clam here. Still no Scarlet Spider, but priority on
They
Clam's
could get it
side.
off the top, but then they could only give it the Maverick buff, and that would mean they have to commit to playing Shao this turn, which I don't think they want to do. But it is a possible line I could see them going for here. They don't have to worry about the Shadow King anymore. So if they do commit the Shao this turn, they don't have to worry about losing their power to Shadow King. So that is one less thing they have to think about here. But it looks like they're going to go for keeping the Shao in hand, keeping it a mystery where all that power is going to go on the final turn of the game, and giving themselves the potential for an extra proc if they get a cheap card they can play alongside it.
Okay, so here it is. Final turn. Top deck Merlin. Not what you want to see if you're Clam. But again, we are going to see that dog get big.
Yeah, it's so they're gonna make the Cosmo big. They're going to get one Maverick trigger here. So it's going to be a 14 power Shallow. Get them
Yep,
up
so
to
looking at
18 on the
18 left. Yep.
which is a lot. Herbie is going to double. And they did play Maverick last, so if they do have a Shao coming down, Shao will be on the Maverick, which could give them another potential buff target.
We see Clam emoting the Danger Room, even though I feel like Omalis took the worst hit there, losing the 6 power
100%.
demon. So could
Going
be a
through
little
the
bit of mind
mind
games.
perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, the snap. The snap.
We see the snap. Omalis not taking the bait. We see a sweating emote here from Clam. Not undoing turn, fully committed to seeing this out. And here we go, another 6 cubes. This could be the end for Clam or a major comeback potential. 12
Let's
power
see.
on the Cosmo. Show right buffs the Maverick to 18. Show dies. Maverick,
Show
though, plus
dies.
18 mid, and it doesn't matter. Clam goes down. Omalis takes it there with a humongous Maverick Agony play. Crazy
Not
stuff.
even the Danger Room could stop them. Not even double losing pretty big stats.
Yeah, 14 power just gone. Just Omalis said here, I'll give you a 14 power buffer window. It doesn't matter when I'm putting up an 18 power Maverick and a 21 power Agony. Great stuff there. We will see Omalis advance, and we will see Clam eliminated. Great showing by Clam. We will get back to more tournament action. Top 4 coming up in just a few moments. Welcome back, folks. We are here with the top 4 of the MarvelSnap Snowball Showdown. A lot of exciting matches, a lot of dragons, and lots more fun to be had. We're going to take a look here at the top 4 going into the end of this tournament here. This is going to be one of the decks we'll be seeing from Cougar. No, I'm sorry. That is Omalus's deck there. So we have Omalus versus Rad Knight. That's going to be our first match. And then we will follow up with Cougar and Gamer for our second match of the semifinals. Gamer, of course, with the Cerebro 3 Galactus deck. Cougar, Omalus, and Rad Knight running different versions of the show combo deck. So let's take a look here at Omalus's deck, who just won the previous match.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different flavors of these. No doubt the Scarlet Spider one is kind of prevailing as the most popular way to get as much value out of Xiao Lao as possible. One thing I think is really interesting about this deck is, well, there's all this stuff gaining excess power here, so you think Shadow King would be really strong in the meta. But I think in practice, Shadow King is a little awkward here because of the way you want to be setting up those final turns. You usually don't want to be playing him on that final turn, which is when Shadow King normally has that biggest potential value. So instead, we are seeing some tempo Shadow Kings, like in that last match where it did shrink down the Maverick. But I do think Shadow King is one of those tech cards that, while it looks really good on paper, is a lot more awkward in practice just because of how these Xiao Lao decks play out. So I'm very curious to see in a match where, they're playing a very similar style of deck, does Shadow King end up pulling his weight here compared to the list without him?
Yeah, and again, this is a, we're looking at the final few matchups here, but this was a massive tournament, hundreds of players entered, and Shadow King, of course, having his use against some of the other decks out there, some of the other show decks, some of these destroy decks that were very popular during the Weapon X season. So makes sense to have that kind of safety valve in a tournament setting. But in this particular matchup, I agree. It is a little bit tricky and awkward at times. So most of the time, we'll probably just be seeing it tempoed out or maybe just forgotten altogether. Could even be destroyed with a Nico draw 2 just to get some additional value there, or maybe just take out an Agony to Maverick. So that is one of the key differences between these two decks here. We also have the Hood. Now, how do you feel about the Hood versus something like Wasp?
So, I mean, I think anytime you're running a Merlin deck, you're going to feel pretty good about running the Hood, just because you can toss it away for some extra energy. You can upgrade it with Polymorph, and it's giving you more consistent 1-drops, which are giving you a higher likelihood of getting multiple Xiao triggers throughout the game. So I think I prefer the Hood in something like this. They are actually both running the Shadow King. I guess yes. I must have missed that before. It's the other Shadow deck that doesn't have the Shadow King. So we are seeing both Shadow Kings here, which will be interesting for sure. The decks are very similar. No Deafening Chord in this one, though, which I think can be a pretty key card in this matchup. We didn't see very much of it last round, but Deafening Chord being able to shut off a Jocasta or a Maverick can have a pretty big, or even a Merlin denying those spells to get those more consistent Xiao triggers can have a pretty big impact on the game.
Honestly, even taking out Spider-Ham, like we've seen how valuable this card could be, taking out Scarlet Spider, taking out the Dragon. So the Deafening Chord, I do agree, one of the stronger inclusions in these types of decks here. We do opt to see Wasp and Chavez instead in this version. Cosmo, also an integral part of these decks. I think the Hood messing with priority as well is something that's worth keeping track of, because priority, a huge component in wanting to play around the Cosmo.
Oh, definitely. And Shadow King too, right? Because normally you want to throw priority for Shadow King in a lot of, Shadow King's usage in the game. But here you might actually want priority, because if you throw priority and they make a big Scarlet Spider, you're not going to be able to really get that. I mean, sure, you can clear out that lane, but they're still going to have the really big thing in the next lane. And especially with Cosmo limiting Shadow King's, potential usage here, I'm very curious to see how it ends up faring for both of these players in this match, because even though he's one of the most powerful tech cards in the game, I don't think he's actually going to be one of the most impactful cards that we're seeing in this pseudo mirror match.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like the Spider Ham might be the most impactful tech card in this matchup, all depending on what he hits, of course. So those are going to be the first two decks we'll be seeing. Again, that is Rad Knight versus not Cougar. I'm sorry. Cougar Gamer is the second match. Omalis. Omalis is the
Moss, yes.
yes. Rad Knight versus Omalis here in our first match. So we're waiting on them to start their game. We will get you that gameplay as soon as it's ready. Anything that surprised you so far, Zombies?
I mean, I'm surprised that Cerebro 3 with Galactus made it to the top 4, and I'm hoping we see it make it to the finals. It's interesting that Cougar and Gamer, I think they know each other pretty well. They're pretty consistent top players, so we're seeing a little bit of a friend duel off to see which one of them ends up getting to make it to the finals in our next match following this one. So I'm pretty excited to see that. But for now, we're going to see which Shao deck is going to kind of take the crown of going up against whoever wins that series. And I know I got to imagine that most of the people watching this at home are really hoping they get to see that Cerebro versus Shao showdown in the finals. I know I am.
For sure. And we had the deck building restrictions here where there had to be at least one card included from the current season, the Dragon season, and the previous season, Weapon X. And you don't necessarily think about Maverick in a Cerebro 3 deck. Like, it wouldn't be your first choice, but he's making it work here with the addition of Galactus. But we'll save that for later. We're going to get right into the Rad Knight and Omalis match. This is the semifinals, top 4, and Strange Academy is our first location.
And we're going to see them. Rad Knight pass on 1. Makes sense with this hand. They could have opted to go for a 1-drop and Wasp, but no real reason to do that when you don't know you're going to have another 1-drop to guarantee a second proc on turn 2. Looks like they wouldn't have gotten that. So I think they are rewarded here for holding. I think you don't want to get up the Wasp too early because being able to pair it on a turn where you otherwise couldn't play something, like on turn 4 with the Scarlet Spider, is way more valuable than wasting it early when you don't even have, a guarantee that you're going to actually get an extra proc out of it because you don't have another card to pair with your play on the following turn.
No, but we do have Muir Island here, which is huge for Agony. Going to be getting pretty big to buff up that Maverick or that Scarlet Spider. And we see a Nico ×2 spell coming down alongside Hood. So both players with the 2 cards on turn 2. That Nico could get quite big as Merlin enters the hand for Rad Knight.
And here we're going to see an example of that holding Wasp paying off for them, not just for getting another proc, but because of the revealing of Stark Industries, they're going to want to be able to put down as many cards as they can in that lane to give them the best odds of getting as much of that free 8 power as is possible. So not surprised at all to see them go for the Merlin Wasp on the right here.
Yep, and we're going to see a whole bunch of green numbers on the board here. Muir Island buffing cards, Stark Industry is going to be buffing cards, and we already see that Shadow King locked and loaded in the hand for Rad Knight here. I would not be surprised if we see it make an early appearance. As Maverick comes down for Omalis, Nico gets up to 7 with the double, and here we go, a polymorph and the Undying One, Shou Lao, entering the hand.
Interesting. So we can see that they're seeing that the trade-off here doesn't seem to be worth it in their mind of, losing power in the mid to stop power from their opponent. I do think they would gain more out of it, but I've got to imagine they're really just hoping to get as much power out of the Scarlet Spider with that Agony as they can. So they're really just playing the Shadow King here for stats and additional Shao trigger rather than valuing his effect.
Indeed, just the tempo play. We did see the Deafening Chord take out Silver Sable instead of Merlin, so Rad Knight's got to feel happy about that. Also a -2 for whatever Omalis top decks here from Sable. So now we are keeping the curve here, going to get rid of that Strange Academy with the Omniversal Presence, and we're starting with an 11 power Scarlet Spider. That's going to get major buffed by the Dragon. You have the Spider Ham to play on the final turn as well. Definite snap situation here from Rad Knight. Got to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, and even if your opponent, has that threatening Shadow King, you got to see they're probably not going to want to Shadow King their own big Nico, their own Maverick, get their hood back to negative power. So they've positioned things in a good way to where that Shadow King might get a lot of potential value versus the Scarlet Spider, but it's also going to hurt them a lot as well. And the Omniversal presence is really huge here because it's just making it so that that Shadow King isn't going to end up where they don't want it. It could have even been, more impactful. We won't find out because they are not staying on that snap, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yep, definitely leave for one there. Rad Knight in a very strong position. We see both players trading emotes in some good sportsmanship as Dark Dimension as our first location here. So again, the Dark Dimension can make things a little tricky with the show plays, but a good opening hand here for Rad Knight to start building upon that.
Yeah, very good. I mean, you talked about it before, but it is no secret. Spider-Ham has really been kind of I think more impactful in the mirror than any of the other tech cards, just because if it hits that key piece of Scarlet Spider or Xiaolao, this deck loses a significant amount of power. It just really kneecaps the total power output.
You're taking
and those are the cards that's more likely to hit too, right? Because they're the expensive cards that stay in hand.
Exactly. You're taking a one power you're a one energy cost win con. Like you're paying one energy to take away their win con. That's extremely valuable. We did see a great value play on the Nico, destroying the demon, getting the draw 2 there for Omalis, and we saw no Agony on the previous turn. I thought we might have seen Ham and Agony last turn to go for the Maverick on 3, but it looks like opting for the Chavez instead was Rad Knight. So we have the Nico move spell here. Not super helpful, especially with Dark Dimension on the board. A bit of an awkward situation. Maybe considering trying to get that extra energy for White Hot Room. What do you think's the play here for Rad Knight?
Well, at first they were considering the Nico left, but I'm really glad they kind of change that around because Nico having the move spell on the left really puts you in a position that's hard to predict for the final turns of the game, especially given where the board state is now. So we're going to see them both, commit to the White Hot Room a bit more. And I imagine they're both likely to fill it here. Shadow King does go down from Omalas, and we do see that Rad Knight has their own in hand. But I don't know if they're going to be super pressured to use it outside of maybe storing it in the Dark Dimension for later, since their bonus power here is way greater. And they know they don't have to worry about a Shadow King from their opponent because of the Spider Ham. So they're good to go and stacking as much green power as they want, buffing up this Maverick. But they really have got to be hoping for that Scarlet Spider or Xiao off the next top card or two, because otherwise they're going to not have great follow-up. And I believe this is an Omala snap, I want to say.
Yep, Omala snapped here. Both players getting that White Hot Room. A bit scary for Rad Knight to stay because, again, you don't have the win con, you don't have the show, you don't have the Scarlet Spider, the Jocasta. So a bit risky here to stick and hope for the top deck. Omalis turns it into Asgard. Down goes the Shadow King, and the draw for Rad Knight is actually huge because there is show. Show in hand now for Rad Knight. Thank you, Merlin.
The Scarlet Spider. That was huge. That you've got to be feeling a little bad off of that snap because now they're going to get this massive Scarlet Spider, and thanks to the extra energy, they can get another 2 cards. Oh, they're not going for 2 cards this turn. They're not going to hide something in the Dark Dimension, it seems. Oh, I guess because if they want to play Xiao in the Dark Dimension, they don't want to buff up a different card. They want to be able to play Xiao in the middle, so they guarantee the buff on the Scarlet Spider, and then they know that Scarlet Spider is going left. That makes sense.
Yeah, that you want Show to be the first card revealing there in Dark Dimension. You want Scarlet Spider to be the last card played for that to happen. We also, I'm surprised that we are not seeing a snap back here from Rad Knight. Maybe it's a little too obvious. Maybe Omalis leaves if Rad Knight snaps and he's trying to get 4 instead of 2.
Considering the Merlin. Nope, they're going back to their original play, so they're going to get a pretty decent buff on the Scarlet Spider before getting Showdown next turn to buff it even further. I think this is a really good position for Rad Knight, and I'm surprised they aren't snapping back here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the fist bump from Amalis. It seems like a retreat could be coming here, especially after that Asgard.
Oh, they might have the end turn bug potentially. I see them clicking there. That could be what's delaying things here. But here we go. Let's see what's coming down. Big Scarlet Spider, 11 power, 2 more from the Nico. This is all pre-Shao as well. Deafening Chord, but it's too late to stop the Maverick.
Maverick did his job.
He sure did. Omala's going to get some extra energy, provide a buff of their own to their own Scarlet Spider. So this could be a Shao showdown. But it looks like that it's going to be very much favoring Rad Knight here, because this is such
top deck Cosmo 2 and priority. This could be huge for Rad Knight here. Some incredible top decks.
And again, no Shadow King to worry about. Normally, you prefer to be able to have that Shadow King on the final turn throwing priority, but we know it's gone for Omelas. So they do not have an answer, and they are going to correctly retreat saying, all right, your Scarlet Spider's bigger than mine.
Significantly. A 5 power difference there absolutely matters. The unfortunate Merlin spell for Omalis there after the snap, benefiting Rad Knight a lot more. But here we go. Rad Knight with a 3 cube lead here on Omalis as Sanctum Sanctorum reveals as the second location mid.
And it's interesting. We're going to see them opt for the Merlin here instead of the 2 1-drops. I think that makes sense because of the Nico spell. You don't really want to turn Spider-Ham into a demon. It's not an on-reveal anymore. And we've seen how impactful it can be. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they're opting to get that extra value out of Spider-Ham and not just going for a few extra points.
Yep. I think Merlin on 2 is pretty much almost always what you want to be doing. Just helping you smooth that curve out, being able to play multiple cards with the spells that generate after that. I think that is the right call there. The question here is, do you keep the Agony for Maverick, for Scarlet Spider, even potentially the Nico ×2? But it looks like we're just getting 2 cards this turn.
I imagine what they're going to go for here. It depends on the Nico spell, because if you get Nico draw 2, you're probably not going to want to play her next turn. But I think they're trying to set up for playing Maverick alongside a 1-drop, and that way they'll set up for the Scarlet Spider. They do have to be concerned about Dream Dimension, though, because that will prevent them from being able to weave in another card alongside Scarlet Spider. But the Nico +2 is really, really good here. They're getting that buff on the Maverick. They're setting up for getting the big Scarlet Spider next turn. We do see the Jocasta come down from Omelas, so they could potentially get double Scarlet Spider stuff. They could also have that Shadow King lurking. And the double Scarlet Spider could matter a lot here with the middle location being Sanctum, as that's really the only way these players are going to have to get into it. We've already seen the Nico move spell pass through the pool. So there's going to be no tricks with that one. They're going to be relying pretty much entirely on the Scarlet Spider to win that Sanctum lane.
Yep, and I'm thinking Rad Knight's probably hoping Omalis has the Omniversal to get rid of the Dream Dimension here, helping smooth the curve out for both players. Let's see if one of those 2 cards is Spider-Ham taking out Omalis's Maverick. So big Maverick here, the +2 from Nico, +3 from Agony, chilling with 8 power right now. Herbie coming down on the right. There's the Nico Destroy and the Once and Future. So Dream Dimension will go off. Nothing. The cards are not drawn from these skills.
They are not drawn. That is correct. Because there was nothing to destroy. The spell fizzles. And so that's going to, I want to say that puts Rad Knight in a positive position here, but they do not have the Shao, and they do still have to be worried not only about the potential Shadow King, but also where this Scarlet Spider ends up going.
Interesting decision here. Do you agree with the Scarlet Spider now over the Jocasta?
I think it's tough. I think you can make an argument for either. I like this that it's a little bit more mana efficient, because if you commit to Jocasta and you top deck Shao, you just aren't in a position where you can play the Shao. And given that that is kind of the big card of the deck, I think I do like this play, because you're really just saying, all right, I am trying to put myself in the best possible position where if I get Shao, I can win this game. Because if it comes down to it, and their opponent has Shao and they don't, I think they're going to have a harder time anyways. So I think I do like this line here personally.
You are susceptible to a Soul Read Shadow King if you predict the
That you
Scarlet
are.
Spider coming down now. It is not. It's an Omniversal, a turn too late there on
And
Dream
Shadow
Dimension.
King, maybe?
What do we have on the right
Ooh.
here? Nope, it's just Scarlet Spider.
Interesting.
So we're going to see 2 Scarlet Spiders here from Omalis, thanks to the Jocasta. The Herbie spell being the energy on the final turn. You don't want to see that if you're Omalis. But we didn't
Definitely
get a
not.
dragon.
No big dragon here. And the sequencing here is going to matter because if they play a spell on the right, it looks like they're not, but they could. And if they did, they want to activate that Scarlet Spider first. So that way they guarantee it goes in the middle, which is where I'm assuming they want it to go here. The Herbie is, I believe, extra energy, so that one's not going to be relevant.
Right.
The Jocasta is going to get them a second Scarlet Spider trigger. So if they do have the Shao Lao, I think that is likely to be game in Omalis's favor with the double Scarlet Spider trigger. So I think that's really what it's going to come down to here is, do they have the Shao Lao or not?
But Omalis's show is not going to be that big. He didn't really play 2 cards that many times this game. So I don't think it's, I mean, it's still going to make a difference for sure. Will it, they would probably both need to go mid. Both of Omalis's Scarlet Spiders would need to go mid, since we know Rad Knight's Scarlet Spider is going to be going mid. 13 power mid. I want to say there was only maybe 2 show triggers.
Or they could
for
both go
Omalis.
left. Well, now they can't because there are multiple spells going, or multiple cards going on that left. Unless, I guess if one is a spell, they could both go left.
And
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Rad Knight playing the odds here. The Scarlet Spider could wind up on the right side, and it does. There's the Shadow King left, pumping it down. Here we go. Where do they land? Nothing mid for Rad Knight. 1 mid.
There's one.
And 1 left for Omalis, and that's gonna do it unless something catastrophic happens here. No, it's just an abs man. Big 4-cube win. I don't think it mattered that they didn't guarantee it mid, because they would have lost the right without the Scarlet Spider clone anyway. So Shadow King proving his worth in that match for sure, getting rid of a lot of green points and ultimately giving them the win on that left lane. Zombies, I'm having deja vu here. Didn't we just have Dream Dimension in the left location? We see the Dream Dimension again. Omalis playing Spider-Ham. Rad Knight not playing Spider-Man. Again, trying to probably save it for when to play it to get the show buff. Also, notably, no dragons last game for either player.
No dragons. So the Shadow King, I think, becomes so much better when neither player ends up drawing that Shao Lao. And it really proved its worth there, in spite of the fact that, it isn't necessarily as great against Shao specifically. It really does dismantle the rest of the deck when Shao isn't around.
For sure. So we have Madripoor here as our second location. Spider-Ham says, bad dog, hammers the Cosmo. So no worries for Cosmo this game. And Baxter Building, another popular location in these final matches, it seems, making an appearance.
Now, I imagine both of these players want this Dream Dimension gone. Obviously, Rad Knight's the only one who can facilitate that right now. I think if you're in Rad Knight's position, you really want to play 2 cards here, and it looks like that's what they're going to do after reconsidering their play a bit. Though they're not sure. They're still thinking. I mean, Maverick in the middle is really good. It's going to get a guaranteed buff because neither player has triggered the Shao yet. We see Rad Knight doesn't have it yet. So maybe, not focusing on playing into a card you don't have yet is okay. But we are going to see Omalis get their Shao trigger while Rad Knight opts to go for the Maverick buff.
Yep, I think that's smart. You play with what you have in hand. You have the Scarlet Spider. You still don't have the Dragon yet. So if you can try and get some extra points on the Maverick, again, susceptible to Shadow King now. That would be a pretty valuable Shadow King here, plus a 1-drop. You have the spell from Merlin. This could be a Shadow King mid with the Nico Destroy too, and then draw 2 plus the spell. Omalis could be looking pretty good here. 2 Omniversals in hand for Rad Knight and not using them on Dream Dimension at this point.
That is surprising. I think they are gonna reconsider that. Just maybe not. Looks like no, they're just going for it. They're saying maybe they're gonna just play down a lot of their cheap stuff, but Spider-Ham's not doing a whole lot on turn 5, especially at 2 cost. I'm surprised they didn't go for the Cosmo here, but I think they're going in for the all-in line on this Scarlet Spider. They're saying, I'm gonna double Maverick. I'm going to make my Scarlet Spider really big. I haven't gotten the chance to get a ton of Xiaolao procs. I don't even have them in hand. So we're just going to do the best we can with this Scarlet Spider and hope it's enough to get there.
And this is risky business here for Omalis. I mean, for Rad Knight right now. We just saw 2 cards getting drawn. A very high probability that Shadow King could be here, taking away all that power mid before the Maverick set to go off. Now, Prio on Omalis' side, so the Nico buff will still go off. But Maverick could take a big hit here for Rad Knight. If the Shadow King was indeed drawn, it will cost 4 to play and won't probably be able to be played with another card. So, interesting to see if Omalis has it and is going to use it here.
Even if they do Shadow King, it's still going to be 8 power on the Scarlet Spider and most likely 10 with the Madripoor buff, unless they play Shao in the middle, which they can't even do because it costs 6 right now. So even if they do Shadow King, it's still going to be very big.
Ooh, it's not Shadow King, it's Deafening Chord instead. Jocasta goes down, Demon on the right. So this will still be a big Scarlet Spider, but we're only going to get one of them because Jocasta has been disabled. 16 power Scarlet Spider, though.
Yeah, it is very big. And because of the amount of cheap cards they have, they could sequence things in a way where they can guarantee where that Scarlet Spider is going to go.
The question is, will it be a 16 power Scarlet Spider or will it be a 5 power Scarlet Spider? Again, Omalis with priority here. So I think the Demon play was probably to ensure the priority stays on Omalis' side. I have to think Shadow King's coming here.
Yeah, I mean, if they have it, they're definitely going to play it. You aren't staring down a 16 power Scarlet Spider and not playing that Shadow King. I think even if they have Shao in hand, they would go for Shadow King over it in this specific position. Merlin is going to get a lot of points here.
He's going to get power. Yeah.
And it'll lose some points for Omalas because they'll lose that Baxter building buff. They really don't have a lot of points in the middle or left lanes. Though Rad Knight doesn't have a lot of points in the left either, but one of those lanes would get that Scarlet Spider. But Omalas decides they're not going to stick around to find out.
Interesting. I wonder if he had the Shadow King or not.
I've got to imagine they whiffed on Shadow King there.
Even with the draw too. Wow. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think it must have just been sitting at the bottom of the deck because with Prio there, I think you've got to be very happy. They could have been afraid of Shao potentially buffing after the Shadow King went off. That's another option, but they didn't get a ton of Shao triggers that game.
Nope. And once again, another Dark Dimension making an appearance here. So going to be awkward with these 2 locations where you're playing your stuff.
It is going to be very awkward because you don't want to decrease your consistency. Though, seeing Shao in hand, I guess Vibraniums aren't the worst thing in the world because you've got, one of the 2 best cards of your deck here. So it could be worse. And they do have a very powerful tech for this mirror. But we'll see. I imagine they're going to really be focusing on whatever this Spider-Ham opts to mallet, because that could have a big potential outcome for the rest of this game. And Nico, with the change spell, I would think that's going to come down in Vibranium Mines to make things a little bit less awkward for where the players want to play their cards. Maybe not, though, with the Raft revealing.
And also, Rad Knight's Nico with the location change spell here, too. So we're going to be looking at a very different board next turn.
This is
get
risky.
That free card, yeah.
But I respect going for it. Oh boy. Well, we got the very telegraphed 6-drop. We're almost certainly going to see a pass here as the Shadow King gets the mallet.
Turns the Raft into Utopia. Down goes Shadow King. Deafening Chord. Taken out Spider-Ham, although he served his purpose. Herbie's going to double if he chooses to activate it. And yeah, definitely going to be a skip here. 20 free power, pretty good, zombies.
It is pretty good. No denying that. It puts us in an interesting position where Omos is pretty much guaranteed to win the right lane,
Mhm.
but Rad Knight obviously has a big advantage with that Infinite in hand, as well as the Xiao Lao. Xiao is going to lose a little bit of power here because of the fact Infinite demands a skip, and Rad Knight is going to be forced into playing the Infinite next turn if they do skip. They don't have the option of holding it for the final turn, but they could just hide it behind that Dark Dimension, so they don't have to make it apparent that that is what they've got. But I think the skip is likely to make that apparent regardless.
Yeah, and Omalis just has to. I mean, we doesn't know that the skip has happened yet, so this was a smart
Mhm.
snap on Rad Knight's part. We see the Shadow
There is the
King
Shadow
come
King.
down now. A little visual bug there on the Nico, still showing 5 power. But that is not the case, of course, after the Shadow King comes down.
And Maverick, a pretty decent draw here. Actually, a great draw with Xiao.
Yeah.
And I've got to imagine this is in Rad Knight's favor here with the Infinite.
And there's just nothing Omalis can do. You have no Shang-Chi, you don't have Negasonic. Like, that is just 20 unfiltered power that you can't do anything about. But Omalis, feeling confident, only has to
Interesting.
win one other lane.
They haven't they've only gotten 2 Xiao procs. Is that right? Because they played 2 on the first and then 2 more cards. I guess this will be their third, but not an overwhelming amount of Xiao procs. They do get Jocasta and Scarlet Spider down because of the extra energy.
Ooh, Crown
Or
City
because of
as
the energy
well.
reduction from Utopia. That's pretty big.
That is big. So we did see the Jocasta and we see the Scarlet Spider. So you got to think shows coming for Omalis here, but also coming for Rad Knight. Did we see how much power show was going to grant?
I didn't catch it, but I mean, I think this is in Omalis's favor.
All right, here we go. Show on the Scarlet Spider. That's 17, 32 total.
And
guarantees mid. So that is actually not going to be enough for the Infinite to handle. It looks like Rad Knight might be cooked. There's the buff on Maverick, plus 12.
The Utopia was massive for just completely changing the outcome of that game. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get down the Jocasta Scarlet. Like, it might have been more awkward for getting less Xiao triggers. Like that was a really defining moment for the game, getting that cost reduction.
Yeah, being able to play Jocasta and Scarlet Spider together absolutely made the difference there. So we have seen our one half of our final match played. Congrats to Rad Knight on top 4, and bigger congrats to Omalis moving on to the finals to face the winner of our next match. This is going to be an exciting one, folks. We do have another show deck here. This is Cougar's deck, rocking the move version. So we have Batch Rock, we have Hydra Stomper, Silk, Spider-Punk, Juggernaut. So a much different version than the 2 we just saw in the previous match. And we have, of course, the underdog deck, the non-dragon deck, the C3 Galactus for Gamer.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to imagine most people are really hoping to see C3 versus the Dragon in the finals. I do really like Cougar's deck as well, though. I think the move version of Xiao is also quite hard to play around because you're generating a lot of points and you can just be so flexible with where you bring those points across the board. And we're going to dive right into it. Starting with our turn 2, getting down Sam versus a Sentinel. We see that M'Baku did come down on turn 1, so he's not going to be popping out later, which is important because M'Baku sometimes can just win your Rickety Bridge, which now isn't going to be a thing.
And we see Gamer getting Cougar's show here. Not going to get much use on Gamer's side, but it's good intel regardless. And we are viewing Cougar's side here as well. So M'Baku Sentinel for Gamer. Gonna start getting some power on that Hydra Stomper. Nothing great here for the Chord, but you probably want to play it just to get the show trigger.
Yeah, it seems likely. Juggernaut looking to be a potential MVP for this matchup, though they do have to be mindful of Cosmo blocking it. But Juggernaut with Rickety Bridge is always risky business, and that is something that Gamer is going to have to keep in mind.
Sentinel taking the hit there for Jocasta, serving the master, Joe Costa, safe and sound from the deafening chord. We're going to see a buff on Craven from the shield here, and the early Juggernaut on turn 4. This could be big if it's Scarlet Spider. It's not. I'm sorry, different deck. Omega Sentinel instead for Gamer.
That's a pretty good read from Cougar. He knows that the Omega Sentinel is there in hand because of the White Palace. And because of the Joe Costa, that's most likely where it's going to go down. So that Juggernaut does end up denying the Omega Sentinel being able to go off twice, which is a whole lot of power.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to have the shield there too and guarantee the Omega Sentinel death. It is probably going to go off because the Omega Sentinel will trigger before end of turn. So you have to imagine there's going to be some damage done here. We do see a snap from Gamer now as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't really care
So
about
they gotta
losing the
have
Omega
the
Sentinel.
Cerebro. Yeah, they're still going to get their value off of it. And Gamer does pack Scarlet Witch. So they aren't necessarily as scared of Rickety Bridge as Cougar might be. They have to play a little bit of a mind game here of, are they going to shut off the bridge or not? It's still risky for Cerebro because Scarlet Witch could betray him, could get down a card that messes up the whole Cerebro, but that seems to be a risk Gamer is potentially willing to take, assuming they have it in hand.
So no Scarlet Witch, too many Scarlets. No Scarlet Witch mid. Silk winds up going mid as well. So Silk is going to get cooked here on Rickety Bridge. Omega Sentinel zaps the Hydra Stomper. We see regular Sentinel and Bro coming down. So Omega Sentinel takes one, goes down with the Silk. The shield remains, of course. Priority here on Gamer's side as a top-decked Cosmo appears for Cougar.
So their total point output is very obvious on the left, right? Like they can only, the most they can do here is they could get down a Mystique, which would only buff it by +3, but doesn't seem like that's the line they're going to go for because that would force them into tie breaks. And I think if it does come to tie breaks, this does favor Cougar. So it really might come down to, does Gamer have the Scarlet Witch and are they going to use it in the middle, and what's going to happen with that potential location change?
Yeah, you just never know. We've seen so many instances of Scarlet Witch just totally wrecking your plans because of an unfortunate location, especially with Cerebro. You don't know what it's going to be. Show here would be buffing the Hydra Stomper, correct? Yes, I just saw him highlight. Did you catch how much power that was going to be on the Hydra Stomper?
Unfortunately, I did not. I want to say it's at least 9, though. I imagine it's either 9 or 12 here.
We did see a few cards played. Yeah, a few triggers of the show. So it's not going to be...
And Cerebro's points here are really limited if they can't get rid of that Rickety Bridge.
Well, here we go. We're going to find out if it stays or if it goes. It's Mystique doubling up the Cerebro effect. Is it Witch, zombies? No, it's Cosmo. So they're both going to go, and it looks like tiebreaker will go to Cougar here. Not that it even matters, just winning left and right. Wow. Very close on the right.
Risky stay on Gamer's part, but I can respect it. It was pretty close. And I think that's one of those things where you're hoping a little bit to get in your opponent's head because the Scarlet Witch is a known entity, and hoping that maybe they try and respect that and go for the middle and end up killing some of their own cards on the Rickety Bridge. But that Cougar just, not taking the bait there and being rewarded for it.
The risk pays off. We're going to be switching after this round to see Gamer's side of things here, but already a good start for Cougar as Xandar has made its appearance.
Ooh, Gorgon. So Gorgon, has been a little bit of a fringe tech, very good against Merlin, Kate Bishop, some of these cards that are more popular in shell lists, but not really good against Cougar. Cougar doesn't really have much to fear because they're not going off of any card generation effects. And as far as curve outs go, this is a pretty decent one. They haven't gotten any Shao triggers yet, though with the move here, they will get a cheap Miles, so they're going to be guaranteed one on turn 4.
Yep, you'll see the Miles Hydra Stomper on 4 most likely based on this here. Gorgon's just a body right now that is 3 power, going to get buffed by Cerebro hopefully. And we'll have to see what Gamers got down here in Big House. M'Baku again in the hand or on the board. Not going to be jumping out at the end for any hype moments, unfortunately, this time. But we do see
You've
Jeff
got to
coming
be
down as
pretty
well.
good if you're Cougar here, I think, because that Xandar is just such a detriment. Obviously, they can get rid of it, but there's risk there. We don't know if they have the Scarlet Witch. If you're the Cerebro player, you're definitely not happy about finding that M'Baku, and you're probably, with that big Craven on the left, going to have to commit to going right and mid here.
It's certainly looking that way, although Cougar is going to have some claim to that spot too. You got Sam over there, you got Miles over there. Can potentially buff something with Show. Prio here, so Jug and Deafening Chord, not ideal, but might do it anyway just for the extra Show proc? Or do you just hang on to that chord?
They're trying to punt one of the Cerebro cards into Xander and hope they don't have the Witch.
And
which, good line. I like that line quite a lot. And we are going to be switching perspectives here, so we're going to see how it's going on the Cerebro side of things. Off to a rougher start. Cerebro really living or dying by not only the locations, but also, you know, actually getting that Cerebro. But we are going to see Gamer get that Cerebro this game. M'Baku, you're
stay
not
in the deck, M'Baku.
Stay
Stay in the deck, why don't you? Come on. Cut Gamer some slack here.
Now, you see the temptation here. You're like, well, maybe I could turn it into a Hulk, but then you're giving up your whole Cerebro plan. But I don't think it's actually crazy to consider, because otherwise you're just giving up the middle lane to Cougar as long as they draw just about any card that's playable in the first 3 turns. So this is not what Gamer wants to see.
You have both of your win cons in hand. You have Cerebro, you have Galactus. So it looks like Gamer might be opting to go for the Galactus line here, trying to get priority, trying to find a way to get Maverick down and get a big Galactus on the board. A Gorgon top deck, not what you want to see here. So 2 bad draws for Gamer already in M'Baku and Gorgon. But again, trying to just get some Hulks and hopefully get some Prio here for Gamer.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those ones that Gamer's probably just waiting for the Cougar snap, and then we'll move on to the next one. This is kind of as bad as it gets for a Cerebro player. The draws haven't been optimal, and I think Gamer's deck is uniquely well positioned to play for all 3 lanes, which is going to make things ever harder to get off that Galactus as a alternate win condition.
Especially when Cougar is matching your Hulk output there. 2 beefy Hulks on the board for Cougar as Gamer top decks the Omega Sentinel. That could help, maybe, but it's not.
It'll blast a Hulk.
Yeah. It will blast.
How do you get power in other lanes? That is the tricky part. Cougar has, you know, a bunch of scalers in his deck as well as Shao for additional power, whereas Gamer is really reliant on that Cerebro, which is just going to be used on those Hulks.
And there comes Cosmo. So no Galactus right, Omega Sentinel left. It's looking all but over here for Gamer, unless, of course, the Cosmo goes elsewhere and there's a Hail Mary Galactus. But it's looking a little grim here for Gamer right now.
Yeah, I think Gamer respects Cougar too much to go for a Galactus in this board state. I think we're going to see a quick retreat here once we make it to turn 6.
Yep, neither player snapping. Maverick down, so there could be a little buff coming. Where does the Cosmo wind up? It's left. Spider-Punk zapping the Hulk mid. Now, this is interesting because Cougar can't play anything mid. Silk will go out of there. But I just don't.
It could go back.
Yeah, it could wind up going back.
The Omega Sentinel proc on one of those Hulks, so that's going to be -7 power. But is Cerebro enough to win the left? They do get the Maverick buff on Cerebro, but no, it's just not enough because it's buffing the Hulks.
Yeah, exactly.
I was trying to think what they're thinking about.
No
here,
Valkyrie in this deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do it outside of the YOLO Galactus, but I can't imagine
that's the only hope at this point. So I don't think Cougar will allow that to happen.
Yeah, that really seems to be the only like potential out, unless they're saying 6 power.
So it's -7 on the Hulk mid. You're going to lose 5 power as well. So that's a 12 power swing there. Hulk's going to get an additional 3 from Cerebro. So 29, 38 -11. It would win mid, but how do you win a second lane?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is they're thinking that Maverick can buff up the Sentinel or whatever other card they play, so it matches the Miles, and they both get a buff. But Miles is only 6. It's very easy for Cougar to play like a Hydra Stomper, even moving the Spider Punk. It's very easy for him to get a card that is 7 or more, get the Monster Metropolis buff, and then just win that lane handily.
This is semifinals. I respect Gamer for considering all possibilities. Every single cube matters, but unfortunately, the win was just not there. Retreat for 1, move on, and let's see if you can work your way back here as Death's Domain, our first location.
That, I imagine, is one that Cougar is going to be happy to see. Aunt May's kind of an awkward one here, unless Cerebro pops up sometime soon, because that's really going to limit Gamer's available play options. This is one of the fundamental weaknesses of Cerebro, is certain locations can be really brutal for this deck, not just the Aunt May's, but the Death's Domain limiting the amount of board space they have available is just really, really rough. And I think we are going to see Cougar try and capitalize on that right away. Cougar's deck also, I think, takes better advantage of the Elysium on top of these locations. So I'm not surprised to see a snap from Cougar here.
Wait, that was a snap from Gamer.
Snap. And Cougar leaves.
I thought what you said. I thought for sure that was a Cougar snap, but no, Gamer snapped on that and Cougar leaves. Okay. So
maybe
Gamer not scared.
Maybe respecting the, we obviously have the inside look. We can see that the hand wasn't like amazing there, but I could see being more worried from Cougar's perspective if you think that Cerebro is in hand, so their plays aren't as limited. They play the Cerebro in the mid, they get that free buff on it. It could even go to the left, which would make it harder for Cougar to contest the Death's Domain. But that, very surprising. I did not expect that to be a snap on Gamer's neck.
Yeah, low stakes was the reason for the snap, just trying to get to that high stakes. And here we are, Gamer snapping, knowing that one of your win cons is no longer available in the Galactus, at least not now. With the Squirrels picking up all that spot. Yeah,
another dangerous one for Cerebro, especially if Cougar plays this out correctly, which I imagine he will, of not stacking anything super large in the middle to make it even more awkward for where Gamer can play their cards, because Cerebro 3 is centered around having a bunch of 2-drops.
Absolutely, and we see the M'Baku in hand yet again. You hate to see it if you're a Gamer, but here we go. Craven coming down on the right for Cougar. More bots for Gamer. Sam's getting big. Still no bro. This is rough here for Gamer. I'm not sure the immediate snap from Gamer, what that was about. Maybe just trying to scare Cougar, steal some momentum back, but Cougar didn't take the bait and looking quite strong right now.
Yeah, this seems real tricky for Gamer to navigate their way out of this. The Madripoor is giving so much free power, and like I mentioned, Cougar, being very smart about not playing anything above 2 cost in the middle to continue to make it really awkward for Gamer and limiting where they can play their cards if they want to play Cerebro, which still hasn't been drawn at this point in the game.
No Cerebro, no Omega Sentinel, Galactus useless. It's just looking very, very rough here for Gamer right now, unfortunately. He probably needs some sort of miracle to win this one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think what you have to do is you commit, 2 things left, and you hope you top deck the bro. But if Cougar continues not playing anything more than 2 in the middle, he knows that it'll mess up the Cerebro, because unless they because you'd have to move the Jeff mid to play Cerebro. Well,
no,
they could just play Cerebro mid, but then they can't play the
mid. Yeah. Well, they didn't get it anyway, so it doesn't matter. But would have been able to play. Well, you assume Cosmo's going mid if that's the case, but it doesn't matter. No, bro. I think you just got a Scarlet Witch and YOLO. Hope it's bar with no name or something.
Pretty much. Even that, I'm not even sure that wins. He's going to slam down the Galactus, so we at least get to see it. At least we get to see that.
It will get the buff from Madripoor, but it's not going to be enough.
No, this is just a really unfortunate series of events for Gamer. And it's one of those things where there's not much you can really do when you just get such poor location luck, and Cougar played so well using those locations to his advantage with how he handled Madripoor this game. I think
But you
that's
have
something
to
that can be very
wonder,
easily missed.
Gamer snapped. Gamer snapped on that first location. So you have to wonder. Not that it's going to matter here. Show, deafening chord, yeah. A punt from Gamer. Cougar is going to advance to the finals. No People's Champ Cerebro 3 Galactus, but we have at least 2 different show decks in the finals here. 2 very different show decks in the finals. As Cougar versus Omalis will be our final match that will be coming up after a quick break. Shout outs to Gamer for making top 4, and congrats to Cougar for advancing to the finals. Thank you for waiting, folks. It has been a long day filled with lots of hype Marvel Snap action, but we've finally made it here. The finals of the Snowball Showdown tournament. Omalis versus Cougar. We have both decks rocking the Season Pass card, which you too can purchase at the Marvel Snap web shop right now alongside the Season Pass and all the other goodies that come along with it. You also get a free Collector's Series 5 pack if you purchase through the web shop, and the bonuses as well. So if you are interested in playing some of these decks and you want Show Lao, that is how you would do it. but that is where we're at now. Cougar versus Omalis. Zombies, how do you feel about this move version of show versus the more Scarlet Spider traditional combo version?
So I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. Like in terms of like personal preference, I really like the move deck. And this wouldn't be the first time Cougar has taken down a tournament with a very similar focused Hydra Stomper move deck. It's a deck he clearly has a lot of experience with, and it would make him the first person to win 2 of these officially sanctioned tournaments. So I imagined, he's feeling a little bit of the pressure right now because who wouldn't want, that kind of awesome title? And I think that it is slightly favored to Omalis, mainly because of the Shadow King. Obviously, Cosmo is here as one form of protection. Juggernaut is another. But Cougar's deck does rely on a fair amount of green points with Sam Wilson, Craven, Batroc. Those are a lot of points. Hydra Stomper has ongoing, so it doesn't worry about the Shadow King. But a lot of the points here are going to be Shadow Kingable, and I think that is something that is going to be in Omalis' advantage.
And here we go. We're getting into it right now. Fist bumps from both players. It's the finals. Get hype. Drop some emotes in chat as the rocks go away. We're going to see Rock the Dragon this game as Cougar has the Sholau in hand. Oscorp Tower, our second location. And here we go. This is it. No 2 out of 3. Final round. Winner take all. Here we go.
And another thing that I think is in Omalis' favor is their deck, I think, will have a little bit more consistency when it comes to gaining those Shaolao procs because they just have more low-cost stuff. They have Merlin to get more cheap spells for the triggers. We're already seeing this on turn 2, playing 2 1-drops, and that Oscorp Tower is going to make it a little awkward for Cougar, sending over the Hood next turn.
Sending over potentially 2 hoods next turn as TVA, our final location. This has got to massively favor Omalis here as we're about to see -6 come down in that middle location. Cougar has no way of dealing with that Oscorp Tower. So I got to think we're going to see 2 demons here from Omalis and 2 hoods coming mid. You got to snap this if you're Omalis, right?
Yeah, I think the only reason you might not is if there's some way that, Cougar thinks they have a chance, you go for that extra cube on the doubling. Because if they don't have a chance, they're obviously going to leave the second that snap happens. So I can understand why they aren't snapping here because it really doesn't put that much more on the table. But I don't think this is a game where we're going to see it get to that final turn doubling. Omalis is going to say, you know what, I have the advantage. I'm going to, make you stay if you think you have it, and Cougar is going to properly identify there is no chance with these locations and move on to the next game.
Smart retreat there from Cougar, saves a little bit of time with that snap, not having to go the extra turn. And Omalis with the cheeky Jeff. Oh my God, deja vu again. I feel like we've been seeing the same locations pop up left. Collapse mine again. What are the odds?
Okay, Madam Web is a really good draw for Cougar here because his hand is a little bit slow and he really needs something to enable that Miles Morales to get down for cheaper and start triggering the Shao. Because like I said before, his deck is going to have a little bit of a harder time triggering it. This kind of deck has been around and popular in the meta recently, but Shao is a new addition to it compared to Omalis' deck, which is a deck that was kind of born out of Shao releasing, and it wasn't really around before, so it feels like you can take advantage of Shao quite a bit better than the move Shao can. And I think we're going to see that be what happens here in terms of how many Shao triggers both players can get off throughout the game.
Yep, nothing for Cougar yet. We do see the Cosmo in hand and Show also showing up. So we're going to have the movement on the Cosmo makes it a little tricky, where Omalis is going to want to play his skills. Vault final location, which will change most likely unless Merlin has something to say about that this turn. Cosmo, of course, would protect the Starlight Citadel next turn. Prio here on Omalis' side. We are going to see a cheap Miles on turn 5. Got to move that Cosmo first to get that.
And that could be good on the Vault. The Vault actually, I think, could be what gives Cougar a shot here. obviously it's going to depend where it moves to as well, because if that vault moves mid, then you can't jug it. Well, yeah, I guess you could, because you can move the Cosmo.
Right.
That's some added flexibility from Madam Web right there. They do have to be a little careful with the Sam and the Madam Web here, because I believe if the shield ends up in that lane, it will count as your Madam Web move. Now you don't want to put Cosmo left, because then you're not going to get a shield at all. Oh no.
Oh no, did Cougar make a little boo-boo, or is this intentional here? The move will, of course, happen first before the Sam. Again, high
Yeah.
pressure situation. Undoes the turn, changes the
Okay.
play. There you go. Okay.
I like this. So this makes it so the shield cannot end up in the Madam Web lane this turn, and I guess they could potentially move the Sam out and then move the shield into his lane, depending on where it goes. Spider Ham on the Juggernaut. That is probably worst case scenario here for Cougar. That Juggernaut, I think, was probably the best card in their hand for winning this matchup. Maybe a little bit less. Oh, and the miss on the
whiff.
50-50 versus the Maverick. That is just a very unfortunate series of events here for Cougar.
And it uses up the Ant Maze play as well, so not even gonna get the +3 and the move from the Ant Maze.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate series of events here from Cougar. Omalis not snapping yet, but advantage certainly on his side.
So there's only been one Chow trigger, I believe. He can get a second one this turn with the Hammed Juggernaut and this Miles, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here, because I think Omos is going to, this will be their, I want to say, third turn of getting 2 triggers.
Yep.
Because they had nothing on 1, Merlin on 2. Yeah, Cougar's going to say, yep, you got me on that one. You have a big Maverick. You could have, your big finishers in hand. I didn't really get a tempo out as much as I would like to. Lose 1 cube, move on to the next one.
Indeed, unfortunate series of events there from Cougar. We do not have another collapsed mine in the left location this time. Instead, it's Genosha, so have to be mindful of what cards you play there. Omalis emoting with Leech, possibly surprised about the
He's
lack
like, what's
of
going on?
collapsed mine
Well,
as well.
Cougar's got to be a bit happier this time around, because the difference between getting Batroc on 1 and not getting Batroc on 1 is really, really important. And then having that follow-up with Sam and Hydra Stomper, this is the ideal curve out for a deck like this. And Cougar's not going to waste any time. They're going to say, hey, I've got my curve out. I've got a location that can potentially help me with Strange Academy for more procs. Like, I'm already down 2 cubes. I got to go for that extra advantage when I know things are going good for me.
Yep, definitely a better set of locations here for Cougar. Omalis sticking it out, though. Despite that, Sam Shield goes mid. And Merlin there for Omalis as well. Figures potentially can get rid of that Strange Academy unless Sokovia has something to say about it. Down goes Hydra Stomper and Herbie there. So one of Cougar's win cons, one of the strongest cards in the deck, no longer available.
That's rough. That is the card you definitely wanted to see get discarded the least. I guess, he can get 2 cards down next turn with Madam Web Silk. Madam Web gives you a potential other way to activate the Spider Punk an additional time. But I think in Cougar's position, especially with this early Batroc and Sam, you'd much rather have the Hydra Stomper, especially because it's one of your few cards that isn't weak to Shadow King, getting its power reduced.
And it would get big.
That's a big one.
It was going to be a big Hydra Stomper between the Shield coming out on 2, Batroc, Strange Academy. That was going to be a massive Stomper. But alas, not this game for Cougar here. Batroc moves right along with the Shield, gets hit by the Deafening Chord, so no more Batroc moves as the hood comes down. And what do we have? Once in Future? We do. So back in the deck, Demon in hand, extra energy for Omalis, and just like that, a pretty big swing for Omalis here.
Yeah, that is pretty big. I mean, the Deafening Chord, I want to say it's like the second best hit. First best, probably Sam. Worst one probably being the Shield. We're going to see, positioning Silk here to move, but that is not going to move the Batroc. So Cougar does have to be a little careful here, because they could end up in a situation where they accidentally clog themselves with Silk, and that would be really, really bad going into turn 5 or turn 6.
Silk, one of the trickiest cards in the game. You have to be mindful of where she could wind up, especially with these locations here. Strange Academy, always known to clog. Genosha, have to be careful with making sure your costs are all in order so nothing gets destroyed. And then always the threat of Merlin changing things up and messing your locations up anyway. So we're going to see Silk move with the Craven play at least once here. Shield's going to go mid. What do we have from Omalis? Silk swings right. Maverick. No Strange. It's Shuri's Lab instead. The Demon right, though, so no 12-power Demon. Prio here on Cougar's side. Juggernaut.
Oh, the Prio could potentially be good. You've got to imagine if you're Omalis, if you have your Scarlet Spider, you want to be slamming at mid to get that Shuri's Lab. It's turn 5. It's the last turn you can do it, unless I guess you get down to Costa. But with that Maverick, with the Shuri's Lab, you want to get it down. Cougar has Prio, so he can punt it out, which that will save a lot of potential power. But Cougar doesn't currently have a good way to close out the game. They're ahead on board, but if their opponent has Shao, it's looking pretty rough. If they have the Scarlet Spider, they might not. It's possible that their hand is full of a lot of Merlin spells and not a lot else, but I guess we'll see here. 2 cards makes me think we are going to see a Scarlet Spider.
They both go right as well. 10-power Jug, it's Ham.
Yeah.
And that's got to be the Spider, right? Yep, there he is. So 8 instead of 16. That definitely makes a difference. Prio on Cougar side. What is the top deck? Deafening Chord. That is a total of 2 max power we're looking at here for Cougar. I guess 3 if you count the
3
one.
Shuri's Lab, but
you have the Spider Punk, you have the Craven. Okay, so there is something here. Is it worth staying for 4 though when you're already down 2 cubes?
I can't imagine it is. It's just that you lose to just almost every card in their deck.
Yep. No,
you just needed the power. And
the Hydra Stomper from Sokovia, man. That was brutal to lose. Totally different game if he has that Stomper.
Definitely could have been, though we did see Omalas did curve out very well. They got a lot of Shao procs. They got the Scarlet Spider. We don't know if they drew the Shao or not, but even if they didn't, even a Shadow King here to reduce the impact of that Juggernaut and just a few other, small cards as follow-up could be enough to get there. The Sokovia really was a turning point in the game. And that's one of those things, Cougar wanted to capitalize on that early advantage. He had good locations. He had a good curve out. He didn't do anything wrong, in my opinion. But, sometimes that third location just shows up and it just completely turns the game around.
Yep. Cougar's fortunate here. Wow. A shocking retreat. Cougar's got to be extremely happy with that.
Yeah,
keeping the 2 cubes.
That's huge. That is why you always retreat later, folks.
Yeah, exactly. We saw it earlier where there was just early retreats to save time, but just like that, you've saved yourself 2 cards. Another discard happening. Ham lost for Omalis and Miles for Cougar. So Miles, one of those key cards in triggering show, getting that discount, not going to be available for Cougar this time.
Yeah, that feels like a relatively even trade. Like Ham, I think, can be a more impactful card, but losing Miles really makes the show a lot worse because that's one of the key ways you can weave in a second card during one of your earlier turns, 1 through 3 or 1 through 4.
And considering what he got from Celestial Burial Ground, you almost don't mind if Ham is in Omalis's possession here, because Typhoid Mary getting hit by the Ham, you don't mind a free 4/10.
Yeah.
No downside. Unfortunately, not going to get much value with her this game, probably. As Hood comes down on Rickety Bridge again. Rickety Bridge going to be a tricky location for both players here. Hawkeye, the free card from Celestial Burial Ground for Omalis. And Hospice, our final location.
So this one is beneficial to both of the players' decks, but if we're comparing here, I think it's much more likely to benefit Omalis because they just get bigger green numbers than Cougar does. Maybe outside of Hydra Stomper, that Hydra Stomper can get pretty big, especially with a relatively early Sam Wilson down. But I think this is a location that's going to be benefiting Omalis more than it is Cougar.
Now,
especially with that Craven already committed to the left. Same with the Sam.
Right. One of them taking the hit for Deafening Chord. It is Sam. which I suppose you prefer over Craven, but now you can't move the shield, and the shield was going to be one of those things that helps you win the middle location. So a bit
Especially
of a
with
rough one
Batroc.
there.
Like I think I think Sam is probably the more damaging hit here because of that Batroc draw. You really want that free move activation to be able to move Batroc around, and now it's just going to be a lot more limited for Cougar.
You do
And
have Madam Web, so that will help the Batroc move at least a little bit. And Juggernaut with Rickety Bridge is going to be key if Cougar wants any shot of winning this match.
Yeah, that's if Cougar somehow finds a way to win it, Juggernaut will be that way, almost certainly.
Jocasta with the Demon coming down for Omalis here. Priority in Omalis' favor now. Cougar looking to go Craven on the right to start juicing that hospice location.
Oh, I like this play.
Yeah, considering a snap here too. So I'm hovering over
that
it.
I'm not sure if I like that, but I do like he's going for it. All right, I respect it.
No guts, no glory. It's gotten him this far.
He's got to go for it. So the reason he's doing this right is he's trying to play around the Scarlet Spider left. He wants to punt it to the mid. He says that hood is there. If he wins that 50-50, the Scarlet Spider's gone. Completely removes the threat of the Jocasta, really neuters the threat of the Shao. And I got to respect it. It is a very solid play here, given what Omalis did last turn. Is very telegraphed of playing that Scarlet Spider on the left.
But Omalis, you would think, has to know this as well. And do you maybe switch up the play? Maybe you play the Scarlet Spider over on the Agony.
Yeah, there's an Agony on the right. The Scarlet Spider wouldn't be looking too bad over there.
And the Deafening Chord would be coming after the Scarlet Spider's down and not affecting it because priority here on Omalis' side. So we could see a switch up, but no, we do see the card left. Where is Juggernaut going to punt it? This is huge.
Yeah, this matters a lot.
Juggernaut reveals Ben Riley. Where will you land? He goes safely to the right. Unfortunate luck for Cougar today.
Yeah, that is rough. I mean, Cougar or Omalis is forced to commit something to the middle now because if they don't, they lose with just the hood being there.
Priority here on Cougar's side now as well. So if a dragon was coming down and it happened to be in the left lane, it would not go off with the Cosmo. Really committing to the right lane. Cougar sticking this out.
I can respect it. I see what he's going for here.
Where's the dragon if he's got it? Is it going to be right? Is it going to be left? No buff on the Craven this time because he moved the Juggernaut in the previous move. So Craven won't go up anymore here.
Yeah, I mean, I do. And you've got to, I think his read on the dragon right is reasonable because ideally Omalis wants the big buff card to go on the left. If you play Shao on the left, it's guaranteed going to go mid, which just wastes all your power because it's going to blow up to the hood. So point. Cougar's making the bet on it's likely you play it on the right. This would deny the power for the hospice. This forces Omalis to have to play something else in the mid if they don't want to lose that lane. And if they do, then they would end up going to tie breaks, which Cosmo might let Cougar win. So that's gonna work out really well for Cougar, and he's gonna take that one.
There you go. 2 cubes for Cougar being bold. The priority absolutely mattered there, and we see another Central Park location coming down. I feel like Cougar, Omalis has been seeing the Central Park a lot lately. Happened against the Cerebro player earlier, and we see it again here. Batroc on 1, though. Madam Web on 2. Looking like a solid curve. Ooh, should have played it mid, though. That extra energy would have been massive for Cougar.
Yeah, it would have been very nice. No doubt about it.
Instead, we're going to see Madam Web, possibly, or do you try and contest the Blackstone, get that extra energy? Nope, it's just Madam Web. Omalis going to get that extra energy here with Merlin on Blackstone. So 4 energy now for Omalis on turn 3. And we're going to see Onslaught Citadel as our final location. Could be very big if Cougar happens to get Hydra Stomper.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I like this play from Cougar. He's, kind of admitting like, hey, my opponent already has kind of a lead in the Castle Blackstone, and I don't want to risk filling up that lane with my Batroc, so I'm just going to move a squirrel out to the right. Like you said, he might be able to win that lane off of a big buff from the Onslaught Citadel on the Hydra Stomper, and getting the Spider Punk down left is going to let him move it probably to the middle, which will then take some power away next turn, get the Batroc moved to the middle, and give him a chance to fight for that extra energy.
Going to get the discount here on Miles next turn. Can start pumping the show there with Miles and Craven next turn, or a potential different top deck. Could possibly wind up winning Blackstone come turn 5 as well. We'll have to see what Omalis has to say. 4 cards with all that extra energy. It's Ham. It's Omniversal getting rid of the Onslaught Citadel, and instead Lechugia, a very rough location for the rest of the deck. Deafening Chord coming down on Madam Web. Unfortunate there for Cougar. 10 power now on Blackstone for Omalis. And there's the Hydra Stomper. So
yeah,
no Onslaughts.
I think between the two, it's pretty close on which is actually the worst hit there. Because you can still move your Spider-Punk. Actually, I think Spider-Punk might have been the worst hit, because if it gets hit, sure, you can move it out with Madam Web, but then you're not getting any value out of the effect. It's just a 2-power card. He does have to be kind of careful here. Losing the Madam Web is rough, because it's going to force him to commit to these locations with his big power Stomper, and
he said,
Cougar's
nope,
going to agree and get out of there, which I think is a good move. The Deafening Chord has been really rough for his deck. There are just so many good potential hits, and once you remove one of those synergy pieces, it really limits the total power output that the move deck has. And on the flip side, the Deafening Chord hasn't felt quite as impactful versus Omalas's deck, because they just get value out of their cards very quickly when they play them. And once they do, there are less good things for that chord to hit. It could hit a Spider Ham that's already been used, and then you're just, playing 1 point of stats for 1 energy, and it doesn't feel very good.
No.
But the Throne Room, kind of interesting here. I've got to imagine it favors Omalas, and
poor Cougar can't get any value out of this Hydra Stomper this match. It's so rough.
That's that's the one you want to see hit the least.
Yep. Unfortunate.
The Abbey's rough too, because Omos is in such a better position for actually getting that extra card draw, which, as we know, is very important for this deck to consistently draw those big power pieces that end the game, like Scarlet Spider and Xiaolao.
Indeed. It's looking like he's going to play the Stomper right. You can throw your... No, instead it goes from Madam Web right. I was going to say the Stomper could be some protection against Deafening Chord if you wanted to double up with Madam Web or Craven or something like that. But just going to go solo Madam Web. Omalis takes the draw here as well. Everything seemingly going Omalis' way right now. Herbie and Hood coming down. Pryo still on Cougar side. Changa, that's helpful for getting an additional show play.
The backdrop could be good. I imagine you gotta move the Silk this turn to start getting those Batroc procs up, and still not really a good target for this chord.
No, you could try and hit Herbie. Herbie seemingly not the most important card in Omalis' deck there. Obviously, you'd rather use it for something like Maverick. But not working out here for Cougar. There's the snap back from, or not back, but there's the snap from Omalis here, pushing the advantage, feeling confident right now. And then why wouldn't you?
Staying,
stays.
thinking that Xiao's gonna give him a shot, maybe?
You always have a chance with the dragon in hand. He is the undying one. There's the chord. Madam Web's just a magnet for it. And
not the worst thing in the world with this board, though. Craven will grow, so it is going to force Omalis to commit something to that Throne Room with bonus power. But I don't think
Finally, the good chord target here, too.
Yeah, great chord target. One of the better ones in the deck. Can get down a bunch of cards here. Probably doesn't want to commit the Miles, but they do have the option of doing that, since Chimichanga does guarantee they will have a second card to play with Xiao if they hold it.
Got to be mindful of where that Changa winds up as well, especially if you're going to be using the buff on show. It's looking like we're going to see extra moves here for Silk potentially, playing the Stomper on Silk first, possibly playing the Miles here too. Extra energy for Herbie. You got to think Omalis might go for that.
I think you have to snap back, it looks like. The court is very good here, and you know the Silk's going to move around. It's going to buff the Batroc. You're pretty much guaranteed for the Silk to not clog a lane for you. Though the Chimichanga could be a little awkward depending on where the Silk ends up landing at the end of the turn.
Silk goes mid, Batroc goes mid. There's the cord, so Silk's going to move again. Does it go left? Nope, it goes right, but we have 2 cards over there. Miles moves Silk over to the left lane. There's the buff on the Kraven. Again, have to be wary of Shadow King in Omalis' deck as well. Silk goes back to the right. Will we see an additional buff? No, we will not. Silk winds up mid and Scarlet Spider right. So all 3 lanes currently in Cougar's favor. A top deck Spider Punk, a Dragon that will give... We're going to click on it and see +6, so not huge.
It'll be 9 once he plays the Changa.
Right.
And another 2 from the Changa. Right now it's buffing Miles. It looks like Cougar's going to say, I'm cool with it buffing Miles. Is that going to be enough, though? The Kraven is sitting at 7 power right now, getting doubled by the Throne Room. So a Shao on the left would outpower the Kraven unless a Silk moves to the left.
Looking like he wants to try and keep the Silk out of the left lane based on that play.
Yeah, that seems to be what this... And this also gives the chance of the Chimichanga hitting the Kraven, which would at worst tie with the opposing Xiaolao. Now, if they get the buff on the Scarlet Spider and that goes left, it's not going to matter anyway. But if it's just the Xiao there on power, that could end up mattering potentially. But Omalas is ahead in that lane just on raw points.
All right, he's locking it in. This could be the end for Cougar here. Omalas sees it through. Here we go. Miles gets the buff. 15 power. 18 power on the Kraven currently. Silk's not going to move at all because nothing was played in the middle lane. There's Shadow King left, and that will do it. Omalas takes it over Cougar.
Yeah,
you have your Snowball Showdown champion, Omalis, in convincing fashion there. Massive 34 power Scarlet Spider clone over in Throne Room. Well played to all of our contestants today. Great stuff. This is clearly a very strong card, one you are going to want to familiarize yourself with for the coming season here. Xiaolao, the Undying.
Yeah, no, this card was the card of the tournament. I think many people predicted that. One of the big things that I think this tournament was going to help answer is which of these Xiaolao decks are, you know, the top tier ones, which are the ones that are going to rise above all the rest, because the card hasn't been out that long. It's been out not even a week.
Not even a week.
So this really put to the test how good this card is in certain shells. And I don't think anyone is going to be super surprised that this is a shell that came out on top, because it just has so many ways to effectively leverage that power. And it just has so many solid early game plays. It has interaction. It's always doing stuff before that big power output. And you even have tech to deal with opposing power outputs, though. Like we said, Ham ended up being kind of the secret MVP tech for dealing. You know, Shadow King takes away the power after it comes down. Spider-Ham making it so it might not come down to begin with.
The MVP, most valuable pig for sure. And this is the champions deck list here from Omalis. Once again, Hood, Deafening Chord, Nico Minoru, the MVP Spider-Ham, Agony, Herbie, Merlin, Jocasta, Maverick, Shadow King, Scarlet Spider, and the Undying One, Xiaolao. This champions deck will be featured in the game for a whole week, featuring all of the Series 3, 4, and 5 cards, not including Xiaolao. That is still the Season Pass card, which is available for purchase on the MarvelSnap web shop. But from January 14th to the 20th, you will be able to get the cards from this deck if you would like to play it on your own.
Yeah,
or Maverick. Maverick will also not be here because Maverick is still in the seasonal snap packs as well. So Maverick and Xiaolao will need to be got through the seasonal snap packs. The collector snap packs, however, will have the other cards in here for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it was quite a deck. I mean, I want to say this was the more popular build of the deck. A few different cards here or there in those low curve slots, but this deck has proven that the combo with Scarlet Spider, Maverick, Jocasta really just puts up such an insane amount of consistent power that I think this is going to be that deck. Throughout the next week or so, we're going to be seeing people try lots of different ways to find out, okay, what's the strategy that actually beats this tournament winning deck?
I was about to ask you, Zombies, as one of the top meta players out there, you are going to be seeing this a whole lot on ladder, and you're going to have the variations, of course, to help counter it. What do you think are some natural counters to this deck? One of the things that came to mind for me was Supergiant. How do you feel about Supergiant as a potential counter to this deck?
Yeah, it's interesting. I do think Supergiant does give you an avenue. I mean, Supergiant's always been good against these types of decks that are trying to get a benefit off of 2 cards per turn, like we've seen with like Dina in the past. But honestly, this is one where I feel like I want to like wait and see a little bit and experiment with more things. I don't really have something specific in mind because I think one of the things I've seen recently is maybe there is another angle to this with Shulao that can come ahead of the Scarlet Spider variant. I think there just hasn't been enough time to really explore the card to its fullest potential. I think in the early time we've had, this is the one that pulled ahead. But I think we need a little bit more time with the card, and who knows, maybe some of the other cards releasing this season to see how does this end up faring. Because even though Shulao did dominate the finals, there were non-Shu decks that made it to our top 8, even our top 4. And I think some of those could be valid counters. We saw Ramp do pretty well in this event. A Hella deck made it through C3. Like, there are strategies that can outpower this, and they're not going to have their big combo every game, or you can have ways to interact with that big combo as we've seen in previous matches. But I think it's one of those things where it's so early on, only time will tell. We got to let people get in the reps and just, do the proper testing to see how do you really take this out. But I think that's what we're going to be seeing a ton of throughout the next week or two, is everyone trying to brainstorm like, all right, what are the avenues of attack I can use to beat this deck? One of which we saw in this tournament, I think is going to be very effective, is, fighting for a priority and cosmoing that Shao lane, because we've seen with the positioning that it's not really a 1 and 3 a lot of the time. A lot of the time, people want to stack their lanes to guarantee that Scarlet Spider, so they're more likely to put Shao in one of 2 lanes. And if Shao doesn't get its effect off, that can be really devastating for the deck.
Absolutely. That is a great analysis there. I'm glad you mentioned Hella as well. I think that is a deck that actually does pretty decently, because there's not a whole lot of the tech involved in this deck doesn't affect Hella too much. You have Ham, of course, can hit Hella, but hitting some of those other cards like Death, like Scar, like Infinite, that's not nearly as big of a deal. So I'm curious to see what we'll see in the coming weeks for the rest of the Dragon season. But I want to thank everyone for watching here. This was a super exciting tournament. I'm honored to be selected to cast the finals here with you, Zombie. Had a great time doing it. I hope you did as well. Zombie, where can the people find more of you?
So you can find me over on YouTube with the same name here, Zombies Go Nom Nom, or on Twitch. Twitch, it's Zombies with a Z instead of an S. But yeah, those are the 2 primary platforms you can find me on. And much like you said, really great event. I think we're closing in on the 10-hour mark. So big shout out to all the people behind the scenes running things to make things work. It's a ton of work to produce and manage all the players and do everything. So I want to make sure that everyone involved gets their proper shout out as well, because as far as I can see, the event went very smoothly. And that's all you can really ask for at the end of the day. But that's where you can find me. What about you, Perry? Where can our folks watching at home find you?
Made it nice and easy for you guys. I am Perry Manilow across all platforms. You will mostly find me on Twitch these days every now and then. I do some game shows here and there for MarvelSnap as well. So come by tomorrow or Monday night if you want to play. I'm also over on Twitter posting my thoughts, snap and non-snap related. So feel free to drop me a follow there. Again, congratulations, Omalis, on the victory, the Snowball Showdown champion. Be sure to show him some love on getting that that snap pack coming to the game starting on January 14th. So again, to everyone behind the scenes, to the audience, and all of you, thank you, and have yourselves a wonderful night.